Chapter 751, Attack of Ninkai. Bye, I like you. As he said this, Koji, like all the male protagonists in TV dramas, after a confession, put his lips forward to imprint on Bai's lips, let the heaven and earth witness their love, let the sun and the moon be their best man and bridesmaid. However, just when Koji was full of confidence that he was the male protagonist of a romance novel and was about to win the beauty, he was suddenly pushed away by Bai. Koji, you are really too tired, go to bed early. Leaving this sentence, Bai hurriedly ran out of the tent. Bai. Koji was confused, and stretched out his hand in a daze, trying to keep Bai, but his fingertips only touched Bai's fluttering hair, and the smooth hair slipped from his fingers in an instant, leaving only the fragrance of one hand, which could also prove that the beauty was just there. What happened? Could it be that Bai despises me? As a virgin, Dinkai has never been in love. He is completely confused about what is happening now and finds it incredible. She has hinted so many times. She has already taken off his clothes. Why did this happen at the last critical step? Not to mention that Dinkai is confused, even Ninkai, who has been paying attention to this place outside the tent, feels very confused. Of course, as a good man with moral integrity and bottom line, Ninkai will never do things like peeking at others with his eyes open. Ninkai just saw Bai coming out of the tent with a shy and red face, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Damn! It's done so quickly? What speed is this? Is it true that men are fat and short, and women are fat and deep, so the truth is that Dinkai is a 3-second quick shooter? Thinking of this, Ninkai was suddenly full of confidence in himself. After seeing Koji's incompetence, Bai ran out so quickly. He must be very disappointed with Koji. It seems that my chance has come. Niji silently clenched his fists, his eyes full of mysterious confidence. Afterwards, Niji quietly left the campfire and followed Bai through a forest to the sparkling river bank. The scenery here is beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming, accompanied by the chirping of insects and birds, and a peaceful atmosphere. Bai turned his back to Niji, squatted down on the river bank in a depressed mood, hugged his knees with both hands, and felt indescribable. Bai looked at the river surface, reflecting his tearful eyes, and had an urge to cry. It's all the boss's fault. When can I tell others the truth? I am actually a boy, a boy. I was almost pushed down by Dinkai today, God knows what I was thinking at that time. Bai thought with regret, and the more he thought about it, the sadder he became. His shoulders trembled slightly and he sobbed softly. Seeing this, Niji, who had been following all the way, flashed a complicated look in his eyes. What did that guy, Koji, do to make Bai so sad? Damn it! Could it be that Koji is so useless that he can't even last 3 seconds? With resentment towards Koji and deep affection for Bai, Ningji couldn't bear to see Bai crying and catching a cold, so he took off his coat considerately, walked up silently, and covered Bai's shoulders. Feeling the movement behind him, Bai cursed in his heart that he was too sad and careless. Then, Bai turned around suddenly, but saw that it was Ningji, an acquaintance, who put his clothes on him considerately. A warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart, like the first ray of sunshine in winter, warm and comfortable. Ningji smiled slightly, and with his resolute and unyielding face, he seemed to be covered with a layer of golden sand in the sun, looking very handsome. Bai, are you okay? Bai had no words to say, but just shook his head silently and whispered, it's okay. Seeing this, Ninkai suddenly understood. Yes, how can you say such a secret thing out loud? After all, they are all employees of Yang Ming's shop. They usually see each other every day. It would be so embarrassing to say it out loud. Ninkai, who thought he had mastered the truth, sat next to Bai. The two were very close, and their legs were leaning against each other tightly. Ninkai could even feel the temperature on Bai's legs. For a while, an ambiguous atmosphere flowed. Bai was sad, so he didn't pay attention to these details. This made Ninkai misunderstand. However, Ninkai is always a smart person. Smart people usually don't speak directly when doing things, but express them in a more tactful way. Bai, what type of people do you usually like? The type you like? Bai looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, and was absent-minded for a moment. At this moment, Bai thought of his incompetent and brutal father. After learning that he and his mother had blood limits, he actually ignored their kinship and betrayed him and his mother for his own life. If he hadn't met Mr. Zabuza later, Bai didn't know how he would survive. Then, he thought of boss Yang Ming. It was because of Yang Ming that he and Zabuza were able to leave the strife-ridden ninja world and live a peaceful life with an ordinary identity. This is a favor that can't be bought with any amount of money. Bai is still grateful to boss Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Bai said with a sigh. I hope that the person I like is a gentle person, who can get along with me and live a peaceful and stable life together. That's enough. Gentle personality? Get along with Bai? Damn. Isn't this referring to me? Niji felt very excited. However, Ninkai did not make a fuss, but continued to tentatively say. If the person you like confesses to you, what gift do you want him to give you? This. I really haven't thought about it. Bai continued to look at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance, his eyes blurred, revealing infinite charm. I think, if I really like her, and she likes me, even if she weaves a wreath for me with weeds, I will like it very much. So, Bai likes wreaths woven with weeds? Thinking of this, Ninkai recalled Bai's past experiences in Yang Ming's shop. It seems that she is indeed very frugal, and she is not as extravagant as other girls. She did not go out shopping during holidays, but just worked hard to improve herself. She is really very virtuous. So that's it. Feeling that he had found the answer he wanted, Ninkai did not continue to ask, and the scene suddenly became deserted. And Ninkai? He quietly walked to other places, searching for weeds on the ground, preparing to weave a wreath. Chapter 752 I really didn't do that with Bai. Feeling that he had found the answer he wanted, Niji stopped asking questions and the scene suddenly became quiet. And what about Niji? He quietly walked to other places, searching for weeds on the ground, preparing to weave a wreath. Weeds are very easy to find, and they are everywhere on the ground, but when it comes to weaving a wreath, it is a job that requires dexterity and is not that simple. However, for the sake of his sweetheart, these things are nothing. There is a saying that nothing is difficult in the world if one is determined. Under the power of love, Niji gritted his teeth and used his least skilled method to entangle the weeds as thin as hair together, and weaved them little by little according to the shape of the wreath. God knows how difficult this is for a boy who has never done it before. However, every time Niji raised his head and looked at Bai's beautiful face, he suddenly felt infinite motivation in his heart and continued to work diligently and quickly. It took a while. Niji breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the woven wreath in his hand, and smiled with satisfaction. This wreath looked very simple, but in the middle, Ninkai carefully embedded a fresh flower in it, making it look more beautiful, and the pleasant fragrance of the flower was refreshing. At this moment, Bai was still immersed in his own world. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly felt someone behind him holding him, and his head suddenly pressed against his face. Suddenly, Bai froze. Bai suddenly woke up, and said with a trembling voice. Ninkai, what are you going to do? Ninkai gently put the wreath in his hand on Bai's head. With the help of the reflection of the river, Bai could clearly see that the blooming flower in the middle was very brilliant. Ninkai took a deep breath, and the fragrance of Bai's body suddenly came to his nose, making him unable to help but hold Bai's arm a little tighter. Seeing this, a trace of cold sweat dripped from Bai's forehead. This situation. Could it be that? Thinking of that terrible scene, Bai couldn't bear to watch it, and began to struggle. Unfortunately, Ninkai's strength has now reached the level of an elite jonin. No matter how much Bai struggles, it is useless, and it only arouses Ninkai's restless heart. Ninkai said in an affectionate tone, close to Bai's ear, exhaling a warm and sticky breath. Bai, do you still remember the martial arts competition held by boss Yang Ming to recruit a bride? That time I defeated countless competitors, and finally defeated Kankuro, and finally won the first place. Logically speaking, you are my bride. Hearing this, Bai was embarrassed, and it was almost written on his face. Can you please not bring up this topic? That's boss Yang Ming's fault. Niji hugged Bai's arm, unconsciously tightening it. Bai could clearly feel that Niji's temperature from his back was getting higher and higher, and Niji's breathing was getting more and more rapid. Bai. I think. Without saying it, Bai knew what Niji was thinking just by looking at his appearance. This was the rhythm of using the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket. Bai suddenly shuddered all over, and didn't care about hurting Niji. A cold breath suddenly surged from his body, freezing Niji's arms. He struggled hard and fled from his arms. Bai, you. Seeing this, Niji felt so painful in his heart, as if his heart was pierced by a sharp thorn. Bai tidied up his messy clothes, his face and neck were red, and he ran out in panic. Ningji, I'm sorry, I can't do that with you. It's impossible for us. Impossible? Boom. Like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, Ningkai felt a bang in his head, and he felt sick all over. He stood there blankly, at a loss. Why? Why don't you accept me, Bai? Am I not even as good as Dinkai? At this moment, Ningkai fell into deep self-doubt. Bai didn't hear Ningkai's voice behind him, and ran out of the forest in a hurry and returned to where Yang Ming and his group were. When other employees saw Bai's ruddy face, rapid breathing, and running out in such a hurry, they thought of how Ningkai and Bai had been in the grove for such a long time before, and they couldn't help but start to imagine that the spear was still there, and he persisted for a long time. Damn! I didn't expect Ningkai to be so capable. This kid looks so honest at ordinary times, but he turned out to be this kind of person. Many employees looked at each other, as if they knew it all, and looked at Bai with a hint of amusement. However, when seeing that Ningkai had not come out of the grove for a long time, many employees couldn't help but start to imagine. Could it be that it's not Niji who is so capable, but Haku? Could it be that Niji has been squeezed dry to the point of being unable to stand up, waist, can't walk anymore? Or is Nisi already exhausted and lying on the ground? There were all kinds of different guesses until they saw Nisi walking out of the grove. Nisi looked dazed, like a zombie, stiffly raised his feet, and staggered forward. But in the eyes of the employees, the meaning was completely different. Look at Nisi's expression, it's obvious that he is too happy. Look at the stiff steps, it's obvious that he is too tired to walk. Look at the staggering steps again, damn, what actions and postures did they do? Rega teased, came up, put his arm around Nisi's neck, and said with a smile. Okay, kid, I didn't expect you to be so capable. What? Nisi was confused and at a loss, and had no idea what Rega was talking about. You kid are still pretending to be confused with me. Layab patted Ningkai's shoulder heavily, and he gritted his teeth in pain, and teased, we all saw you and Bai walked into the grove for so long, and Bai ran out with a ruddy face and messy clothes. Do you dare to say that you didn't do anything interesting? No. Ningkai denied it flatly. He also wanted to do something interesting. But Bai didn't give him this opportunity at all. Tisk tisk tisk. Seeing this, Leia had an expression of I know. And teased, I know. I know. You young people will always be impulsive, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about it. I really didn't have an impulse. Ningkai almost cried. Hey? If it's not an impulse, then it must be a long-planned plan. Leia looked at Ningkai with an expression of I am optimistic about you and smiled, okay, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Teach me one day, I also want to learn it. Hearing this, Ningkai didn't know what to say. Chapter 753 Grilled Fish. Just when Ningkai came back, Yang Ming was preparing to cook the gar. The most concise way to classify ingredients based on taste and nutrition is 4 legs are not as good as 2 legs, 2 legs are not as good as no legs. Fish tastes the best when selected in this way. The wisdom of the ancients has been passed down to this day, and it is not without reason that people always like to eat fresh food. Freshly caught fish is very different from frozen fish. Perhaps it is because fish are born in water, and water is agile. Fish swim in it all day long. How can a fish swimming around not taste good? Grilling should be the earliest method used by humans after mastering the cooking of ingredients, and it is also the most primitive way to make ingredients. Today, grilling has evolved into a method of enjoying grilling, and fish is no exception. Grilled fish is now the most lively gathering place for foodies on the street, and diners flock to it. It is the signature dish of food stalls second only to crayfish. But the skill of grilling is easy to get started but difficult to master. When most people mention grilling, does this picture come to their mind? Use a fork to pierce the fish meat and place it on the grill. If you think so, you are just too naive. Grilling is undoubtedly one of the best ways to cook a whole fish. Grilled whole fish tastes very delicious, and what's more wonderful is that it is also one of the easiest cooking methods. The unique dry and strong heat of grilling can make the surface color of the fish turn yellow, the taste becomes crisper, and the flavor is richer. If you use charcoal grilling, if the firewood used is the kind of old fragrant wood, it can also increase the flavor of the smoke. Of course, in the Death Forest where Yangming is located, apart from other things, there are sandalwoods with a history of hundreds of years everywhere, and the most important thing is that they are free. Yangming selected a sandalwood with a history of 500 years. This kind of sandalwood, which is used as a precious furniture material in wealthy families in modern society, can only be used as firewood to add flavor to grilled fish in Yang Ming's hands. As for the skill of grilling, it is easy to get started but difficult to master, because the most common problem when grilling fish on a grill is that the fish easily sticks to the grill. For beginners, it is best to use a special fish grilling net, so you don't have to worry about not being able to turn it over. In addition, even if the fish belly is stuffed with seasonings, you don't have to worry about the seasonings running out by clamping the whole fish with a fish grilling net. At the same time, the fish meat is very tender, so it is relatively difficult to control the heat. Generally speaking, it is better to grill fish directly from the high temperature zone, because the fish skin is less likely to stick to the hot surface, but if it is a big fish with thick meat, it should be grilled slowly at low temperature in the indirect heating zone until it is almost cooked, and then go to the high temperature zone to grill quickly at high temperature. The gar that Yang Ming is cooking now is just the type with thick meat. Yang Ming uses skillful movements to delicately scrape off the fish scales, then clean the internal organs of the fish and wash it from head to tail. Among them, pay special attention to the fish belly. Why? Because wild fish eat a variety of foods, their bodies are full of there may be parasites. You don't want to eat a centipede-sized parasite in your mouth, do you? Generally speaking, these parasites are mostly hidden in the fish's belly. You can tell by looking for any bulges floating on its belly. Before grilling, one of the most easily overlooked issues is to carefully clean the grill. This is important for all barbecues, especially for fish. Fish meat is very tender, and it will be easier to tear if it sticks to the grill. Dirty grills are more likely to stick. Cold fish is more likely to condense, and fish with wet surfaces are more likely to stick. So Yang Ming put the gar at room temperature, patted the surface carefully with paper, then seasoned the inside and outside of the fish with salt and black pepper, and then smeared the whole body with oil, which can also prevent sticking. The flames rose. After the grilling temperature stabilized, Yang Ming cut a few diagonal cuts on the fish, and then put the fish into the grill. If you don't use a fish net, you can keep the fish and the grill at 45 degrees, so that the grill marks will be more beautiful and it is easier to flip the fish. At the same time, Yang Ming put the fish back facing the hottest area of the grill, because the fish back is thicker, so it needs higher heat. After reading this, do you think that the grilling technique is so simple? If so, it means that you have not tried real barbecue, and at most you have eaten simplified barbecue in a buffet restaurant. When grilling, when to turn the fish over requires experience, and more importantly, unique vision and skills. In general, you can wait until the tail has turned yellow before turning it over. If you use a grilling net, you can turn it over directly. If you don't use a grilling net, many people will use a spatula to turn it over, but you must insert the spatula under the fish body. When you find that the fish is still stuck to the grill, it is too late, the fish skin has been broken, and some people use food clips, which is also a bit rough. Yang Ming has a very useful method that can perfectly avoid these defects. Yang Ming uses a meat fork to turn the fish over. Insert the meat fork under the grill and then try to lift the fish from the bottom. If the fish is a little sticky, try again after a while. If it is not sticky, it will be easy to lift up. If the fish and the grill are well prepared in advance, it will generally not stick. After confirming that it can be turned over, Yang Ming uses a meat fork to turn it over, and then slowly puts it down. After turning it over, you can wait for the fish to be baked. Unfortunately, Yang Ming did not have a quick read thermometer on hand, otherwise he could insert it into the thickest part of the fish to confirm. If it reaches 57 degrees Celsius, it means that the inside is cooked. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. According to Yang Ming's past experience, just insert a chopstick into the thickest part of the fish. If it can't be inserted, it will only be found that the surface of the grilled fish has turned yellow and crispy, which means that the inside is not cooked yet, so continue to grill the fish. After some debugging, once the chopsticks can be inserted into the thickest part of the fish, it means that the grilled fish is completely cooked. Along with the rising smoke, the unique sandalwood fragrance of sandalwood, mixed with the smoke, mixed with the delicious taste of fish, slowly diffused. Just taking a breath, you will feel the joy from the bottom of your heart. Before serving the last dish, Yang Ming placed the grilled fish on a large banana leaf to cool it down. Then, Yang Ming picked fruits from other employees, squeezed them with his hands, and let the juice inside splash out, dripping on the grilled fish little by little, making a slight snapping sound. At this time, the dishes can basically be served. Of course, due to obsessive-compulsive disorder, Yang Ming dealt with the fish head and tail before letting everyone taste it. Chapter 754 Tasting Grilled Fish. Just taking a breath, you will feel the joy from the bottom of your heart. Before serving the last dish, Yang Ming placed the grilled fish on a large banana leaf to cool it down. Then, Yang Ming picked fruits from other employees, squeezed them with his hands, and let the juice inside splash out, dripping on the grilled fish little by little, making a slight snapping sound. At this time, the dishes can basically be served. Of course, due to his obsessive-compulsive disorder, Yang Ming only served the fish to the public after removing the fish head and tail. Watching a live gar being roasted into a crispy roasted fish, the enjoyment of this process is self-evident and makes people feel happy physically and mentally. Kimimaro stood in line, holding a banana leaf in his hand, and got a portion of the roasted fish from boss Yang Ming. He immediately ran to a big tung tree with joy. Seeing Kimimaro get the most delicious part of the fish belly, Jiraiya licked his face and walked up to him and said, "Kimimaro, how about I exchange it with you? I heard that eating fish belly can easily make you fat. Young people as handsome as you should not eat so much. I have never seen such a shameless person." Kimimaro rolled his eyes when he saw Jiraiya eating the roasted fish until only the bones were left. He is not a dog, so he doesn't want to gnaw on bones. So, Kimimaro said simply, "No. If you want to exchange, go find someone else." This. Looking at the delicious fish belly in front of him, Jiraiya suddenly became anxious and took out the latest version of Intimate Paradise from his arms. "How about I exchange this Intimate Paradise with my autograph? I'm not bragging, my Intimate Paradise hasn't been released yet, but it's a hot commodity outside, plus it has my autograph, it's very valuable." Kimimaro silently opened the Intimate Paradise and glanced at the catalogue. Opposite sex is only for reproduction, same sex is true love. I'm wearing women's clothes to seduce the boss. I'm the personal master of beautiful women. Seeing so many weird catalogues, Kimimaro met Jiraiya's inquiring eyes, silently closed the book, and returned it to the other party. "Sorry, I'm not interested in this book." "What?" Jiraiya was hit hard. Seeing that Kimimaro refused to eat, Jiraiya had no choice but to shake his head and go to other places. Without Jiraiya's disturbance, Kimimaro leaned against a big banyan tree. As the breeze blew, the green grass swayed in various shapes. Kimimaro looked at the blue sky and white clouds, green water and green mountains in the distance. In the quiet and peaceful environment, tasting a piece of grilled fish was a special experience. In the past, Kimimaro was not a foodie, but since he came to Yang Ming's shop, he has been fascinated by food. Kimimaro looked down and saw that on the emerald green banana leaves washed with clean water, the grilled fish, whose skin was slightly burnt, red and hot, was lying quietly on it. The wisps of fragrance drifting away with the wind were charming, stirring people's inner desire. Gurgle. Kimimaro swallowed a mouthful of saliva silently. The outside of this layer of grilled fish is a crispy fish skin. After Yang Ming poured a layer of juice on it, it was mixed with a sweet and delicious aroma. Junmaro took a bite. It was crispy when it entered the mouth, accompanied by a click. The aroma of barbecue, the fragrance of juice, and the woody fragrance of sandalwood immediately hit his nose. At the same time, the slippery fish meat inside was swallowed along the fish skin. The crispy fish meat on the outside and tender fish meat on the inside was not dry at all, but smooth and tender. Whoever tasted it would definitely not be able to resist eating a second bite. Delicious. So delicious. Junmaru's eyes lit up. No matter how many times he had eaten grilled fish, he couldn't let go of the taste of this fish meat. Holding the soft white fish meat in his mouth, Junmaru couldn't help but moan. The fish meat was rich in roasted aroma, accompanied by the taste of juice, and the taste was deep and fragrant in aftertaste, just like the 9-bend yellow river from the sky, and like the 18 bends of the mountain road here. After eating it, there is a refreshing feeling. In particular, gar is different from ordinary fish. It has a lot of fish fat, which is mixed between the fish skin and the fish meat. It is soft and tempting in the mouth, and has a unique flavor that is unforgettable. Life is fleeting for decades, and being able to eat, drink and sleep is a blessing. While enjoying the grace of nature, watching the shop employees laughing and playing, isn't it a great pleasure in life? Kimimaro looked up at the sky, watching the clouds roll and unroll. Being a wild man in the mountains, tasting the food cooked by boss Yang Ming, is really an ultimate enjoyment, which makes people indulge in it and can't help but be unable to extricate themselves. Thinking of this, Kimimaro was hungry again. Kimimaru didn't care about the dirt and heat, grabbed the grilled fish with his hands, stuffed it into his mouth, and ate it whole. The dry and hot grilled fish suddenly turned into a red fire flavor. The fish meat with a light fruity aroma was very tempting. The smooth and tender fish meat was sandwiched with fish paste that melted in the mouth. It was really delicious. In the middle, the fish meat was covered with a layer of juice. As the teeth slowly chewed it, it felt particularly soft and smooth, as if a piece of silk was wrapped around the tip of the tongue. With the light taste of juice, there was a taste of happiness in the mouth. While many employees were eating happily, Yang Ming also used the tools at hand to squeeze the remaining fruits into sweet and delicious juice and spread it on the sandwiches that had been prepared long ago. The sandwiches were prepared before Yang Ming set off for the spring outing, in order to avoid not eating enough on the road. When the sandwich with juice entered his mouth, Yang Ming immediately felt a fragrant and tempting fruit taste, sweet and soft taste, just the right taste. The perfect sandwich can withstand the picky of all kinds of tastes. When you take off the outer layer, you can see that the sandwich is filled with ham, which is nutritious and appetizing. While tasting it, Yang Ming couldn't help but think greedily that if it were paired with a cup of strong coffee at this time, the mellow and rich taste, charming color, and rich coffee aroma would definitely make people feel relaxed and happy. Unfortunately, it's not available now, which is really a pity. Unlike many employees, Ninkai and Dinkai have no appetite at all. The two of them are also brothers in distress. They originally thought that they had been chasing by for so long and it would bear fruit, but who knew, what an unspeakable tragedy. At this time, the two rivals, Ninkai and Dinkai, looked at each other. Ninkai, Dinkai, you are so miserable, you are just a quick shooter in less than 3 seconds. Dinkai, Ninkai, how does it feel to be squeezed dry? The two looked at each other, and suddenly there were 10,000 creatures named Grass and Nima running in their hearts. Chapter 755 Deodara's Day as an Urban Management Officer. On this day, the sky was clear, the wind was gentle, and there were no clouds in the sky. As the time of the world's first martial arts competition held by Yang Ming was getting closer, more and more people came to the food capital. After a day of rest, Deodara, as the captain of the urban management team, obviously felt a lot of pressure. Deodara stood on a clay bird and looked down from the sky. The food capital, which originally seemed sparsely populated, has now become a real bustling scene. Tourists from all over the world come in droves to see the martial arts competition, making the whole city very lively. People walk on the street shoulder to shoulder, and cheer for the strange shops on both sides of the street from time to time. What a fuss! What's so interesting about these buildings? I feel like vomiting when I see them every day. Deodara folded his hands in front of his chest and showed a disdainful look to those tourists who were like country bumpkins entering the city. Deodara forgot that when he first came to the food capital, he also showed an incredible expression like these people. It's so boring, flying around in the sky every day, when will this day end? Just when Deodara was bored. Boom! At the northwest corner of the food capital, there was a sudden explosion, and the smoke and dust was more than 10 meters high. Seeing this, Deodara's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that something has happened. Deodara is really a guy who is afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Facing this situation, he not only did not feel troubled, but was eager to try. I just hope that the troublemaker will not make me feel too boring. With Deodara's mind control, the clay bird under his feet carried him away in the wind at a very fast speed. The people below who didn't know what was going on saw it and immediately exclaimed. There was a child who looked only 3 or 4 years old, held by a young mother. The child was holding a candied horse in his hand. He looked at Deodara flying over his head with astonishment, and immediately danced with joy, pointing at Deodara's back and shouting. Mom, Mom, look, someone is flying in the sky. The young mother holding him was in a panic, trying to prevent the child from falling, and hurriedly said, Yes, yes, that person is flying. Suddenly, the child looked at Deodara's back as he went away, his eyes full of longing and expectation. Mom, Mom, can I fly in the sky in the future? For this kind of question, the young mother didn't know how to answer. She was silent for a while. When she saw the child's eyes shining with longing, she sighed in her heart. She couldn't bear to tell him the cruelty of reality, so she had to lie with a smile. Yes, yes. As long as you are obedient, you can become that kind of person in the future. Mom, Mom. The child looked puzzled, turned his head, sucked his little finger, and asked, But what does this have to do with listening to Mom? The young mother looked embarrassed, Deidara didn't know that his behavior of flying in the air not only left an indelible shadow in a person's heart, but he just flew towards the direction of the explosion with pure excitement. In the thick grey smoke, as the distance kept getting closer, Deidara heard the sound of weapons touching each other, and the crisp sound of clanging kept coming. So, in the surprised eyes of the two fighting men, Deidara suddenly descended from the sky and shouted, "Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in the food capital?" The two fighting men were both ordinary Chunin, belonging to different ninja villages, but they had a grudge when they were on a mission in the past, so they fought as soon as they met. Few ninjas can fly in the sky, even among ninjas, so these two ordinary Chunin seemed a little surprised. But when they saw Deidara's obviously very young face, the two ninjas who had accidentally fought laughed. "Hey, where did this brat come from? When I was doing my first mission, you were nowhere to be found. Stinky brat, don't mind your own business. I have a grudge against the guy on the other side. If you dare to interfere, I'll kill you." Although Deidara is already an S-rank rebel, not everyone knows him. The realms that these two ordinary Chunins usually come into contact with are limited, and it is even more impossible for them to recognize who Deidara is. Moreover, these two ordinary Chunins are still like this in middle age. It is conceivable that they are at the bottom of the food chain in their own ninja village. Haha. Looking at the two offenders talking shamelessly, Deidara sneered, "It seems that I have to give you a taste of pain before you know how powerful I am." But who would have thought that Deidara's words not only had no effect, but also attracted the laughter of the two ninjas on the opposite side. "Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death, who the hell do you think you are? When I was killing people, you didn't even know where to wear open crotch pants. There is nothing to say about this frog in the well." The two ordinary Chunins only felt a gust of wind blowing, and two clay spider bombs suddenly shot out from Deidara's sleeves. With the wind, they exploded with a bang, and easily blew the two idiots unconscious. Deidara clapped his hands and pouted. "How boring! Where did these two idiots roll out of the mountains? They are so stupid. I thought I could stretch my muscles, but I didn't expect that these two fell down before I warmed up. It's really boring." With that, Deidara pulled the two guys onto the clay bird, preparing to hang them upside down at the gate of the city for all the tourists to see. After Deidara left, ordinary people who had taken refuge nearby came out in a swarm, looking at Deidara's back with admiration. A curious tourist pointed at Deidara who was going away and asked, "Who is this guy? He's so powerful. He subdued the two ninjas just now in one go." Diners who were familiar with the employees of Yang Ming's shop were proud of it, and proudly puffed up their chests and said, "Deidara is the captain of the city management team of Yang Ming's shop. Is it the legendary Yang Ming's shop? No wonder. No wonder." The tourist who asked the question was amazed. "I think, with such powerful employees, the boss Yang Ming in the legend must be even more powerful." "Of course." A villager from Konoha village said proudly, "Boss Yang Ming is a big signboard of our village. You may not know the Hokage, but you must know Boss Yang Ming." Amidst the exclamations, Deidara left without revealing his achievements, but he didn't know that his name was becoming more and more legendary among the crowd. Chapter 756, Old-Style Pickled Cabbage Noodles. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Deidara now realized that being an urban management officer was not so easy, especially when there were too many people in the food capital, and he almost broke his legs. What about the quarrels between the aunts and uncles who needed him to come and act as a peacemaker, two men who saw a beautiful woman on the street and wanted to molest her and needed him to teach her a lesson, and even an old lady who wanted to cross the road actually needed his help? It was really weird. He was a firefighter, and wherever there was a disaster, there was his figure. After working all morning, Deidara finally had time to take a breath, lying in the shade of the skyscraper, holding a bowl in his hand, which contained a bowl of old-style pickled cabbage noodles, authentic taste, authentic noodles, exuding a sour fragrance. This bowl of old-style pickled cabbage noodles was made by Yang Ming for fun when he was bored. Originally, Yang Ming missed his hometown and made it with fresh pickled cabbage and hair-like long whisker noodles. Unexpectedly, it became a delicacy that Deidara often liked to eat. Of course, after being busy for a long time, the human body will sweat a lot, and the mouth will be dry and the appetite will be poor. At this time, ordinary food is difficult to impress people. Only spicy or sour things can go with the meal. It happened that Yang Ming made this old-style pickled cabbage noodles with 18 processes. The pickled cabbage he brewed himself was very good. He picked up large pieces and mixed them with red dried chilies. The originally clear soup noodles became turbid with a sour and spicy taste. Just smelling it, the wine would feel sincere joy and hunger. Deidara held this bowl of old-style pickled cabbage noodles, took a deep breath, and exhaled happily. Ha! That's the taste, very refreshing. No matter how many times I smell it, this sour aroma is really addictive. I will never get tired of it. It is really great. Thinking that there was nothing to do now and no one around was competing with him for food, Deidara leaned against the wall, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and picked up a column of dragon beard noodles from the cover of pickled cabbage. Dragon beard noodles, as the name suggests, are as thin and long as a beard. The wheat yellow and flexible noodles seem to break with a pinch, but they have a toughness that ordinary people can hardly imagine. They come with a wisp of pleasant fragrance, making people drool. I'm welcome. Ah! Deidara opened his mouth and ate it with a slurp, making a slurping sound. Dragon beard noodles are not as elastic as ramen, but very soft. They break with a light bite, and they taste unique. So delicious. Deidara was also hungry, so he ate very quickly. After a while, he saw that the bowl of old-style pickled cabbage noodles was almost finished. At this moment, a stray cat followed the tempting aroma in the air and walked towards Deidara with a dazed look. Although it was called a stray cat, it actually looked fat. You could tell at a glance that it had been pampered at home for a long time. This cat obviously didn't exercise much, and now it walked very fast. The body was swaying, and it looked tired. However, when the cat saw the source of the fragrance was right in front of it, a gleam of light flashed in its eyes, revealing a deep desire. Meow. Facing the tempting food, the cat used its unique skills in its old master's house, that is, to act like a spoiled child. The sound of meowing. Confused. At a loss. For this fat cat, it never thought that the past means of acting cute to the old master would fail, and it also aroused the other party's resentment. Feeling the malice from Deidara, his words were obviously not just to scare the cat, but would be serious. In an instant, the fat cat was scared. But at the same time, it was too hungry and too tired. Its fat body caused too much burden to it. It was lost for a whole morning without eating. It was dizzy with hunger. If its stomach kept growling, if it was allowed to continue like this, it would starve to death. In order to survive, the fat cat overcame the fear in his heart and approached Deidara little by little. Seeing that Deidara did not show any expression, the fat cat suddenly became bold, took a big step, came to Deidara's legs, and used the second way of acting cute, entangled legs. The fat cat rubbed Deidara's legs with its furry little head, and from time to time, it stretched out its scarlet little tongue and licked Deidara's shoes, looking like it was trying to please its master. If it were a girl, she would have picked up the cat with heartache and coaxed it with kind words. Unfortunately, Deidara didn't buy it at all. Deidara just felt that this cat who didn't know where it came from was so annoying. It meowed again, and now it came to rub his legs and lick his shoes. Don't you know that your saliva is dirty? Deidara raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, Go away, don't bother me, I still want to eat noodles. As he said that, Deidara raised his legs, indicating to the cat that if he provoked him again, he would not be polite and would kick it away with one leg. Seeing this, the fat cat was confused at first, and then got angry. This fat cat has been spoiled by its old master like a baby since it was a child. It eats delicacies from the mountains and the sea, sleeps on silk and satin. In daily life, it is taken care of by a cute girl who speaks softly and wants to dedicate all the beauty in the world to it. But now, I am so polite to you, but you don't give me face. Are you going to rebel? The fat cat's eyes showed a gleam of light. With anger in his chest, he didn't know where the strength came from. His body suddenly sank, and his forelegs kicked violently. His body shot out like a sharp arrow and flew out suddenly. Deidara ignored the cat, but unexpectedly, a black shadow flashed in front of him and threw the noodles in his hand out. Bang! Snap! The bowl broke into pieces, and the noodles, pickled cabbage, and soup inside were scattered all over the floor, making a mess on the ground. The fat cat that had just been flattering him with its head bowed and its eyes turned out to be humane, as if it was saying to Deidara, You deserve it if you don't drink my toast. Chapter 757 The Cat of the Daimyo's Wife. Deidara had ignored the cat, but unexpectedly, a black shadow flashed past him and threw the noodles in his hand out. Bang! Snap! The bowl broke into pieces, and the noodles, pickled cabbage, and soup inside were scattered all over the floor, making a mess. The fat cat that had just been flattering him with its head bowed and its eyes turned out to be humane, as if it was saying to Deidara, "You deserve it if you don't drink my toast." Then, the fat cat took a bite of the pickled cabbage on the ground, and a sour and refreshing taste suddenly surged into his heart. This was a taste he had never tasted before. This fat cat usually eats countless delicacies from the mountains and the sea, but has never eaten such a sour and refreshing delicacy. What a pity! Before the fat cat was surprised for 3 seconds, it felt a strong force coming from behind, and it was lifted up fiercely. Meow! The fat cat was stunned, and looked back, only to see Deidara looking at it angrily, with a terrible murderous aura, emitting waves of momentum that stung the skin nerves, making the fat cat feel unwell, and trembling violently, as if seeing some terrifying creature. At this moment, the fat cat finally realized that he had kicked against an iron plate. Damn! Stinky! Cat! With a heart full of anger, Deidara used his hands to change his methods and kneaded the fat cat fiercely. In its frustrated and terrified eyes, he kneaded its face into various shapes. Meow meow! The fat cat looked up at the sky helplessly, making tear-jerking meows. This voice that could win the sympathy of the girl not only did not make Deidara stop holding his hand, but also aroused his dissatisfaction in his heart. Call you ahead. Deidara kneaded the fat cat heavily and said hatefully, "Do you know that I worked all morning today and only had a short time to rest, and you actually came to disturb me and destroyed the employee meal that Boss Yang Ming cooked for me? Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Meow! The fat cat looked innocent and made a sound as thin as a mosquito. Just when the fat cat was in despair, a chubby woman rushed over here with an anxious look on her face. She was wearing a gorgeous purple long skirt with gold inlaid on the edge of the skirt, a cat's eye pendant as big as a finger hanging on her earlobe, and her 2 fat and bloated hands were not idle either. Each finger was wearing a gem ring of different colors. Before she arrived, a tyrant wind came first. What was even more surprising was that this woman was surprisingly fat, and she was as strong as a tiger. She walked with great vigor, bringing with her a burst of high-end perfume. This woman had a big face. If she was placed in a crowd, she would be the kind of passerby face that could not be recognized, but she was heavily made up, with thick purple eyeshadow, bright red lipstick on her lips, and thick powder on her face. She looked like a female ghost, even more than a person. The moment he saw this woman, Deidara instantly lost his appetite. And this woman is the owner of this fat cat. This woman is the wife of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. When the daimyo's wife saw her beloved cat in Deidara's hands, and her face was constantly kneaded, she felt her heart broken. "My little baby!" A heart-wrenching voice came, and those who didn't know thought that Deidara had killed her husband. Like a dinosaur stepping in, the daimyo's wife came to Deidara fiercely, and without saying anything, she rudely took the fat cat back from his hands, held it heavily in her arms, and squeezed the fat cat fiercely with her papaya-like weapon, and said tenderly, "Little baby, do you know that I have been looking for you so hard?" Meow! The fat cat let out a painful whine, and his face was so purple from the crowd, and he tried hard to break free from the daimyo's wife's arms. Unexpectedly, this made the daimyo's wife hug it tighter, making it almost breathless. "My dear, I won't let you leave my side again. You are my little baby, and you will be mine forever. I will never let you go. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will always chase you back and keep you by my side forever." Meow! The fat cat felt bitter, but the fat cat couldn't say it. Looking at the humanized painful look on the fat cat's face, although Deidara hated it before, now he suddenly felt that this thing was quite pitiful, and actually had such a master. Deidara couldn't bear it, so he said, "Hey, I say, if you keep hugging like this dead stinky cat will be suffocated to death by you." Hearing the first half of Deidara's words, the fat cat originally showed a happy expression, thinking that this cat was lucky this time. But when the fat cat heard the second half of the words, he was shocked. If he couldn't roll his eyes, he would have rolled his eyes at Deidara to express his contempt. "What do you mean by a dead stinky cat? I am so handsome, loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when I see them. Just waving my hand on the road, there are cats and wild cats lining up to follow me to do shameful things. How dare you call me a dead stinky cat? Uncle Cat can tolerate it, but Aunt Cat can't. If it wasn't hugged by its old master, this fat cat would have unleashed its 9 yin meow claws and the power of the 18 palms of the meow god. We are not vegetarians, hum. Just when the fat cat was imagining how to teach Deidara a lesson, the daimyo's wife raised her eyebrows and looked at Deidara coldly, roaring like a lion. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Oh, I remember, you lowly person, you just used your hands to rub my baby's face, right? Oh, do you know that my baby is very precious, and she has to apply a mask made of pearls on her face every day? How dare you treat my baby like this, you lowly and poor guy? If you don't give me a hand today, I will let you know today that you can walk into the food capital upright, but I want you to leave here lying down. Deidara was confused. Did I provoke you? I just said one sentence. Deidara never thought that he was just speaking for this fat cat, but he was sprayed with a long string of words by the daimyo's wife like a machine gun. Seeing Deidara dressed simply and low-key, and looking like he was scared and speechless, the daimyo's wife became even more arrogant and said arrogantly. You, that's you, don't stand there. If you don't apologize to my little baby today, I will never let you go. Chapter 758, Don't Talk to Fools. Deidara never thought that he was just speaking for this fat cat, but the daimyo's wife sprayed a lot of words like a machine gun. Seeing Deidara dressed simply and low-key, and looking so scared that he couldn't speak, the daimyo's wife became even more arrogant and said in a domineering manner. You, that's you, don't stand there. If you don't apologize to my little baby today, I will never let you go. If a stray dog barks at you on the roadside, what would you do? Should you learn to bark back at it like a dog? Wouldn't that prove that you are also a dog? And if you beat up the stray dog for such a small matter, you might be able to vent your anger. However, even if Deidara wanted to beat up the daimyo's wife, it was impossible. Because Deidara is the captain of the urban management team of the food capital. His mission and task is to protect the food capital and maintain order here. How can he hit someone? So, facing the ridiculous threat of the daimyo's wife, Deidara just turned around. Seeing that Deidara was about to leave without saying a word, the daimyo's wife was not happy. The daimyo's wife put one hand on her waist and rushed up unreasonably, trying to catch Deidara and prevent him from leaving. Unfortunately, with her 200-pound weight, she was no match for Deidara. In the blink of an eye, she could only watch Deidara walk further and further away, raising a cloud of dust, which made her inhale a mouthful of ash. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. The daimyo's wife ate the ash along the way, her face was in embarrassment, she coughed heavily a few times, her face turned red, and she stamped her feet in anger, pointing at Deidara's back like a shrew, and cursed. You uneducated civilian, I will remember you, I will go to the employees of Yang Ming's shop to report you, and let the employees of Yang Ming's shop deal with you. Having said that, the wife of the Daming family immediately gained confidence, and walked towards the skyscraper not far away with a heroic and high-spirited manner. This skyscraper is like a sharp sword piercing the sky, piercing straight into the sky, with exquisite appearance and decoration, which is many times higher than the current world average. The fat figure of the wife of the Daming family stood in front of the skyscraper. Her originally tall figure seemed so small here, like an ant. The wife of the Daming family hugged the fat cat, and gently stroked its smooth and soft hair with her hands, and said in a mushy way. My little darling, I will find someone to avenge you. When she came to the door, the glass door opened automatically. What came into view was a reception hall with a petal-shaped chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The bright light fell on the ground, illuminating the whole room. On the ground, there was a red carpet, which ended at a counter. A young man in a suit and tie, with a handsome face, stood up respectfully when he saw the daimyo's wife coming in. Kimimaro said enthusiastically, Welcome, are you here for accommodation or entertainment? Hearing Kimimaro's passionate voice, and seeing Kimimaro's handsome appearance, with a black suit, he looked even more handsome and mature. For a moment, the daimyo's wife felt a long-lost spring in her heart, as if she had returned to her teenage years and met the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, her eyes were tender and misty, and her face showed a shy look. Can you imagine how terrible it would be for a middle-aged ant with elephant legs, a bucket waist, a big face, thick foundation on her face, heavy eyeshadow, and bright red lips to show a shy expression? Damn! This is not just scary. This is thrilling. Anyway, for Kimimaro, he just felt his whole body tighten and goosebumps fell all over the floor. Kimimaro faced the piercing eyes of the daimyo's wife and said again. Excuse me, do you want to stay or have fun? After being reminded like this, the daimyo's wife came back to her senses, reluctantly retracted her gaze that wanted to caress Kimimaro, and put on another expression on her face, the elegance and grace of a noble lady. I am the daimyo's wife. Today I came to the food capital. Originally it is a happy thing, but on the way, there was actually a hateful robber who was rude to me. Oh, there is such a thing? So serious. When he heard the word robber, he dared to offend the wife of the daimyo. Kimimaro raised his eyebrows, feeling that the situation was serious. That's right. The daimyo's wife found someone to talk to, and she said as if the 3 rivers and 5 seas poured out. That robber is so hateful, he even made our little baby scream so miserable, scream so pitiful, it really broke my heart after seeing it. Kimimaro had no idea that the little baby in the other person's mouth was the cat, and thought that the child of the other person's family had an accident, and his face changed color. So, Kimimaro said righteously. Customer, don't worry, such a serious matter, as a small store employee, we will definitely help you to investigate it thoroughly and severely punish this evil man. Great, now my little baby can finally get revenge. As she spoke, the daimyo's wife burst into tears. Seeing this, Kimimaro's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her child was dead? This is terrible. Kimimaro walked up, with the breath of warm sunshine, gently patted the daimyo's wife on the back, and comforted her. Don't worry, we will definitely help you. Thank you, you are such a good person. The daimyo's wife said sadly. Kimimaro nodded, I will immediately call the captain of the urban management team who maintains order. As he spoke, Kimimaro stretched out his hand and said to a ring in his hand. Deidara, there is a tricky thing here, and you need to come to the first floor of the skyscraper. A voice that sounded very familiar to the daimyo's wife came from the ring. Okay. Yang Ming asked Pain to help make this ring. Because there are more employees now and the area under his jurisdiction is larger, it is not convenient to contact them at ordinary times, so these communication rings were specially made. This ring is based on the original contact method of the Akatsuki organization, but it is more convenient. This should be an illusion, right? Hearing Deidara's voice, the daimyo's wife murmured. What did you say just now? Kimimaro asked blankly. No. The daimyo's wife waved her hand. Since Deidara was nearby, the daimyo's wife did not need to wait any longer. As the door opened, Deidara entered the skyscraper and said. Kimimaro, what can I do for you? Before Deidara finished speaking, he saw the daimyo's wife's big face. Chapter 759 The Arrival of the Strong Man in the World of One Piece. This should be an illusion, right? Hearing Deidara's voice, the daimyo's wife murmured. What did you say just now? Kimimaro asked blankly. No. The daimyo's wife waved her hand. Since Deidara was nearby, the daimyo's wife didn't need to wait any longer. As the door opened, Deidara entered the skyscraper and said. Kimimaro, what's wrong with you? Before Deidara finished speaking, he saw the daimyo's wife's big face. You. Deidara and the daimyo's wife said almost in unison. Then, a trace of anger suddenly appeared on the daimyo's wife's face, and she roared like a lion in Hedong. Kimimaro, it's him, it's this rude guy, who made my little baby so miserable. Hey. Deidara said with empty eyes, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How did I make your little baby miserable? It was obviously you who did it. You quibble. The daimyo's wife was so angry that she was shaking. She was angry, but she was. After the daimyo's wife knew that Deidara was not a commoner but an employee of Yang Ming's shop, she no longer dared to boss Deidara around or insult him. Kimimaro was confused and bewildered. Deidara, what's going on? You didn't really do anything to the daimyo's wife's child. Since the daimyo's wife had always referred to the fat cat as the little baby, Kimimaro still didn't understand the situation. The daimyo's wife's child? The cat? Puff. Deidara almost spit out a mouthful of saliva. Ahem. Deidara took a breath, pointed at the fat cat in the daimyo's wife's arms, and said with a pained face, what do you think I will do to this dead stinky cat? You called me a stinky cat again. The fat cat showed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, and bared his teeth at Deidara, making a meowing sound. Seeing this, the daimyo's wife was shocked and stroked the fat cat repeatedly. Hey, little baby, don't be angry, I will love you well. Seeing this, Kimimaro finally realized that he had made a mistake, and he felt it hurts a lot. This. Kimimaro was speechless. Madam, this must be a misunderstanding, I think you need to communicate. The daimyo's wife looked at Kimimaro, then at Deidara, and her expression changed. She recalled that before coming to the food capital, the daimyo of the Land of Fire pulled her and said solemnly, "It is better to offend the Hokage than to offend Boss Yang Ming." Today, Yang Ming's shop is no longer the shop that was ordered around by the Hokage. Instead, it has many powerful employees and Boss Yang Ming with unpredictable abilities, and is well known in the ninja world. How could she bully the employees of Yang Ming's shop? Originally, the daimyo's wife was thinking about asking the employees of Yang Ming's shop to teach Deidara a lesson based on her status. But she never expected that she would make such a big mistake. It's so embarrassing. After a farce, the daimyo's wife glared at Deidara with hatred, and with a nervous look, she said something. "Remember this." Then, the daimyo's wife left the skyscraper and walked very quickly, never daring to find fault with Deidara again. Seeing that the daimyo's wife did not pursue the matter, Kimimaro did not say anything. "It's really inexplicable." Deidara shook his head, looking painful. Gurgle. Gurgle. At this moment, his stomach made a series of thunderous sounds, and Deidara couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It's all the fault of that damn stinky cat. It actually knocked over my old jar of pickled cabbage noodles, making me starving now. Forget it, I'll go to the boss to order employee meals." Deidara looked helpless, passed through the portal, and came to Yang Ming's shop. But when he came here, Deidara saw many unfamiliar faces in the shop. That's fine, after all, the shop often has many strange customers coming from afar. But what surprised Deidara was that these strange-looking people were dressed very differently from most people in the ninja world. Deidara had traveled all over the country for so many years and had never seen them dressed like this. What shocked Deidara even more was that he actually felt a sense of threat among these people. This is amazing. As a shadow-level strongman, Deidara is already at the top of the pyramid in this world, and few people can have this feeling about him. But now in the shop, there are at least 8 people who are completely stronger than Deidara. How can he not be shocked? I saw, in the field, a burly figure, like a little giant, with a hook-shaped white beard on his upper lip, with undisguised heroism in his every move, as if he was a natural leader, making people admire him. A red-haired man with 3 scars on his face was drinking and chatting with him. The 2 of them were the top 4 emperors in the One Piece world, Edward Whitebeard and Shanks Red Hair. In addition to them, there were the other 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and even the admirals and generals of the navy, all of whom came in person. And their arrival was the long-dormant system that helped Yang Ming improve the original portal, allowing the strong men in the One Piece world to come to the Naruto world. What surprised Deidara was that he clearly felt that the other employees seemed to know this group of strange strong men, as if he was the only one who didn't know them. This made Deidara depressed. Deidara hurried to Kisame's side. After all, the 2 of them came from the original Akatsuki organization, so their relationship was naturally stronger than others. "Kisame, who are those people? Why do I feel that they are so powerful and have a kind of power that can threaten me?" Kisame showed a mysterious smile on his face. Instead of answering directly, he asked, "Deidara, do you think there are other worlds besides our world?" This. Deidara is also a smart man. When he heard Kisame ask this, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. Could it be? Thinking of this possibility, even Deidara felt a tremor of excitement in his soul. Are they strong people from other worlds? Kisame nodded, yes. This is a big deal that only Boss Yang Ming can do. He actually let strong people from other worlds come to us. We are really inferior to him in such a broad mind and courage. Hearing this, Deidara rubbed his palms immediately. I don't know, can I compete with them? His explosive soul is already burning. Chapter 760 Mutton Soup Bun. Kisame nodded, right. This is something that only Boss Yang Ming can do. He actually asked other world masters to come to us. We are really inferior to such a broad-minded and courageous person. Hearing this, Deidara immediately he shook his palm. I wonder if I can compete with them. His explosive soul is already burning. Yang Ming's shop. In the kitchen. Due to the long dormant system, the previous portal has been upgraded. The strong men from the One Piece world have arrived. They have long been eager to taste the food cooked by Yang Ming again, making Yang Ming very busy now. And there is such a dish in the Manchuhan banquet that can satisfy the appetite of so many people. It's called water basin mutton. Everyone may be a little confused when they first hear it. Haven't you eaten it? But when it comes to mutton soup steamed bun, it suddenly becomes clear. Water basin mutton is named because it is cooked in a water basin. The origin is in the ancient Dali in Yang Ming's original world, and the water basin is called mutton soup steamed bun. It can be said that water basin mutton is another name for mutton soup steamed bun. The kind of steamed buns that you eat in Huimin Street, which are broken into pieces by yourself and then cooked by the chef, should be called boiled buns in a strict sense. Shuppan beef is one of the important staple foods of the local people. Compared with the delicacies from land and sea, the most memorable ones are those that can make you eat several pieces of steamed buns and still feel unsatisfied. These mutton steamed buns have simple names and fragrances that drift all over the streets and alleys. Every time these names are mentioned or these smells are smelled, the first thought in my mind is to rush home, grab a steamed bun in one hand and a piece of fat and tender mutton in the other hand, and eat them with it. Mutton steamed buns have been popular for a long time, inheriting a long history of thousands of years, and have been recorded in the Manchuhan banquet. They are made in a variety of flavors by strictly selecting the most delicious ways to make people eat. After learning, people can lose their manners at the dinner table. After all, their only purpose is to make people greedy. The homely method of cooking mutton soup with steamed bun is naturally not difficult. Buy mutton, chop it, blanch it, and stew it with spices until the mutton is tender. You can also stew the whole piece of mutton in the pot, which will make the mutton more tender, but it takes too long. Add some vermicelli, serve with steamed bun, and drizzle some spicy oil if you like it. The mutton soup made in this way is fresh, the mutton is crispy, and the vermicelli is tasty and refreshing. If you like peppercorns, put more of them, and the soup base will have a strong peppery aroma, which will make people sweat all over. If you like fennel, you can also put more of it, and the soup will be bright yellow, fragrant and sweet. At this time, Yang Ming held the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and put a piece of fat mutton on the nameless chopping board. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. The sword rose and fell, and a cold light was reflected, like a half-moon arc flashing by, and a clang sounded in the air. Then, the mutton was cut into neat cubes. The whole action was done in one go, without any drag. It can be seen that Yang Ming's advanced knife skills are very skilled, reaching the state of mind and knife, flowing like water. Yang Ming washed them and put them in a cold water pot, added cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, put them in a boiling water pot and boiled them, then took out the mutton and put it in an empty bowl. At the same time, Yang Ming took out a series of condiments, pepper, cinnamon, grass fruit, cardamom, fennel, ginger slices, star anise, and wrapped them with gauze. The ginger should be sliced in advance. Yang Ming cut 3 slices and put them in a gauze bag. Why use a gauze bag? Here is the deep wisdom of an experienced chef. Generally speaking, spices will rot during the cooking process. Wrapping spices with gauze and putting them in the pot to cook makes it convenient to serve mutton soup without spice impurities. When we eat mutton soup steamed buns outside, we can see that the soup in the bowl of mutton soup is turbid and mixed. It looks nothing special, but it has seriously affected the most simple taste of mutton itself and lost its authentic feeling. Then, Yang Ming took out the Wanbao purple sand pot, added enough water to the pot, put in the blanched mutton belly and spice bag, boiled it over high heat, turned to low heat and covered it with a lid to stew. Slow work makes fine work, and simmer the food over low heat. Wait for a while, and when the pot, even if covered with a lid, still emits wisps of fragrant smoke, a pure and unmixed taste is pleasant, refreshing, and makes people feel very refreshed, as if the body and the outside are filled with fragrance. Yang Ming immediately opened the lid, and then sprinkled in an appropriate amount of salt to complete the mutton soup. At the same time, Yang Ming started another pot, put in vermicelli, cooked it, and took it out and put it in a bowl. Yang Ming poured the mutton soup into the vermicelli, sprinkled with coriander and green onions, and then it was ready to be served. He sprinkled some garlic sprouts on it, which was lush and green, standing tall, with a new look that made people's eyes light up. Thanks to the butcher Luo, who relied on his ability to slaughter the slaughterhouse, Luo could easily pick out the fat and lean lamb belly according to Yang Ming's instructions, so this bowl of mutton soup had the aroma of oil but was not too greasy. Yang Ming was afraid that the diners would easily get angry, so he put more vermicelli and not a lot of chili. But the original flavor of the mutton soup, which was the color of curdled milk, was extremely fresh and fragrant. Once it was served, people could feel an attractive fragrance that attracted the diner's attention. When you meet something you like, make money to buy it. When you meet someone you like, keep her with your heart. When you see food you like, you must make it yourself and eat it. Taking everything you want is the secret to adult happiness. Seeing the food in front of them, the eyes of the powerful people in the One Piece world lit up. Wow! Edward Whitebeard drank the wine from the wine gourd. It's really exciting. I haven't eaten Yang Ming's cooking for a long time. That's right. Red-haired Shanks looked greedy. I haven't eaten it for nearly a year. It's really nostalgic. Navy hero Garp glanced at them and pouted, don't try to snatch it from me, or I'll get angry with him. As the most powerful swordsman in the One Piece world and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye my hawk has a mature and charming face, a hooked eagle nose, and a pair of blade-like eagle eyes flashing a strange color. Is this Yang Ming's cuisine, which is famous all over the sea? I didn't attend the auction that year because I had something else to do. I have always been curious about what is so special about it that can make the sea, whether it is pirates or the navy, or the world government, the Revolutionary Army, so enthusiastic about it. Thinking of this, Hawkeye my hawk sat upright with a serious expression on his face. According to the way Yang Ming taught him to eat, he picked up the steamed bun in one hand and the chopsticks in the other hand, and put the vermicelli and beef into the steamed bun. It was stuffed so full that the juice splashed and overflowed, and it was about to leak out. I'm starting. Chapter 761, Eating Steamed Buns in Various Ways. I didn't attend the auction that year because I had something else to do. I have always been curious about what is so special about it that can make the sea, whether it is pirates or the navy, or the world government, the Revolutionary Army, so enthusiastic about it. Thinking of this, Hawkeye my hawk sat upright with a serious expression on his face. According to the way Yang Ming taught him to eat, he picked up the steamed bun in one hand and the chopsticks in the other hand, and put the vermicelli and beef into the steamed bun. It was stuffed so full that the juice splashed and overflowed, almost leaking out. I'm starting. The characteristics of mutton steamed bun are heavy ingredients and strong flavor, rotten meat and thick soup, tempting aroma, endless aftertaste after eating, and the function of warming the stomach. As soon as it fell into his stomach, my hawk suddenly felt warm all over, and the tassel-like deliciousness wrapped around the tip of his tongue, which was a different taste. The ancients left a poem: Long cuisine has bear bacon, Chin cuisine has only sheep soup, which can describe my hawk's mood at this time. However, after all, it was his first time to eat it, and the way he ate it was not authentic enough. The authentic way to eat pao mo is to break the steamed bun with your hands first. The method of breaking the steamed bun is also very particular. Break the round cake-shaped steamed bun into 4 pieces horizontally and vertically, break each piece into 2 layers, and finally break each small piece into the size of soybeans. Then use the broken steamed bun to make pao mo. Only in this way can the pao mo be flavorful and delicious. The steamed bun that you break by yourself tastes delicious. According to different personal preferences, pao mo can also be made into 3 types, namely single wok, water siege, mouth soup and dry fishing. The single wok style eats the steamed bun and soup separately, or soaks the steamed bun in the soup before eating. As the name suggests, the other 3 types are distinguished by the amount of soup. Pao mo is very particular about breaking. Pao mo is a special type of steamed bun, called ran ran mo. It is made of 2 liang, 9 parts of dead dough and 1 part of leavened dough, kneaded together and baked. If it is all dead dough, it tastes bad and is not easy to digest. If it is all leavened dough, it will not be able to be soaked. Some fake experts will say that the steamed bun should be like a bee head, the smaller the better, but this is not the case. As mentioned above, the size of the steamed bun is consistent with the cooking method. For dry pulling, soup, and water siege, the size of the steamed bun can be soybeans, peanuts, and broad beans. Yang Ming cooked mutton pao mo, and separated several different pao mo according to different ways of eating. One part of the pao mo is cooked quickly with mutton soup, and beef, mutton, vermicelli, chopped green onions, garlic sprouts, coriander, as well as black fungus, daylily, and dried tofu are added. My hawk learned little by little, crushed the pao mo, and followed the above procedure. Looking at such a big bowl of pao mo that he had broken by himself, the green scallions, garlic sprouts, coriander, reddish-brown beef and mutton, yellow daylilies, against the white and crystal vermicelli, dark black fungus, the fragrance was overflowing, and my hawk's appetite was immediately aroused. It is worth noting that the pao mo that Yang Ming brought was pao mo as the bottom, vermicelli covered in a net shape, and scallions, coriander, beef, and mutton were arranged in a fish shape on the top. Just like a divine song on the internet praising Pao Mo. Pao Mo in the sun is colorful, just like me who is getting fat, I am getting fat. What is right or wrong, your square face, do you still love me? The beautiful Pao Mo, although small, but 3 is too much, although it tastes good, but love is like Pao Mo, if you can eat more, what is sad? I should have known that Pao Mo, once you eat it, you will gain weight, just like 10 pounds of fat, it is torture. It is not anyone's fault, it is too much calories, the scale is lying to me. My hawk couldn't wait and ate it in one bite. A gleam of light flashed in my hawk's eyes. Compared with the simple way he ate it just now, the Pao Mo tasted more delicious now. I have never tasted this taste before. My hawk smacked his lips, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the ocean of delicious food. It's really wonderful. The mutton used by Yang Ming is goat meat, which has a unique taste. Because it is well processed, it does not have a strong smell. It is soft and has an excellent taste. It is fat but not greasy, and it immediately won my hawk's love. At the same time, the taste of Pao Mo is rich and endless. The appearance is bold and simple, but the interior is exquisite and complex. It is like leading my hawk into a double-story building to experience a different flavor. When Pao Mo is served, pay attention to eating it in small portions and avoid stirring it vigorously, so that the taste is consistent from beginning to end. Therefore, my hawk changed his usual habit of gulping down and began to chew slowly. Halfway through the meal, when my hawk felt a little greasy, he ate a sugar garlic, picked a little Lao Gan Ma chili sauce and mixed it in the steamed bun, then used mutton soup to clear his mouth, and then continued to eat, so as not to affect the taste. The taste of Pao Mo is very little oil, mainly the fragrance of the soup, and it is not greasy to eat. A mouthful of steamed bun and a mouthful of thick soup, the stomach feels warm and comfortable. While savoring the food, time does not seem to pass quickly. Only when you see the milky white mutton soup in the bowl gradually fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye, you suddenly realize that a long time has passed. The fragrance of green onion and coriander removes the fishy smell of mutton, but also constantly tempts people's inner desire. In addition to this part of eating, there is another way. Mo is a kind of white flour pancake. The surface of the pancake must be dead flour. When eating, break it into soybean-sized pieces and put it in a bowl, then put a certain amount of cooked meat and original soup in the bowl, and add chopped green onion, coriander, daylily, black fungus, cooking wine, vermicelli, salt, message, and other seasonings, and make it with a single spoon. There is also a way of eating called water siege, that is, boil it in a white soup, put the cooked steamed bun and meat in the center of the bowl, and surround it with soup. In this way, the clear soup is fresh, the meat is tender and fragrant, and the steamed bun is chewy and tasty. Yang Ming cooked this part of mutton steamed bun, which was directly presented in a big pot. In the center of the bowl is the steamed bun and meat like an island, surrounded by water. The milky white mutton is hot and exudes a lingering and tempting fragrance, mixed with the deliciousness of various spices, which will only make people more hungry. My hawk had just finished eating the steamed bun in his bowl, and he was still a little unsatisfied. At this time, when he saw Yang Ming take out this new steamed bun, his eyes suddenly lit up. However, since this is not a portion for each person, Whitebeard Edward and others have already taken the lead, and pairs of chopsticks have been the first to clash in mid-air. Whitebeard is worthy of being Whitebeard. He occupied half of the sky by himself to show his sovereignty. Red-haired Shanks did not give in. He inserted a pair of chopsticks into the sky and confronted Whitebeard's chopsticks. Seeing this, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. "Red-haired boy, what are you doing?" Red-haired Shanks was not afraid and said, "Nothing, I'm just eating my share." Not only them, but others also fought, but they did use chopsticks to fight for their share of Pao Mo. Seeing this, my hawk was confused. Chapter 762 So delicious. Seeing this, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. "Red-haired boy, what are you doing?" Red-haired Shanks was not afraid and said, "Nothing, I'm just eating my share." Not only them, but others also fought, but they did use chopsticks to fight for their share of Pao Mo. Seeing this, my hawk was confused. "You are the 4 emperors after all, how can you be so shameless? I must know a fake 4 emperors." However, my hawk was not slow at all. While others were scrambling for the food, he was like an eagle catching chicks in the sky. He found an opportunity and plunged his chopsticks into the pot, picking up some of the steamed buns into his bowl. A bowl of steaming mutton steamed bun appeared in front of him. Mihawk picked up a small dish of spicy sauce and poured it in. He stirred the milky white mutton soup with a spoon, and a layer of bright red chili oil immediately floated on it, which was particularly appetizing and exciting. Mihawk peeled a sweet garlic and put it in his mouth. He chewed it, and the sour, sweet, and spicy fragrance immediately filled his lips and teeth, and then scooped a spoonful of pearl-like white steamed bun cubes. Fragrant with salty, salty with fragrant. Too delicious. Mihawk looked satisfied, picked up a piece of bright red mutton, drank a mouthful of mutton soup, and savored it carefully. It was fresh and delicious, not greasy, but had a refreshing fragrance. If it was paired with green coriander and dark fungus, it would really make people feel heavenly and salivate. Gurgle gurgle. Mihawk drank a large bowl of soup in big mouthfuls, licked his lips, and had an endless aftertaste. Pow-mo has a long history and has been passed down for thousands of years. It is full of the wisdom of famous chefs of all generations, so it is so approachable and delicious. Yang Ming can be said to be standing on the shoulders of giants to make such delicious dishes. It is said that in the Tang dynasty, in order to quell the Anxi rebellion, the army came to Chang'an. They carried dry food with them, that is, it is the present tuochuo steamed bun. At that time, steamed bun was dry and hard, and it was not easy to eat, so they soaked it in mutton soup. Later, the people of Chang'an learned it, and gradually improved it, and finally evolved into the present mutton steamed bun. There is another legend. It is said that when Emperor Taizhu of Song dynasty, Zhao Guangyan, was not successful, he lived in poverty and wandered on the streets of Chang'an. One day, he only had 2 pieces of dry steamed buns on him. Because they were dry and hard, he couldn't swallow them. Coincidentally, there was a mutton shop on the roadside cooking mutton, so he went to beg for a bowl of mutton soup so that the steamed buns could be soaked before eating. The owner felt sorry for him and asked him to break the steamed buns into pieces and soak them with a spoonful of boiling mutton soup. Zhao Guangyan took the soaked steamed buns and ate them in big mouthfuls. He felt hot all over, sweat on his head, and his hunger and cold disappeared. 10 years later, in 960 AD, Zhao Guangyan became the founding emperor of the northern Song dynasty and was called Taizhu. During a tour of Chang'an, he passed by the mutton shop and smelled the aroma. He could not help but think of the scene of eating mutton soup and steamed buns 10 years ago, so he stopped the car and ordered the owner to make a bowl of mutton soup and steamed buns. The owner was panicked. The store did not sell steamed buns, so what should he use to soak the buns? He hurriedly asked his wife to bake a few pancakes immediately. When the pancakes were baked, the owner saw that they were not fermented and not well cooked. He was afraid that the emperor would get sick after eating them, so he had to break the steamed buns into pieces, pour mutton soup on them and boil them again, put a few large pieces of mutton on them, carefully prepare the seasonings, and then present them to the emperor. Zhao Guangyan praised it after eating it, and then ordered his entourage to give him 100 taels of silver. This matter spread like wildfire and spread throughout Chang'an. As a result, more and more people came to the store to eat mutton soup and steamed buns, forming a unique flavor food in Chang'an. Mihawk touched his slightly bulging belly, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. No wonder Red Hair and the others are so eager to eat Yang Ming's cooking. Such delicious food is rare in life. Mihawk looked at the bowl of mutton soup steamed bun in front of him again, as if looking at a perfect and outstanding work of art. The red chili oil floating on the soup, the red mutton, the emerald green coriander and chopped green onion, the crystal clear vermicelli, and the snow-white steamed bun are really pleasing to the eye. Looking at it, Mihawk seemed to see the mutton soup turned into the sea, the vermicelli was like layers of waves, the meat slices on the steamed bun were like small islands, and the emerald green onion was like lush trees dotted on the island. Mihawk's stomach had already gurgled. Looking at the tempting food, Mihawk was already salivating, and he was obviously hungry again. The taste is simply indescribable. Mihawk picked up the bowl and gobbled it up, unable to stop. A large bowl was quickly finished. Mihawk even ignored his image and drank up all the mutton soup. Ha! So comfortable. After eating, Mihawk leaned back in his chair, looking satisfied, smacking his lips, and continued to enjoy the aftertaste that was both light and strong. Seeing these people eating with relish, Deodara also became greedy. His employee meal just now was knocked over by that damn fat cat, so he is still hungry now. Deodara couldn't wait to walk into the kitchen and asked Yang Ming for a portion of mutton soup steamed bun. Deodara thought he could eat it as soon as it was served, but to his surprise, the authentic way to eat it required him to do it himself. He sighed in his heart, "It's so troublesome. You can't sit and wait to eat mutton soup steamed bun, you have to do it yourself." Just now he didn't feel anything when he was watching others eating from a distance, but now he was filled with emotion when he started eating. A plate of big steamed buns was served. After receiving the steamed buns, Deodara took a coarse porcelain bowl. This bowl was very large, and the southerners who used to use small fine porcelain bowls would be shocked when they saw it. The main thing about eating mutton soup steamed buns is to break the steamed buns. The finer the steamed buns are, the better, because the finer the steamed buns are, the more flavor can enter the steamed buns. Then Deodara began to break the steamed buns into soybean-sized pieces. After breaking the steamed buns, he sent the bowl to Yang Ming. After a while, Deodara's mutton soup steamed buns were ready. A few minutes later, the mutton soup steamed buns were served, with a fragrant aroma. A few slices of mutton floated on the soup, steaming hot, making people want to drink a mouthful of delicious soup and eat a piece of tender meat at a glance. Deodara couldn't help but drink a mouthful of soup. Although the color was very light, the taste was extremely delicious. The steamed bun rolled up and down with the stirring of the spoon. The steamed bun tasted a bit of mutton, and the mutton soup tasted a bit of steamed bun. The aroma was fragrant. If you look closely, you will find that there are milky yellow oil flowers floating in the bowl of mutton steamed bun, as well as fat and large meat slices and crystal clear and slender vermicelli, which makes people salivate. It's delicious. Deodara's eyes showed a strange color, and he tried a bite carefully. Suddenly, the taste exploded. The soup was hot and spicy. The meat was tender. The flavor was rich and fragrant. It was delicious and there was nothing to complain about. So, Deodara devoured the food in large chunks, finishing it all without leaving a drop. It was a real feast for the eyes and the mouth. Chapter 763, Hollow Noodles on the Tongue. Deodara's eyes showed a hint of strangeness, and he tried a bite carefully. Suddenly, the taste exploded. The soup was hot and spicy. The meat was tender. The flavor was rich and fragrant. It was so delicious that there was nothing to complain about, so, Deodara ate it up in big chunks, without leaving a drop, which was a feast for the eyes and the mouth. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yang Ming was preparing to cook a new dish called hollow noodles. Yes, it was the hollow noodles that appeared in the Tip of the Tongue series. Hollow noodles are thin, soft, and chewy. They are delicious and can be cooked for a long time without getting mushy. Because the noodles are hollow, they are called hollow noodles. They were famous in the Yuan dynasty more than 500 years ago and were offered to the royal family as tribute every year until the Qing dynasty. Therefore, it is also called tribute noodles, which is a very famous dish in the Manchuhan banquet. In the world of Xiaodejia, there is a special chef cooking competition. As the protagonist of that world, he once won with beef tendon noodles. The beef tendon noodles made by Xiaodejia were taken from hollow noodles, which is an innovation of dishes. Traditionally, the core skills of each craft are kept secret, and it is taboo to ask directly. So before, Yang Ming would also guess, is hollow noodles like blowing sugar figures, first wrap the sugar and then draw the two ends, so that the middle of the sugar thread is hollow? But sugar can condense instantly and noodles are easy to stick together, and the different materials make the production methods necessarily different. In fact, hollow noodles are made by adding high-quality flour, appropriate amount of oil and salt, and mixing them in a large wooden basin specially used for dough, kneading them into thin strips, inserting a small stick at both ends, and storing them for several hours. After the oil and salt are fully penetrated, they are hung on a 2-meter-high wooden rack and slowly pulled down with both hands. When they are pulled to a certain length, the noodles become hollow, and then they are allowed to fall naturally and sun-dried. After drying, the two ends are taken as hanging noodles, the thin middle part is like a hair, which is hollow. Take it off, cut it and package it to be hollow noodles. The craftsmanship of hollow noodles is very complicated, including mixing, kneading, weighting, rolling large strips, rolling small strips, hanging the noodles in the noodle trough, and hanging them on the rack. The hollowness appears when rolling large strips for the first time. The big strips are made by sprinkling the dough and rolling the dough into strips. In the past, the auxiliary flour was millet flour, but now it is corn flour. The ratio of coarse and fine flour is slightly different, which may be the core of the hollowness. After repeated stretching, the hollowness always exists. It is worth mentioning that the hollowness is not the traditional straight hollowness, but the spiral hollowness. Even if it is as thin as a hair, the dough is as thin as a needle tip. This is of course related to the ratio of water, flour, and salt. This is a great test of a chef's ability. In this process, whether it is the weather or the temperature, it is the key to directly determine the success or failure of this dish, and the chef needs to be very careful and delicate. There is a saying that dry noodles do not adjust salt, but hollow noodles are real salty noodles. The use of various tools such as clay pots, noodle troughs, hangers, noodle columns, the change of seasons, the dryness and humidity of the air, the timing of waking and drying noodles, etc., are the crystallization of the wisdom and practice of folk production and life for thousands of years, and cannot be learned at a glance. The handmade hollow noodles have 13 processes and 4 fermentations. Each noodle is stretched to 3 meters long and exposed to the sun for 17 hours. It has long been magically hollow, with a soft wheat flavor. The soup is not muddy, it is not sticky, and it is not easy to get mushy or break after long cooking. Since the hollow noodles take a long time to make, the hollow noodles in front of Yang Ming were made by him before. The hollow noodles are simple and a bit clumsy, but they are the source of deliciousness. Hollow noodles are different from ordinary noodles. There is a small hole in the middle of the noodles, which seems to breathe. So although the noodles are thin, they can absorb a lot of soup, are resistant to cooking and easy to taste, and are still transparent after cooking, which is much more refreshing and thorough than ordinary noodles. It uses stone ground flour and mud pool noodles. It is purely handmade and refined through more than a dozen traditional processes. It has an incomparable taste and nutrition of machine noodles. The hollow noodles are like silver threads, thin and hollow, and can be blown to breathe. They are very appetizing at first glance. Since the texture of hollow noodles is very good, they do not need to be cooked in a complicated way. The way to eat hollow noodles is different from that of ordinary dry noodles. When cooking, you need to add twice as much water as ordinary dry noodles. Take a small handful to cook a large bowl, and no oil, salt, or other condiments are needed after cooking. However, if it can be served with chicken soup or other condiments, the taste will be more delicious. For people with poor appetite or those who have just recovered from a long illness, it can stimulate appetite and strengthen the body. Therefore, Yang Ming added chicken soup to cook together. The noodles absorbed the essence of the soup and tasted fresh chicken flavor, rich and satisfying, and full of aftertaste. The noodles themselves are good enough and are delicious enough without special methods and ingredients. Cook in 1 minute and mix with gravy and soy sauce. It is worth noting that when cooking hollow noodles, you must use a wide pot of water to boil the noodles. Add a spoonful of salt and a little cooking oil to the water, and the noodles will be more chewy and less likely to clump. Just boil the noodles in boiling water for about a minute and a half, pick them up when they are 80% cooked, and rinse them with warm or cold water, otherwise the noodles will not be elastic enough. When Deidara and the others were waiting anxiously, the waiters came out of the kitchen with bowls of hot hollow noodles. The steaming, fragrant, smooth and soft hollow noodles, the white noodles, the slightly yellow sesame oil, the green coriander, and the chocolate-colored noodle soup after adding vinegar, the color alone makes people salivate. Smelling the wisps of the aroma of the noodles made everyone suddenly brighten up. What a nice smell! Boss, what kind of noodles are these? Deidara picked up a piece of noodles and saw that the noodles were hollow in the middle, which was very strange. He felt as if he was itching in his heart and was very curious. Yang Ming smiled and said, "The shape is the same as the face. This is hollow noodles. It looks great. It is completely different from the noodles I have eaten before. It has a charm that attracts me." Deidara sighed again and again, and he didn't care about going to work. With delicious food in front of him, how could he still have the mind to work? Thinking of this, Deidara opened his mouth and ate the noodles. Slurp! Slurp! A series of crisp sounds rang out, because Deidara used too much force, and even the juice splashed everywhere, falling on the table, condensing drops of yellow soup. As soon as he entered his mouth, Deidara was stunned and his eyes suddenly widened. This is so delicious. It's smooth, chewy, and refreshing. It's really hard to describe this deliciousness in words. The texture of the noodles is very special. Not only is it chewy, but it's also a bit magically springy. Just when Deidara was enjoying the meal, he suddenly realized that the bowl was already empty. He couldn't help but complain. "Oh my god, how come there is only such a small bowl? I finished it so quickly." Chapter 764 Transition. As soon as he put it in his mouth, Deodara was stunned and his eyes suddenly widened. This is so delicious. It's smooth, chewy, and refreshing. It's really hard to describe this deliciousness in words. The texture of the noodles is very special. Not only is it chewy, but it's also a bit magically springy. Just when Deodara was enjoying his meal, he suddenly realized that the bowl had already been emptied. He couldn't help but complain. Oh my god, how come there's only such a small bowl and it's finished so quickly? Deodara ate with relish, juice splashing and oil all over his mouth. Seeing this, Hanabi, the naughty child, was also childish and said nothing. She stretched out a finger as tender as a white onion, pointed at Deodara, and said with a smile, "Brother Deodara, did you drink sister juice? Why is your mouth full of water?" Boom! Deodara was originally immersed in the ocean of food. When he heard what Hanabi said, he was struck by lightning and felt unwell. Drinking girl juice? Full of water in the mouth? Dirty! Am I such a person? Deodara was confused. If it weren't for Hanabi's teasing look, Deodara would really hit Hanabi. Anyway, even if Deodara had the courage, he wouldn't dare to hit Hanabi, because she has the support of boss Yangming behind her. What a wicked Lolita boss! Deodara complained in his heart, but he tried his best to put on a self-satisfied smile, showing a row of flawless white teeth. Deodara tried his best to use a friendly tone and said, "Hanabi, what I'm eating is not girl juice, but chicken soup, don't get it confused." Hanabi's big eyes rolled in her eye sockets, and no one knew what trick she had come up with, and a cunning smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hanabi crossed her arms and looked very old-fashioned. "I don't believe it unless you show me evidence that you didn't drink girl juice." Puff. Damn it. What do you mean by evidence of not drinking girl juice? This is just like proving whether you are single or not. Deodara used to think that as long as he didn't provoke Hanabi, he could stay as far away from this little bad guy as possible. But now he found out that he was wrong, and very wrong. You can't use pure reason to reason with a bear kid. And the most important thing is that behind this bear kid, there is a great god like Boss Yangming as her backer, so Deodara can't scold or beat him, and he feels so frustrated that he wants to vomit blood. Hey! 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 Deodara secretly clenched his fists and told himself to take a deep breath and not get angry. Endure it. Deodara pulled open the stiff corners of his mouth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "My aunt, then tell me, what is the evidence of not drinking girl juice?" Hanabi pinched her waist with her two little hands, looking very old-fashioned, her black eyes turned straight, revealing a cunning expression. "It's very simple, just arch your buttocks and let the old man with white beard stab you with his big knife." Puff. Hearing this, Deodara was about to vomit 3 liters of blood. Your uncle. Think of him, Deodara, a powerful shadow-level warrior, with unparalleled explosive art, and was valued by Yangming and entrusted with an important task, giving him the honorary job of the captain of the urban management team. But now, what did he hear? A little lowly like Hanabi actually wanted him, Deodara, to arch his buttocks and give it to Edward Whitebeard? This is really outrageous. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. Veins popped up on Deodara's forehead, his breathing became heavier, and his chest rose and fell violently. Fortunately, Deodara and Hanabi's conversation was watched by a crowd, and he still had a little bit of rationality and did not do anything out of line. In the funny eyes of others, Deodara said with a sad face, "My aunt, where did I offend you today to let you do this to me?" Seeing this, Hanabi sniffed her nose, feeling that it was meaningless to bully Deodara like this. Her eyes rolled straight, and she turned her eyes to Edward Whitebeard, and immediately came up with a plan. Hanabi pointed at Whitebeard, raised her newly developed chest, and said in a pure voice in the blank eyes of Whitebeard, "Because, I am supported by this grandfather." Support? Support. Damn. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was shocked. Whitebeard Edward, as one of the 4 old emperors in the world of One Piece, is so famous that everyone stopped everything they were doing and focused their eyes on Whitebeard Edward, revealing a look of inquiry. Whitebeard was confused and at a loss. Whitebeard was originally just a bystander, quietly enjoying the food, but he never thought that there would be a sudden disaster in this day and age. He was dragged into the water in just a blink of an eye. He was immediately embarrassed and said, "Little brat, don't joke, how can I support you?" If it weren't for Yangming and the fact that Huahua was so young, Whitebeard really wanted to punch him. But Huahuo showed a hypocritical and shy expression on his face. Grandpa Whitebeard, you said that my chest feels good. Whitebeard. Feeling the sudden cold temperature in the air and the strange eyes of others, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Today is only my first day at Yang Ming's shop. This is the first time I've seen you. When did I touch you? Whitebeard was very mad. Unfortunately, before Whitebeard could explain anything, red-haired Shanks added insult to injury and said, Alas, I never thought that you are still strong and healthy. I admire you. I admire you. Charlotte Linling, the aunt who was at odds with Whitebeard, laughed 3 times and said, I can't believe you are so lustful, old man, that you can even touch such a young child. No wonder when you were seriously ill, even the nurses were beautiful women picked out of 10 miles. Tisk tisk tisk. It seems that it's not the old people who have become bad, but the bad guys who have become old. Many people from the One Piece world couldn't help but make a series of hee-hee-hee sounds, the meaning of which was really hard to understand, but it was extremely harsh to Whitebeard's ears. I really didn't. Faced with everyone's comments, Whitebeard was speechless. He felt that he was being made worse by the descriptions, such as the old cow eating tender grass, the strange grandfather and the young lowly had to tell the story, each one was well made, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. The expression on Whitebeard's face was blue and purple, as if he had changed his face, which was very weird. Seeing this, Deodara was relieved in his heart, and he really sympathized with Whitebeard's experience. These days, it's not scary to have strength, but it's scary to meet a bear child backed by a powerful person. Chapter 765 Challenge from the World of Food Wars. The long silent system not only opened the passage from the One Piece world to the Naruto, but also opened another door to food wars. However, unlike the place where those people in the One Piece world appeared, the people of Food Wars appeared in the food capital and provided them with accommodation. Shokyuchi no Soma is a place where gourmets compete. The famous chefs here have superb cooking skills. Every single one of them is a 5-star chef and is world-renowned. As a well-known gourmet, Irina Nakiri has good living habits. She never stays up late, does not smoke, drinks in small amounts, and does not kiss casually. In order to maintain her sensitive taste, she is 200% cautious about everything she eats, and knows to stop after tasting even the most delicious food. Of course, as a gourmet active on the front line, she has also eaten many dishes that induce vomiting, so brushing her teeth 3 times a day and carrying mouthwash with her is the most basic homework. Irina Nakiri temporarily lives in a skyscraper. She is the heroine of the Shokyuchi no Soma world, a world-renowned gourmet and chef, the granddaughter of the General Commander of Totsuki Academy, the 10th seat of the Totsuki 10 Elites Council, and a talented girl who graduated from the junior high school department of Totsuki Academy. She has an extraordinary tongue of taste, which can visualize the taste in her mind, so every time she makes a comment, it is very strange. She worked as a supervisor in a famous restaurant when she was young. One comment can influence the future of a restaurant. She has absolute confidence in her ability and judgment, and she is absolutely do not allow others to disobey. The room she lives in is on the 99th floor. The bedroom and the living room have floor-to-ceiling windows. Irina Nakiri likes the feeling of a wide view. As the most luxurious suite in the skyscraper, it is like being in a villa. It has 2 bedrooms with luxurious decoration and sunshine, an open-air balcony with beautiful scenery, a security system close to science fiction movies, and a spacious terrace and a small courtyard facing the beautiful scenery outside. Anyone who sees it can feel the spring flowers blooming. Living in a skyscraper is indeed convenient for travel, which is conducive to her rushing to Yang Ming's shop to feast when she gets information or has a big appetite. The soundproof windows installed cannot suppress her problem of hating confined spaces. In the world of food wars, it is a good thing for her to wake up from the sound of traffic horns in the morning. Occasionally, she will be awakened by the sharp sound of brakes and will lose her appetite for the whole day. Fortunately, the skyscraper is very quiet here, avoiding such things. This most luxurious suite is really good, deep, clear and quiet. Last night, she cut 2 slices of 36-month-old ham that was as moist as jade and ate olive oil snacks. A mouthful of Bordeaux dipped into her throat, and the salty and fresh meaty aroma of the ham and the thick tannins of the wine mixed into her heart. Then she fell asleep in a daze. The first night that Irina Nakiri came to the food capital, she fell asleep in a daze. She dreamed of schools of fish, and schools of fish passed through her fingertips. She caught one and cut it into her stomach with a cold knife. The fresh meat lay across the meat. I don't know where the mustard came from, but it was smeared on the sashimi and entered the mouth in large pieces. It made her tears flow, but it was very sweet. Today, I got up early, the sun had risen, and the bright and warm sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, lazily falling on the quilt, warm and comfortable, urging people to continue sleeping. Irina Nagari woke up faintly, turned over, and didn't want to get up, but unfortunately found that she had a stiff neck. Putting on a thin silk nightgown, Irina Nagari opened the curtains of the French window. Today was sunny and cloudless. Looking down at the earth, she could see all kinds of buildings in the food capital. What a strange place, a strange world. So saying, Irina Nagari got out of bed barefoot and yawned, turned on the wall-mounted CD player, listened to music, and went to get the charged electric toothbrush. This room is indeed the most luxurious suite in the skyscraper. Her favorite thing is that the light in the bathroom can make her skin smooth and transparent, and she looks several years younger than her actual age. The buzzing sound of the electric toothbrush is somewhat similar to the vibration sound of her mobile phone. After she finished washing up, she found that her mobile phone had missed calls. There is still a signal in the other world. I have no place to complain. Irina Nagari was speechless. The caller was her grandfather, the commander-in-chief of Totsuki Academy, Nagari Senseiman. Nagari Senseiman is the head coach of Jinga Banko Totsuki Academy and the leader of the Japanese cuisine world. He has a scar near his right eye and is known as the Food Devil. Nagari Irina carefully turned her neck and walked to the French window. After thinking for a long time, she finally called back to her grandfather. Grandpa. Nagari Irina tried to make her voice sound hoarse and tired. Is there something wrong? Nagari Senseiman, why are you talking like that? Did you come to another world and didn't sleep all night again? Nagari Irina took a look at the message reminder, 288 comments, 1096 reposts, and 56 private messages. Of course I am. When I think about coming to another world and seeing a legendary chef named Yang Ming, I am so excited that I can't sleep. At this time, her grandfather said, you must take care of yourself. Before Irina Nagari could finish her next sentence, she raised her neck too hard and it made a crack sound, as if she was hit 3 inches, and it hurt from her spine to the base of her neck, and she screamed in pain. Due to a stiff neck, Irina Nagari pressed her almost broken neck with tears in her eyes. I know. Her grandfather also knew that she was very stubborn, so he didn't say anything. After a brief conversation, she hung up and clicked on the message. When will we team up to challenge Yang Ming's shop? I heard that Yang Ming's shop has a complete Manchuhan banquet. When can we go and taste it together? I really want to see what the boss Yang Ming, who is said to be so skilled in this world, looks like after being scolded by you. It must be very interesting. Looking at the messages in the message area of a group of friends, she didn't know what to say. Irina Nagari scrolled down the message area, and the familiar Soma Yukihira avatar left her a message. There are so many things in this world. I want to go and see them. Irina Nagari smiled. Soma Yukihira was still the same. He probably couldn't wait to taste the food. Soma Yukihira is the protagonist of the World of Food Wars. Soma, who started cooking at the age of 3 and has been working in the kitchen for 12 years. His basic skills are very solid. Although he has a limited vision due to staying in his family's restaurant for many years, he has a strong ability to adapt to changes and can use his experience of helping out in his family's restaurant and his rich imagination to cook. He is good at making creative dishes with limited ingredients and continues to grow by gaining experience from other people's cooking and his own failures. In short, this just another version of Naruto. Chapter 766 The Strongest Poison Tongue in History. Because she caught a cold last night and got a stiff neck, the heroine of Food Wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, Irina Nagari, stood in front of the French window, looking at the beautiful scenery outside expressionlessly, her mind full of thoughts, recalling her past achievements. No reservations are accepted after 6 p.m., and no one helps to get a number in advance even if you call. It takes an hour and a half to wait. The waiters are all handsome men over 1.8 meters tall, so no one will give up even if they wait for an hour and a half. Sicily, France is so high-end. This restaurant has only 26 seats, and you can't eat there without making an appointment 3 weeks in advance. The chefs here have their own menus, and the dishes are usually closely related to the season. When you sit at the bar and shout menu, you can also find that the bar here is still made of rare cypress wood. The ordering here is omakase, and the chef customizes the dishes according to the customer's budget and taste, so it means you need to choose the chef that suits you best. Sicily, France, has only been open for a month, but it has already topped the lists of most delicious restaurants, most anticipated restaurants, and top 10 popular restaurants on major mobile food apps. Foodies who are used to dining on the list are eager to go to Sicily, France after get off work. Of course, there are many people who want to see how bad the service can be and whether the waiters are handsome enough to eat with. Sicily, France claims that the ingredients are air-shipped to ensure the original flavor, and the chef comes from a Michelin 3-star restaurant. You can eat everything you can eat in Rome, Paris, or on the Mediterranean coast. The price of Sicily, France is set at around €1,000 per person, and with good marketing, it quickly became a hot spot for foodies. When dining in Sicily, France, you can always see people taking pictures of food, themselves, and waiters. Even if you only order a cream of carrot soup, posting it on WeChat moments can cause heated discussions. Half a year after the opening, the owner of French Sicily held a celebration banquet and invited some media friends to film it. Not only did he introduce the Italian chef in front of the media and advertise, he also released new dishes for the next season. Next season, our menu will have. It's so unpalatable. A female voice suddenly interrupted the French Sicily spokesperson in the bright flash of the new product release. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. In the corner of the banquet hall, a woman with long golden hair frowned and gently poked the food on the plate in front of her with a silver fork. Provence tomato seafood pot, a fishy smell. Shrimp just came back from a trip around the world? Asparagus pork roll, this asparagus must be 100 years old, I can't even bite it, but the beef balls in this Tuscan spicy beef balls are as soft as shit. As for desserts, can't you Michelin 3-star chefs tell the difference between high gluten flour and low gluten flour? She happened to be sitting in the first row of the food tasting, and the media all pointed their cameras at her. The reporter from the Global Times took a look at the nameplate in front of her and slapped his thigh in his heart. Why didn't I recognize her just now? He immediately turned the microphone to her. The French Sicilian boss was sitting at the main table with a cigar in his hand, chatting with a group of business leaders. When he heard the woman's words, his smile froze and he glanced over. Now catering has also started to do word-of-mouth marketing, which is understandable, but you see the fat distribution of the beef in this main dish. It can't be the imported Kobe beef you advertised. It was bought at a nearby vegetable market for 16 yuan per pound, right? Passing inferior goods as good ones. Your boss is also a senior in the catering industry. Isn't he afraid of retribution for making such bad money? The host came back to his senses after a moment. Ah ha ha ha, miss, maybe you have too high requirements for food. Some things cannot be judged by personal preference alone. We in Sicily, France will never pass inferior goods as good ones. Come on, media friends, let's continue to talk about the menu for the next season. That's right. The woman put her hands in the pockets of her windbreaker and stood up. I do have high requirements for food. If you don't have the sincerity to make a good dish, don't open a store. The whispers in the venue were buzzing, and the media and guests were whispering to each other. The host was pale because he couldn't get a camera and subconsciously looked at the boss. The boss fixed his eyes on the woman and asked the manager sitting next to him, "Who is this woman?" The manager said, "Her name is Irina Nakari, a gourmet with a divine tongue." Who invited her? The manager wiped his sweat and said, "Because she has a great influence in the culinary world, she is basically a trend-setting food trend in the world. We invited her because we thought we could promote our restaurant." Who knows? The boss narrowed his eyes and said, "The money is not enough." The manager said, "No, she paid the highest price among all the guests. The money has been received, but she returned it. She said that reviewing food is not for money." The boss said "Oh" meaningfully, took a puff of cigar, tapped his stubby fingers on the table twice, and left. Seeing the boss leave, the manager walked quickly to the security guards and asked them to gently persuade Nakari. Irina left. The security guard walked up to Irina Nakari and made a gesture to invite people in. Irina Nakari turned around and left without saying a word. When she reached the door, she looked back at the golden sign in the hall, French Sicily. It shouldn't be shining for long. Irina Nakari put on sunglasses and pushed open the heavy door of French Sicily. The crowded city, the tightly covered road traffic, watched the sunset, the clock pointed to 8 o'clock, and the road home was long. After returning to the hotel, I looked at the deserted room, turned on the TV to make some noise, watched the boring TV series, and ate the fast food that I was tired of. The meal was swept away, and there was only a greasy taste in my mouth, and my stomach was full, but there was no sense of happiness. I turned on the computer with nothing to do, entered the online world, and logged into the social software. She glanced at it casually, and saw that people were discussing it online. The hottest restaurant in recent times is Sicily, France. Irina Nakiri must have been there, right? It's not easy to get a number in such a popular restaurant. Let's see how she reviews it. Does she have any recommended dishes? She sneered. Then, she made a final judgment on this restaurant in her circle of friends. The chef's slogan of a Michelin 3-star restaurant is very loud, but in the end, he can't even figure out the flour. Now can we find a white person to pretend to be an expert, a professor, or a chef? He can only come up with fancy names for dishes but cooks blindly, and packages the worst ingredients as high-quality raw materials and sells them at high prices. If you want to disgust yourself, just go to Sicily, France. Irina Nakiri, as a food tycoon in the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, said this, basically sentencing this restaurant to death. Then, all the restaurants with a little reputation in France were visited by her, whether it was Chinese food, Western food, fusion food, aristocratic food, traditional restaurants, all were included in her review range. No matter how popular or crowded a restaurant is, she will criticize it mercilessly, no matter how low-key a roadside stall is, she will praise it generously. The turnover of the restaurants she praised doubled, and several bosses came to thank them, but they were turned away by Irina Nakiri, because she is rich. A famous gourmet, a good review is worth 1,000 gold, but Irina Nakiri publicly stated that anyone who gives her money will be exposed and diners are advised not to eat in such unscrupulous merchants. Only a dedicated boss and a dedicated chef can make delicious food. Merchants only smell of money. She said so. Chapter 767 Char Siu Ramen. Irina Nakiri didn't sleep well that night, and before her dark circles were healed, she was pulled out by her friend and subordinate Naoto Hisako. Naoto Hisako is Irina Nakiri's personal secretary. Because of her love for her, she has been her follower since she was a child. She is good at all kinds of medicinal cuisine, has a personal skill torment, and regards assisting Nakiri Irina as her own way of medicinal cuisine. After they came to Konoha village through the portal, they went straight to a restaurant called Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku restaurant is located on the avenue opposite Yang Ming's shop, and is an important place where diners flock to. There are many foods here, because the village has a large flow of people, and the time for the world's first martial arts competition held by Yang Ming is approaching, and tourists from all over the world are rushing to Konoha village, resulting in many people coming to Yang Ming's shop because of the reputation. Because it is too difficult to queue, many people come to Ichiraku Ramen restaurant as a second choice. This is also the center of tourists in Konoha village, which has boosted the economy of Konoha village. There are so many people. Looking at the crowded scene in front of her, the secretary Najiro Hisako said. The two of them waited for a long time before it was finally their turn. I saw a lantern hanging in front of the Ichiraku restaurant, and a few black characters were written on the hanging door curtain. When I walked into the restaurant, the Japanese-style decoration gave me a sense of narrowness. When I opened the door curtain, the hot air immediately hit me. It was dinner time. Uncle Ichiraku and Ayam were busy, sweating profusely, and their hands were busy all the time, but they did not forget to greet the guests. Ayam said kindly. Welcome, what would you like to eat? It seems that the boss is also working hard. Irina Nakiri thought to herself, then looked up and glanced at the menu. The prices were very affordable. Of course, although they were from the world of Shokuchiki no Soma, when they traveled to the world of Naruto, the system in Yang Ming's body had already helped them exchange coins, so they were not short of money. Because Irina Nakiri looked charming and had a queen-like temperament, she attracted the attention of other guests as soon as she came in. There were constant whistles. She glanced at them and received a look of affection. Nakiri Irina was so uncomfortable with these fiery gazes that she had to look away and asked her personal secret master, Naoto Hisako, what's the signature dish of this restaurant? Barbecued pork ramen, you will definitely like it. I had it yesterday, it was super delicious. Nakiri Irina, is it so exaggerated? No one who has eaten here says it's not delicious. No matter how poisonous your tongue is, you can't say anything bad. The secretary said. Nakiri Irina is a little interested, although Naoto Hisako doesn't make a living by commenting on food. As a famous foodie in her circle of friends, she doesn't just give a good review to a bad dish. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Ayam came over with a bowl of hot ramen and smiled gently at Nakiri Arena. Guest, this is the barbecued pork ramen you ordered, please enjoy it. Naoto Hisako whispered to Nakiri Arena, look, what did I say, it looks delicious. The large piece of barbecued pork reflected a red color under the light. Ayam smiled and said, this ramen, the barbecued pork is made from the harmless green suckling piglets I raised at home, and the broth is adjusted to golden sour soup and poured over it. Arina Nakiri smelled the sour and spicy taste of the sour soup and her mouth was full of saliva, it's really appetizing. Ayam smiled and said, of course, this is made with our unique recipe. The broth alone is made from adult beef bones, and abalone and dried squid are added for seasoning. It is healthy, nutritious, and very delicious. After hearing Ayam's introduction, the diners at the next table who came for the first time were immediately excited and exclaimed, fuck! What's the name of that dish? Something like char siu ramen? It looks delicious. After listening to Ayam's introduction, Secretary Naoto Hisako was full of admiration, there is such a thing. Arina Nakiri stared at the char siu ramen for a long time. She knew that Naoto Hisako was right. This dish looked simple, but it was not. Arina Nakiri has been tasting food for many years. She can tell whether the ingredients are selected correctly, fresh, and high quality just by looking at the color. 9 points of ingredients and 1 point of cooking. The ingredients are good, and this dish has won 9 out of 10. In addition, it looks good and has an attractive aroma. It is hard to imagine that it is not delicious. With Arina Nakiri's many years of experience in the food world, it can be asserted that this dish can score full marks in 5 aspects: color, aroma, taste, meaning, and shape. Arina Nakiri generously shared the char siu ramen with her table mates. After a spoonful of it, there was something else in the broth. It's delicious. It has the sour aroma of sour soup, the toughness of meat, and it's chewy without being too hard. It's so delicious. Originally, Arina Nakiri was still looking for faults to see what was wrong with it, but now it seems that she underestimated Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. It makes sense. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant has been open opposite Yang Ming's shop for so long, and has experienced so many times of being challenged by others. If it doesn't grow, it will be too sorry for Uncle Ichiraku's cooking talent. Slurp. Slurp. Sweating profusely, eating ramen with great pleasure. Arina Nakiri's mind was full of thoughts. Finally, she took a look at the bottom of the barbecued pork ramen, and she just wanted to swear in her heart, damn, it's really delicious. Gurgle, gurgle. The stomachs of Hisako Arado and Arina Nakiri rumbled with thunder, I haven't eaten enough yet. Hurry up and serve. Hurry up and serve. I'm starving. Waiter. Hey. Where is the waiter? Ayam didn't expect that the two guests had finished the ramen in just a moment of turning around. She was a little surprised. Aren't these two people eating too fast? Ayam turned back and said gently, this guest, is there anything I can help you with? The barbecued pork ramen just now. Arina Nakiri put her hands on the table, I want another serving. Sorry. Ayam paused and said, we now have a rule that only one dish can be ordered. Don't blame us. We learned this from Yang Ming's shop across the street. Otherwise, our shop would be too busy all day. Arina Nakiri was stunned for a moment, the sour soup and the aroma of meat rolled through her heart, and she immediately let go of her previous toughness, her body softened on the table, licking her lips and blinking frequently. Don't you want to make an exception for me? Naoto Hisako glared, covered her face and said, fuck. What's going on? Ayam felt like she was pricked in the mouth by eating crabs, and her mouth twitched fiercely, saying, customer, what are you doing? Good sister, can you give it to me? Ayam looked at Arina Nakiri's face carefully, and wandered back and forth on her upper body. Squinting, biting her lips. There's a chance. Boss. No, can't. Ayam refused word by word, each word was sonorous and powerful. Arina Nakiri. If you want to blame someone, blame the Yang Ming shop across the street. Icarus pushed the pot. Chapter 768 New Changes. Arina Nakiri has grown up and has doubted her appearance for many years. Arina Nakiri feels that her appearance is good, so she shouldn't be rejected by the damn waiter. Seeing that Arina Nakiri looked gloomy, like a volcano about to erupt, Naoto Hisako quickly tried to smooth things over. Secretary Naoto Hisako helped Arina Nakiri pour tea, come, drink some water first. Arina Nagiri looked at her with a knife. If you can't speak, shut up. Secretary. Naoto Hisako understood her expression and blinked. Not wanting to offend her, she drank the tea that was about to be given to Nagiri Arina. Naoto Hisako put her hand on Nagiri Arina's wrist and was about to speak when Nagiri Arina called out in a neither loud nor soft voice, "Waiter!" There was only one waiter in Ichiraku restaurant, and that was Ayame, who had just served her the dish. Ayame hurried up with the menu and walked to Nagiri Arina. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" Nagiri Arina turned the menu over and flipped through the plain navy blue printed menu from beginning to end. "Well, are these the only dishes?" Ayame, Nagiri Arina closed the menu with her palm. "What time are you open?" Ayame, "Only open at noon and in the evening, from 11 am to 2 pm, and from 5 pm to 10 pm. Nagiri Arina, "Then there's still time, give me a menu." Ayame kept smiling. "Sir, the menu is in front of you." "I mean." Nagiri Arina stared at Ayame and said, "Give me one of the dishes on the menu." Now that winter has gone and spring has arrived, it is still very cool at noon. Since she has to eat a whole menu, Arina Nagiri has to find a spacious place to eat so that her stomach can also have the illusion of vastness. Ayame helped them put 4 tables together in a long row, and served dishes one by one. Arina Nagiri tasted each dish. After eating a dish, Ayame removed a dish and put it aside, and put the next dish in the queue in front of Arina Nagiri. Nothing more. After eating nearly 1/3 of the dishes, Arina Nagiri sneered. "You are so arrogant, I thought you were a master, but it turns out that you only know a few tricks to deceive others. Except for the signature barbecued pork ramen just now, all other ramen is garbage." Secretary Nito Hisako sat aside and put down her chopsticks. Naoto Hisako looked up at the sky, feeling deeply that she had not asked a divination before taking her out today, and it was her own fault that she had run into bad luck. In addition to being good at eating, her biggest feature was that she was particularly poisonous. It was true that following her would bring good food and drink, but whenever she wanted to complain, even God could not stop her. Naoto Hisako is most worried now that if she follows Nagiri Arina and ends up being blacklisted by Ichiraku restaurant, that would be a tragedy. She really likes the char siu ramen at Ichiraku restaurant, and she doesn't want to not be able to eat it in the future. Nagiri Arina wanted to say something else, and the boss Uncle Ichiraku came up. "Ayame, Dad." Uncle Ichiraku nodded to her, motioning for her to go down first. The exquisite dishes on the table were only eaten 1 or 2 bites and thrown aside. Uncle Ichiraku stood beside Arina Nagiri and said coldly, "Guest, you two ordered so many dishes, can you finish them?" Arina Nagiri didn't even look at him. "Whether you can finish them or not is our business." "What, are you afraid that I can't pay?" Uncle Ichiraku said, "This has nothing to do with money. No matter what emotions you have, you shouldn't take food to vent your anger." Arina Nagiri stood up angrily and glared at Uncle Ichiraku. She thought that this swift action of hers could pull back the advantage of the situation. She admitted that Uncle Ichiraku was right. Wasting food is a big taboo. Ordering a whole menu is extremely childish. But now the head-on confrontation cannot lose momentum at this moment. Who is right and who is wrong will be discussed later. But she miscalculated, and this stand just happened to be a classic height comparison action. Even though Nagiri Arina was wearing high heels, she was still half a head shorter than the other person. She stood up and was embarrassed. "Check out." Not wanting to say anything more, Nagiri Arina squeezed out these 2 words from her teeth. "Ayame, take the guests to check out." Uncle Ichiraku turned his eyes away from Nagiri Arina and made way for her. Ayame made a gesture to see the guests off, smiling like a gentle cat. "Guests, please come this way." Nagiri Arina and her group paid the bill and left. Ayame went to the kitchen and said to the 2 new apprentices recruited by Uncle Ichiraku, "Take a break, don't do it anymore." Because Ichiraku's restaurant business was too good, Uncle Ichiraku couldn't handle it alone, so these were 2 newly recruited extras. "What's wrong?" The young apprentice was still holding a live fish in his hand, his face was blue from busy work, and he stopped when he heard her words. The people paid and left. Another apprentice put out the fire and asked, "Didn't you eat well?" Ayame patted his shoulder and smiled meaningfully. Naoto Hisako sent Arina Nagiri back to her skyscraper residence. Arina Nagiri swiped her card to enter the door, and felt tired, so she filled the bathtub and soaked. No matter what emotions you have, you shouldn't let food get you down. Uncle Ichiraku's face, which was filled with anger, flashed through Arina Nagiri's mind. Arina Nagari broke out of the water and stretched out her arm to get her phone. It is said that Ichiraku restaurant in Konoha village is a time-honored brand. Today, my secretary took me to try it. The restaurant is very distinctive, but it's a pity that I ordered a whole menu of dishes, but I didn't get to eat just one delicious dish. Ichiraku restaurant, it's just a name in vain. After posting this personal dynamic, Arina Nagari went to take a shower. When she came out of the bathroom, she blew her hair while opening her phone. There were 69 replies, 29 reposts, and 32 likes. Arina Nagari went to eat again. Why are there no photos this time? Arina Nagari is naughty again. Oh, she ordered a whole menu. The young lady is showing off her wealth again. Arina Nagari dragged on expressionlessly, with a sense of uneasiness in her heart. You may have misunderstood. I have been to Ichiraku restaurant. The dishes on the menu of that restaurant are usually made by the 2 new apprentices recruited by the boss. The boss, Uncle Ichiraku, will only come out in person for important guests. This reply has 4 likes and has been pushed to the top. Arina Nagari glanced at the man's avatar, and it was none other than Soma Yukihira, the male protagonist of the Shokuchiki no Soma world. Yes, if it was just the boss, there would be no time to serve the dishes. In that case, the taste of that bowl of barbecued pork ramen would only be out of reach. The memories of her 5 senses began to become active, and the sour and fragrant aromas stimulated Arina Nagari's taste buds. If there was a bowl of barbecued pork ramen in front of her now, she would definitely be able to swallow it in one gulp with the standard action of a fighting dinner. Chapter 769, The Upcoming Challenge. Arina Nagari glanced at the man's avatar, and it was none other than Soma Yukihira, the male protagonist of the Shokuchiki no Soma world. Yes, if it was just the boss, there would be no time to serve the dishes. In that case, the taste of that bowl of barbecued pork ramen would only be out of reach. The memories of her 5 senses began to become active, and the sour and fragrant smell stimulated Arina Nagari's taste buds. If there was a bowl of char siu ramen in front of her now, she would definitely swallow it in one gulp with the standard action of a fighting dinner. Arina Nagari felt that she was indeed greatly stimulated today, and then she clicked on the circle of friends on her mobile phone, only to find that most of her friends who came to the Naruto world with her from the world of Shokuchiki no Soma also encountered this problem. A dish can only be ordered once by one person. This cheating rule originated from Yang Ming's shop, and was imitated by other shops in Konoha village and regarded as an industry rule. This Yang Ming is sick, how could he come up with such a rule? It prevents me from eating a second bowl of char siu ramen, she said frantically. Because she had a stiff neck, she had to take an afternoon nap to get more rest. She turned off her phone and lay down on the bed, but she couldn't fall asleep. She got up and heated a cup of milk and drank it. When she counted the char siu ramen to 108 bowls, she finally fell asleep. However, her sleep was not peaceful. In the dream, she lay naked in the slippery char siu ramen, and Uncle Ichiraku had a blank expression in front of her. From the perspective of a bystander, Arina Nagari saw herself biting her fingers with blurred eyes. Boss, can't you give me another bowl? Seeing this scene made her even more crazy, and she had a deep resentment towards Yang Ming, the instigator of all this. After Arina Nagari left, Ichiraku restaurant closed its lunch business. But today, 2 new employees and apprentices recruited by Ichiraku restaurant were kept by Uncle Ichiraku to work overtime. This overtime was definitely out of boredom. Arina Nagari ordered a whole menu, and 2/3 of the dishes were served. She took a bite of each and ate 1/3, leaving 2 tables of dishes untouched. Uncle Ichiraku asked the employees to sit around the dining table, surrounded the remaining food, and said solemnly, "Cut off the parts she ate, and we will eat all the rest." Uncle Yul had just finished speaking when his newly recruited apprentice A burped loudly. Everyone looked at him. Apprentice A immediately covered his mouth in fear. Another apprentice B pressed his head angrily. "You guy, when I was working hard to cook, were you eating?" Apprentice A, I just ate some seafood." "Oh my god, you are so bold. Don't you know that seafood is the most expensive?" Apprentice A said pitifully, "But I'm hungry, watching the master and you cook, I'm almost starving to death." "Don't you work after eating?" Apprentice B was speechless. Apprentice A looked innocent. "It's all because the master cooked too deliciously, I couldn't help eating." "Okay, let's talk about overtime first." Uncle Yul stopped their boring conversation in time. "Although the guests have paid, you can't do whatever you want. Don't waste it. Eat it all." Apprentice A's eyes were full of tears, but, there are so many. Uncle Yul picked up the chopsticks, you cannot eat it, you can pack up and leave. Apprentice A was shocked and felt sick. Then, he had to endure the feeling of bloating and immediately devoured it. It's just that the amount of food is too large, and the 4 people ate until their eyes were straight but they couldn't finish all the food. Forget it, master. Apprentice B said to Uncle Yul, we can't finish so much, or how about this, I'll feed the stray cats and dogs in the alley. Apprentice A felt a little uncomfortable, how can we feed the dogs with the dishes we cooked? Apprentice B shrugged and said, as long as it can fill your stomach, it is good food. Uncle Ichiraku looked at the remaining ramen, with a helpless look on his face, and had to agree. Together with Apprentice B, he put the remaining food into a disposable plate. In the process, he did not forget to teach. As my apprentice, you must understand what food is and what gourmet food is. If you want to be an excellent chef, you can't just pursue filling your stomach. Uncle Ichiraku glanced at Apprentice A, don't steal food anymore, especially seafood. Then, Uncle Ichiraku walked towards the alley with the plate. Apprentice A looked embarrassed, and was even more disappointed after the master said this, is that so? I understand, I won't do it again. Seeing Apprentice A lowering his head, biting his lower lip, looking unhappy, Ayum felt a pang in her heart, and approached him and whispered. Don't be depressed, Dad is doing this for your own good. You often work in the kitchen, your hands are so dirty, and if you eat seafood secretly, you will get sick easily. Apprentice A was stunned, really? Of course it's true, there's no benefit for me to lie to you, why should I lie to you? Ayam said. Food capital, skyscrapers. After a full nap, Irina Nikiri woke up slowly. However, if she doesn't wake up again, she may still be trapped in the dream of seducing Uncle Ichiraku for a bowl of barbecued pork ramen. When she thought of this, she felt sick. Is it because of my illness that I have such a nightmare? It's really terrible. She shuddered slightly. Leaning against the window, she looked outside. The city of food was very quiet, peaceful, and far-reaching. The beautiful scenery temporarily relieved her eyes that were dry from nightmares. No. Every time I think of the rule that one person can only order one food, I get angry. Irina Nikiri showed an indignant look on her face and clenched her fists silently. All this is thanks to Yang Ming. If it weren't for the rules, Ichiraku restaurant would not follow suit, and I wouldn't have almost made a fool of myself today. I'm really angry. From the past to now, I have never suffered such a big loss. What should I do? Do I have to challenge him? But since he has the ability to let us travel through this world, it proves that his cooking skills have reached an unfathomable level and he is not afraid of us challenging him at all. Got it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Irina Nikiri's mind. Why should I be so stupid as to challenge Yang Ming? I can team up with others and open a shop near Yang Ming's shop. Hehe, with our strength and endless dishes, I don't believe that we can't destroy his shop, hehe. Thinking of her pride, Nikiri Irina couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 770 Yang Ming's shop is closed. I'm just kidding. Konoha Village. I don't know when it started, but a new shop called Tatsuki Restaurant suddenly opened opposite Yang Ming's shop. The people inside claimed to be chefs from Food Wars. Hongdu clipped her hair on the top of her head and draped her long hair on her shoulders. She looked very heroic in her energetic outfit. She often came to Yang Ming's shop for dinner, and today was no exception. But she found that there was already a group of people sitting on the side of the road, making the already crowded road even more crowded. It was only when she saw too many people queuing in front of Yang Ming's shop that Hongdu noticed that there was a newly opened Tatsuki restaurant here. From the outside, this Tatsuki restaurant was decorated like a classical castle, high-end and classy, and very mysterious. As a restaurant determined to become the most luxurious restaurant in Konoha Village, thus defeating Yang Ming's shop opposite, Yuanyu Restaurant is located on a busy road, with dazzling neon signs, live bands, and the most expensive sofas and tableware. For a moment, Hongdu was so excited that she seemed to have discovered a new world, looking forward to going in and tasting it, just like looking forward to the new year when she was a child. Although it was extremely hot outside, making Hongdu sweat profusely, all this could not stop Hongdu's enthusiasm. Hongdu came forward and looked up, and saw the sign of Yuanyu Restaurant. She looked around and saw that the restaurant was decorated in a youthful and fashionable style without losing elegance. Water cups and ornaments with classical themes could be seen everywhere, and even the plates and chopsticks were based on European and American styles, which made Hongdu feel the noble elegance and high taste everywhere. The interior design of Yuanyu restaurant not only preserves traditional elements but also has a modern expression. The two are harmoniously integrated and complement each other. It is simple and clean, with clear and neat lines, giving the entire restaurant a unique European and American temperament and atmosphere. Redwood floors, tall wooden beams and columns. There is also a unique round window groove shape, and the orderly arrangement of smoked oak, stone, leather goods, water, cups, and lights matches the original atmosphere of the space. In selecting tables and chairs, Yuanyu restaurant attempts to add some modern elements to the classic space, creating a modern European and American style restaurant in a traditional building with a sense of history. For example, the abstract art creation on the wall is to create abstract geometric patterns on the original old wall. The quiet dialogue between black, white, and gray makes the space seem to be transformed into a modern space in the hands, like rejuvenation. Yuanyu restaurant's dining table is unique. The chairs often have slender legs like cranes. The most eye-catching is the rotating lamp series, which can often be sublimated into works of art in the design. This series of dining table lamps seems to bring Yuanyu restaurant back to the European and American era of the last century. Behind the concept of this tableware design series, it precisely reflects the innovation of traditional European and American design and the contrast and foil of the style of the Naruto world. In addition to the impeccable, low-key, and luxurious decoration, the Tatsuki restaurant, which is like a quaint castle, has a low-key and luxurious spatial temperament. The door building made of 250-year-old barnwood is mottled and vaguely visible, but it does not look old, as if a charming woman is gazing at the blue sky beside the dock. When Hongdu came here, she was attracted by the tranquil and heavenly scene at a glance. What is presented here is the unique leisurely life atmosphere of the Tatsuki restaurant, and it really exists. All this is bizarre and dazzling, and Hongdu is overwhelmed and dazzled. Because there are not many people, Hongdu chose to sit in a seat near the window. This is also a good sightseeing window. From the window, you can see the carved heads of the successive Hokage from a distance. The scenery is pleasing to the eye, and people are immediately full of expectations for the food here. Dear guest. At this time, a waiter in a suit and with a sweet look came up with a menu. What would you like to order? After taking the menu from the other party, the careful Hongdu also found that the collar, cuffs and apron of this young waiter were embroidered with a golden rose. Ding ding ding, the sound of wind chimes rang out, and the restaurant officially opened. Some impatient customers waiting at the door of Yang Ming's shop were also attracted by this restaurant. Hongdu estimated that there were at least 20 tables on this floor. Although it was small, it was unknown how many floors there were upstairs. It was estimated that all the customers queuing at the door of Yang Ming's shop could be accommodated. If this Yuanyu restaurant, in addition to its decorative style, also has delicious food, then Yang Ming's shop will be in trouble. Hongdu thought so in his heart. People go to higher places and water flows to lower places. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. Everyone is yearning for better. If this is true, these customers cannot be blamed. Hongdu looked through the menu for a long time, and was attracted by the various dishes that were different from those in Yang Ming's shop. This looks delicious. That one looks good too. Oh my god, what is this? In a state of shock, Hongdu made a difficult choice. After a while, the waiter came again. This is the Assam black tea shrimp you ordered, please enjoy. Hongdu stretched his neck to look inside. Is this really an Assam black tea shrimp? No. What is this mist floating on the plate? Well, it's dry ice under the tea tray. It was poured with hot water before being served, so it looked like a cloud. Hongdu sniffed it carefully. In addition to Assam black tea, osmanthus was added, and it had the sweetness of osmanthus. This dish not only has the fragrance of Assam black tea, but also the fragrance of osmanthus. A mood of enjoying flowers, drinking tea, and eating shrimp rises from this dish. This is a dish with all the colors, fragrances, tastes, meanings, and shapes. Hongdu asked curiously, how did you do this? As soon as the words came out, Hongdu felt very sorry. After all, this was someone else's secret. It is common for the apprentice to starve the master to death, so Hongdu was touching the other party's core interests in disguise. Just when Hongdu thought that the waiter would not tell her, she heard the other party say, "This is Arina Nikari coating the river shrimp with batter, putting it into a low-temperature oil pan to cook, pouring the brewed Assam black tea into the pot, stir-frying the shrimp until the juice is tightly wrapped. Put the shrimp on a plate and sprinkle with the fried fragrant Assam black tea. After the river shrimp is marinated, boil it in water and cut it, pour balsamic vinegar and Assam black tea, add osmanthus and fish gelatin. Everything is ready and put it in the refrigerator to freeze it into Assam black tea shrimp jelly. Take it out when eating, cut it into a square, put it on a plate and mist it, and serve it on the table. After hearing the other party's words, Hungdul looked confused and impressed. Chapter 771 It's so delicious. This is Arina Nagiri. She coats the river shrimp with starch and puts it into a low-temperature oil pan to cook it. She pours the brewed Assam black tea into the pan and stir-fries the shrimp until the juice is tightly wrapped. She places the shrimp on a plate and sprinkles it with the fried fragrant Assam black tea. After the river shrimp is marinated, it is boiled and cut into pieces. She pours the vinegar and Assam black tea, adds osmanthus and fish gelatin. Everything is ready and put into the ice. Freeze it in a box and make it into Assam black tea shrimp jelly. When eating, take it out, cut it into squares, put it on a plate, and serve it. After hearing what the other party said, Hungdul looked confused and impressed. However, although Hungdul didn't understand, she felt that this dish was full of mystery. Hungdul came forward and smelled the fragrance, which was faint and far away, and it was stronger and stronger, very tempting. She looked down from top to bottom and couldn't see what was on the plate. She only saw the curling hot air spreading in the air, circling around and reaching her nose again. Hungdul was very hungry and her eyes were straight. She rarely saw dishes that were almost the same as the menu pictures. The slightly boiling black tea covered it, and there were still bubbles that were about to burst. The shrimp meat inside had a small head faintly visible next to it. She was already thinking about how many surprises she would get when she took a bite. Be careful of the heat. The waiter put the dishes on the table and reminded her considerately. Hungdul replied thank you, twisted her body, picked up the shrimp meat, and slowly blew on it to cool it down. After waiting for a while, she took a bite, her teeth poked through the shrimp skin, and pulled apart the long shrimp threads, and her mouth was immediately filled with the fragrance of cinnamon and black tea. Before the meat entered her mouth, she could already taste the tender and fragrant taste from the sauce. Hungdul couldn't help but widen her eyes, her heart bursting with joy like fireworks, and she sighed in a low voice, "It's delicious." Only this sentence in the Sick Plum Pavilion can describe Hungdul's mood at this time. Some people say, plum is beautiful because of its curves, but it has no style if it is straight, it is beautiful because of its tilt, but it has no scenery if it is straight, it is beautiful because of its sparseness, but it has no appearance if it is dense. This delicacy in Yuan restaurant advocates pure and simple feelings, returning to nature, just like the warm flavor of a grandmother's cooking, and insists on using fresh and healthy seasonal foods. It also emphasizes that the process from breeding, planting to production is very rigorous, hygienic, humane, and environmentally friendly, so that you can eat comfortably and safely, and eat with taste and health. The cuisine of Yuan restaurant gave Hungdul a full surprise. Compared with Yang Ming's shop opposite, the cuisine of Yuan restaurant is full of innovation and creativity. How difficult is food innovation? Food innovation is more difficult than giving birth. Giving birth is a matter of pregnancy, just listen carefully, because it must be delivered in 10 months. Continuous innovation requires endless creativity, but this creativity requires profound cooking skills and cultural accomplishment as well as broad vision and knowledge, and of course, the ultimate integration of inspiration. Creativity is the most difficult, and creativity is the expression of the chef's comprehensive quality. Creativity contains all the perfect elements of traditional famous dishes, such as good ingredients, good taste, and good knife skills. Of course, there must be modern fashion elements, and there must be production skills. Production skills are difficult, and it is necessary to cleverly combine the above elements together. Talk about taste, texture, composition, and color. There are traditions and fashions, which are perfectly matched and seamless. Putting it on the plate is a pleasing and delicious famous painting, a painting in a dish. And now, the dish in front of Hungdul integrates all of this and cooks amazing food. After taking a sip, Hungdul turned to the soup. As soon as it got close to her nose, she could smell the strong fragrance. After drinking it, the soup soaked into her lips and teeth. The texture was soft, smooth, and tender, and the saltiness was just right, which just whetted her appetite. It tasted different from the shrimp meat but surprisingly harmonious. Hungdul enjoyed this meal very much, one mouthful after another, and completely forgot about everything else. When she felt full and satisfied, she took a long breath, put down her chopsticks and took another sip of soda water. The sweetness flowed through her throat and relieved the greasy feeling. The feeling of surprise and satisfaction was too strong, and she especially wanted to find someone to express her feelings. Somehow, her first reaction was to look up and look for the beautiful waitress, but she didn't find her. She only saw another girl in uniform standing at the bar in a daze. With a satisfied look on her face, Hongdo walked out of the restaurant door. She saw the young lady handing out flyers by the door and smiled and approached. Maybe it was because she loved the Assam black tea shrimp too much, but Hongdo felt that the young lady also had a rich and delicious cinnamon and black tea aroma. Hongdo was like a woman with happiness in her heart. She wanted to find someone to talk to, so she said to the young lady handing out flyers. Your Tatsuki restaurant is really great, and the food is delicious, not inferior to the Yang Ming shop across the street. The young lady handing out flyers smiled sweetly, not showing any dissatisfaction because Hongdo interrupted her work, but showing a proud look. That's right. Every chef in our Tatsuki restaurant is a top chef, always looking for new sources of inspiration in the ninja world to ensure reliable first-class raw materials. Based on this principle, the chefs of our Tatsuki restaurant will go to the seaside to look for clams, crabs, and lobsters in the deep sea, and will also go to the distant snow country to find cod, seaweed, and curd hidden deep in the cold kingdom. Hearing this, Hongdo was shocked. So you guys did so much work. This is what we should do. The flyer distributing lady said proudly, in order to keep the pure flavor of the dishes, we never use olive oil, foie gras, and other regional specialties. We spend a lot of time and effort on purchasing raw materials. Then during the cooking process. Guest, each chef in our Yuanyu restaurant is good at different cooking directions. One chef is almost obsessed with the ingredients of cold regions such as the snow country. Using muskox, pike, scallops, various wild mushrooms and wild berries that are unique to cold regions, the various dishes carefully prepared are all natural, simple and fresh. If you have a chance, you can try it. Of course, the price will be higher. In addition to these, you can also go to the VIP room, where you can't even see the Bordeaux red wine that is common in other restaurants. Instead, you can see the beer carefully prepared by our Yuanyu restaurant. There are also a series of menus specially prepared for VIPs. Of course, if you want to experience it once, it will take more than 4 hours, and you must order before 8 o'clock in the evening. Hearing this news, Hongdo's heart was pounding. It turns out that there is more than one chef comparable to Boss Yang Ming in Yuanyu restaurant. And there are more unexpected delicacies here. Chapter 772 Yang Ming's Test. Upon hearing this news, Hongdo's heart was pounding. It turned out that there was more than one chef who was as good as Yang Ming in Yuanyu restaurant. Moreover, there were more unexpected delicacies here. After Hongdo left Yuanyu restaurant, she was so excited that she naturally told her relatives and friends about the good news. Then, more and more people knew about it. In less than half a day, everyone in the whole Konoha village knew that a Yuanyu restaurant had opened opposite Yang Ming's shop. In this Yuanyu restaurant that was similar to an ancient castle, there was not only one chef, but each of them was as good as Yang Ming. What's more, in Yuanyu restaurant, there was no cheating rule like Yang Ming's shop. There was no rule that one person could only order one dish. As long as you like it, as long as you have money, as long as you can eat it, you can keep eating it. For a while, the whole Konoha village was boiling. Even the strong men who came from the One Piece world moved to this restaurant to try something new. As a result, when it was time for dinner, nearly half of the people who were supposed to line up at the door of Yang Ming's shop went to the Tatsuki restaurant. What's more terrifying is that the Tatsuki restaurant is a complex castle-like restaurant with a large area that can accommodate many diners at once. This also led to many diners not having to line up to enter the Tatsuki restaurant, which made those who were still queuing at the door of Yang Ming's shop waver in their will. Inside Yang Ming's shop. Boss. It's not good. Something big has happened. Bai looked very unhappy, and ran into the kitchen panting, shouting, attracting Yang Ming's attention. Recently, due to the large number of tourists and the arrival of strong men from the One Piece world, Yang Ming has been busy in the kitchen and has no time to pay attention to what is happening outside. Bai, what's wrong? Why are you so panicked? Huff. 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 Bai was panting heavily, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead and face. He looked at Yang Ming's calm face, and said anxiously. Boss, it's already this time, why don't you look nervous at all? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. Wait, Bai, what happened? Bai was stunned. Boss, don't tell me, you don't know, right? Seeing Yang Ming shaking his head blankly, Bai sighed as if he was defeated by you. Boss, let me make it short. A new restaurant called Tatsuki Restaurant has opened opposite our store. They are too arrogant. They have already snatched away half of our customers on the first day of opening. And looking at the current situation, the situation may become even more serious. Boss, if we don't do something, I'm afraid that all the customers in our store will have to go to the opposite side to eat. Hearing Bai's description, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. Tatsuki Restaurant? Is it the chefs from Food Wars? If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Now, Yang Ming is just a senior chef. Those people in Tatsuki Restaurant are almost all senior chefs, and there are a few master chefs who are very hidden. When thinking of the dishes made by those master chefs, even Yang Ming feels a toothache. Because with his current cooking skills, he can't just challenge them directly. This is going to be difficult. Yang Ming stroked his smooth chin and fell into deep thought. At this moment, the long silent system finally issued a new task. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main task 4, defeat all the chefs in the other world. Task description, young man, pick up your spatula and beat them to death. Let them know who is the real chef god. Task reward, depends on the completion of the task. Mainline task 4? Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. It seems that I have to go to the Yuanya restaurant opposite to see if this fierce dragon across the river is paper-made or really strong. However, if I go like this, I am afraid it is not appropriate. If the other side wants to challenge Yang Ming on a whim, he doesn't know whether to accept it or not. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly formed a seal in his hand, and with a bang of green smoke, he transformed into another look. Yang Ming left the incarnation busy in the kitchen, and said to Bai. I'll go to the opposite side. If there is an emergency, let me know. Bai nodded solemnly, Boss, I know what to do. I am always very relieved when you do things. After explaining these things, Yang Ming walked out of Yang Ming's shop and headed towards Yuanya restaurant. Compared to the long queue at the door of Yang Ming's shop, there were not many people queuing at the door of Yuanya restaurant, but Yang Ming did not dare to underestimate it at all. Yang Ming looked up. Just from the appearance, this restaurant that looked like a medieval castle in Europe and the United States really gave Yang Ming a very shocking picture, strongly impacting his nerves, giving people a strong taste of European and American upper-class aristocrats. Walking in, Yang Ming looked left and right, and found that Yuanya restaurant deliberately retained the rough style of this building. The beams in the house were exposed, allowing time to corrode, and the white walls looked like the whitewashing craftsmanship of a mason's apprentice. But the furnishings in the house and the oak furniture, ceramics, and leather on the chairs, reveal a strong European and American simple and elegant style. Obviously, these elegant flavors are deliberately created by Yuanya restaurant. This is the soul of Yuanya restaurant. Yuanya restaurant is very supportive of the field-to-table of raw materials, showing the original taste of the field on the table. This is no longer a restaurant, a chef, or a delicacy, it has slowly become a culture. The decoration in the store is a thoughtful European and American style, with the color of logs, exquisite candlesticks, and large and small objects matched together, low-key to the bone marrow. Even the dinner plates and chopsticks are based on European and American styles, and people can experience the noble elegance and high taste everywhere. The interior design of Yuanya restaurant not only preserves traditional elements but also has a modern expression. The two are harmoniously integrated and set off each other. It is simple, clean, and has clear and neat lines, making the entire restaurant present a unique European and American temperament and atmosphere. Mahogany floors, tall wooden beams and columns, and unique round window grooves, smoked oak, stone, leather goods, water, cups, and lights are arranged in an orderly manner, which is in line with the original atmosphere of the space. Chapter 773 Don't pretend, we are still good friends. Humans have been able to make complex dishes since the oldest civilization. More than 2,000 years ago, Confucius said, I never tire of fine food, and I never tire of fine minced meat. Among the three ancient Indian civilizations in America, the colorful potato cooking methods in Peru, the countless types of peppers in Mexican kitchens, and the various types of corn in Central America, such as yellow, black, and green, are still talked about by people today. The great French writer Romain Rolland once said, there is no concept of progress in art, because no matter how far we look back, we will find that our predecessors have reached perfection. It would be ridiculous if someone thought that centuries of hard work have made our progress close to perfection. In the world of food wars, Shokyuchi no Soma, the culinary experts here have studied and made food as art and science. Even if it is not perfect, it must have its own unique features. The Tatsuki restaurant seems to have attracted the attention of all diners at once, which is amazing. The unimaginable plating and ingredient matching and the wonderful and varied taste make people who have experienced it feel that they are not eating dishes, but appreciating the art on the plates. With curiosity about the food in the world of food wars, souls, Yang Ming left Yang Ming's shop and walked into the restaurant that had long been hotly discussed by the entire Konoha village. Of course, Yang Ming is rich now, so he naturally chooses to go to the VIP room. This is a room that looks very ordinary on the outside. On the wooden wall near the door, there is an art logo representing the Tatsuki restaurant. Walking in, Yang Ming found that this is an independent courtyard. In the courtyard, there are several sofas and coffee tables under the shade of trees. The floor-to-ceiling glass of the restaurant naturally divides the space into a garden, a restaurant, a rest area and an open-air cool area, giving people a sense of cleanliness, warmth, and comfort. It's really annoying to compare people. This interior design alone has already beaten my shop. Seeing this, Yang Ming sighed in his heart, and suddenly a sense of crisis appeared. Facing such a competitor, this is not an easy thing to deal with. "Sir, what do you need to order?" At this time, a sweet voice sounded, awakening Yang Ming from his contemplation. Yang Ming looked up and saw the beautiful waitress in front of him. This was simply a childlike giant. She looked pure, tall, and wore a low-cut made outfit with black and white patterns, which made her look rational with a hint of feminine charm. If she bent down a little, she could see the Alps, which made her blood boil. Fortunately, Yang Ming was also a time-tested person. He did not do anything bad because of the other party's beauty, which made the beautiful waitress feel good and look at him a few more times. Yang Ming didn't care. He took the menu from her and looked through it. These menus not only have pictures and names, but also list the ingredients of the dishes. In the world of food wars, Shokyuchi no Soma, some of the food cooked by chefs can be said to apply the principle of molecular gastronomy. By changing the molecular structure of the ingredients, recombining them, and slow cooking at low temperatures, they create unique food, such as making the taste and appearance of one ingredient resemble another ingredient. This is the pursuit of the art and science of molecular gastronomy. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy for your restaurant. These delicacies that take several days to prepare are digested by customers in a moment. It would be a pity if they were given to customers who don't know the value of the food. Yang Ming's question is full of mysteries, which can be regarded as a guide to the tip of the iceberg of this restaurant. In response, the beautiful waitress smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, our carefully crafted artwork will soon disappear. However, it will exist in another form and will remain deeply in the minds of every customer. In order to achieve this goal, our chefs in Tatsuki restaurant look for all kinds of natural and fresh colors and flavors in the entire ninja world. The most important thing is the taste, which can evoke people's good memories. Some can even remind people of their childhood taste, giving people a beautiful and happy experience." After a pause, she continued. "The taste is directly connected to the brain, and it will remain in the memory for a long time. Therefore, we strive to make this taste more pure, authentic, and rich. Tatsuki restaurant, it's not simple." Yang Ming took a deep look at the beautiful waitress. He could see that this beautiful waitress was not from the world of food wars, Shokyuchi no Soma, but a native of Konoha village. But it was such a native of the Naruto world. After joining Tatsuki restaurant, it was only a short period of time, as if she had changed into a different person, and her spirit and energy were all changed. Moreover, Yang Ming's seemingly simple but actually mysterious question was answered fluently without being humble, which shows that Tatsuki restaurant is worthy of being the place where all the senior chefs in the world of food wars are gathered. The water here is very deep. Yang Ming only looked at the menu once, and from the names on the menu and the use of ingredients, he had guessed that the ingredients of Tatsuki restaurant are mainly local specialty ingredients, and they are made by combining traditional and innovative methods to form their own style and characteristics. Yang Ming couldn't help but concentrate, looking at the title page of the menu, which reads, "We strive to innovate, but we also respect tradition, because traditional food is our foundation." Indeed, Tatsuki restaurant has achieved the goal of giving customers a brand new experience. In fact, the customer experience is more than just the dozens of dishes on the table. From the moment you enter the door, the attentive and considerate service begins. The restaurant tries to provide guests with a comfortable, quiet, and elegant environment, paying attention to every detail. The waiter will provide drinks or coffee, explain the situation of the restaurant, or take everyone to visit the kitchen. Some people say that restaurants are like music, with classical music, pop music, heavy metal music, rock music, jazz, etc., and different people have different preferences. Just like painting, there are different schools, and Uni Restaurant is a modernist restaurant. In this era of pursuing uniqueness, this restaurant has made food into art and given science to 3 meals a day. Perhaps we can quote a poet's words to express Yang Ming's feelings about Uni Restaurant. You have taken my heart away with the tenderness of condiments. Use the notes of delicacies to play the melody of your song of life. If we use a line from an online article, it would be, "Don't pretend, we are still good friends." Chapter 774 Shock. The best food in Uni Restaurant. You have taken my heart away with the tenderness of condiments. Use the notes of delicacies to play the melody of your song of life. No matter how the world changes and how history evolves, there are only 2 things that remain unchanged in this world: food and human love for food. After reading the dishes on the menu, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, and the beautiful waitress beside him just stood still like a virgin, with her mouth slightly raised, waiting patiently, without showing any impatience, giving people an excellent experience. The dishes of Uni Restaurant always give people a subversive feeling. Whether it is the use of ingredients, matching and plating, they are always innovating and breaking through, which is consistent with Uni Restaurant. The chefs of the Moon Restaurant have a certain inevitable relationship with their rich experience. Just by looking at the dishes on the menu, Yang Ming, relying on his past experience, can find the common point of these dishes on the menu. They are infinitely close to nature, using the most natural wild flowers and ingredients to give them vitality, to give customers a visual and taste feast. After thinking for a while, Yang Ming already had an idea in his mind, pointing to the menu and said, "Please, give me this, and this dish." Yang Ming ordered a lot of dishes, covering all types of dishes in the Moon Restaurant, from drinks, appetizers, main dishes, and even desserts. At the same time, Yang Ming spoke very fast and flipped through the menu very frequently, but the beautiful waitress seemed very patient with all the problems Yang Ming exposed. Her bright big eyes blinked, and the pen in her hand rustled, and she wrote in one go without any interruption, and her beautiful writing fell on the text. When Yang Ming finished speaking, her pen just stopped writing. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll bring it to you right away." Yang Ming was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the waiter was so well trained that he could solve the problem he deliberately posed. While admiring him, he also paid more attention to Uni Restaurant. Even the waiter was like this, then how strong would the chefs of Uni Restaurant be? I'm really looking forward to it. Although the waiting time was long, Uni Restaurant would not let the guests get bored. The beautiful Moscow music slowly sounded, just like a close friend in the boudoir, telling the inner pain of lovesickness, making people immersed in this wonderful music. "Sir, this is the food you ordered, please enjoy it slowly." I don't know how long it has been, the beautiful waitress with a childlike face, pushed a small cart, slowly walked into the VIP room, and put one by one of the exquisite dishes in front of Yang Ming. On the mythical night under the moon in Konoha village, the beautiful and imaginative food plating is creative, but not exaggerated. With a beautiful woman by my side and delicious food in front of me, I should really drink and sing. On the menu, you can see that there are still some things on the wine list on the left. Yang Ming ordered a glass of appetizer, called Fishman's Tears, which is very poetic. Just seeing this name aroused Yang Ming's great curiosity. This glass of wine is worthy of the name of Fishman's Tears. It is transparent and colorless all over. Yang Ming took a sip, and with the ups and downs of his Adam's apple, the wine went down his stomach. He only felt that the wine tasted clear, sour, and bitter, blending together, a bit like lemon juice, which is really suitable for appetizers. A good dish can not only achieve color, fragrance, and taste, but also meet the visual needs. In a sense, the food in front of you is already a work of art. You can appreciate it, taste it, and chew it slowly in your mouth. Every bite is a taste of happiness. The dining environment of the Tatsuki restaurant is not only full of unique European and American style, but the dishes are also exquisite and touch the taste buds. Yang Ming ordered all the food of the Tatsuki restaurant in the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma. The first dish Yang Ming ate was a Moroccan-style appetizer. Fresh mint naturally stained the biscuits on a finger. A slight bite was sweet and minty, giving people a refreshing experience. The second dish was also full of exotic flavors. The grape leaves wrapped in Turkish bread tasted very fresh. Although the structures inside were very small, they were well integrated without any conflict or incoordination. Turkish bread was originally mixed with ground wheat, parsley leaves and tomatoes. Sometimes grape leaves were wrapped or placed underneath. The third dish was Spanish potato and onion omelette, which impressed Yang Ming the most. Under normal circumstances, this should be a very solid thing, but it was made into an egg yolk shape. The juice inside exploded in the mouth the moment it was bitten. The texture was very similar to egg yolk, but the taste in the mouth was exactly the same as a normal egg roll, even the burnt aroma of onions was in it. Strictly speaking, the potato and onion omelette here is sold in every tavern in Spain, and every tavern makes its own potato and onion omelette, which is considered the national dish of Spain. Very good, very interesting food. Yang Ming wiped his mouth, drank a sip of water to moisten his throat, cleared the miscellaneous taste in his mouth, and began to try the next dish. The puffed kidneys in Yuanya restaurant are also very unique. At first, Yang Ming did not notice that the menu said kidneys, because it was cooked with liver, and the slightly bitter taste made the tongue sober again after accepting so many delicate and subtle complex tastes. How do I feel? It feels a bit like sleeping on straw and tasting gall. For those who are curious, this is a very novel experience. But for Yang Ming, it is a bit uncomfortable. After eating the main course, it is the dessert after the meal. This is a layer of juice wrapped in a layer of chocolate film. Truffle oil is added to the juice, so it has a strong truffle taste. It will burst open after biting, so you have to eat it whole. There are some small particles inside, which gives people the feeling of it's like a truffle just dug out of the soil, a very natural and wild way to eat. The shape of the apple and duck liver is very beautiful, and the cooking method does not disappoint these two ingredients that are originally very compatible. The imitation Wall's square brick made with white asparagus and truffles, the dish is frozen, which makes Yang Ming even more moved. This is not only a sentiment, but also full of nostalgia. It is full of European and American style in the 1990s, and the taste is incomparable. Before this, Yang Ming had never thought that white asparagus could be made to taste like this, cool, sweet, and fragrant, which is completely different from the crisp taste of white asparagus pursued by ordinary chefs. Chapter 775 Delicious Food That Can Burst Clothes. The imitation Wall's square brick made with white asparagus and truffles, the dish is frozen, which makes Yang Ming even more moved. This is not only a sentiment, but also full of nostalgia. It is full of European and American style in the 1990s, and the taste is incomparable. Before this, Yang Ming had never thought that white asparagus could taste like this. It was cool, sweet, and fragrant, which was completely different from the crisp taste of white asparagus that most chefs pursued. Yang Ming wiped his mouth and felt that he had tasted different delicacies and experienced different food concepts. There were countless sparks of wisdom in his mind. He wanted to go back to the store immediately and study how to make new dishes. But... gurgle. Gurgle. Touching his still shriveled stomach, Yang Ming was speechless and complained. Although the dishes of this Yuanya restaurant are innovative and unique, but, every dish here is too little. In desperation, Yang Ming had to order another set of dishes to satisfy his empty stomach. After a while, the beautiful waitress pushed the cart in again. The first dish in front of Yang Ming was called Lamington beef, with a small stove below and a small pot on top. The orange-red soup was bubbling and covering all the ingredients, making it difficult to see. Yang Ming first adjusted the temperature below to a constant temperature, so that he didn't have to worry about steaming for too long and letting the soup dry up or letting the soup flow out on high heat. In front of this dish, there were 4 small plates, green, red, blue, and green. Just looking at it, I don't know what the hell it is, anyway, it looks very novel and eye-catching. The fragrance is extraordinary. Smelling the wisps of smell, Yang Ming said without exaggeration that if he hadn't eaten enough just now, he was really hungry now, and he could swallow a cow alive. Yang Ming held chopsticks in one hand and a bowl in the other, and carefully reached into the boiling pot, stirring it like swallowing a whole date, as if crossing a river by feeling the stones, and picked out a piece of light and thin fat beef, which was covered with crystal-like juice, and curled green smoke was drifting, which was extremely tempting. Yang Ming dipped it in the blue sauce, and the rich aroma of beef mixed with a unique blueberry flavor filled his nose, slowly spreading to his heart and lungs. In a trance, it seemed that even the breath he exhaled had a fragrant smell. Ah! Yang Ming opened his mouth, ignoring the warning that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and took a bite of the beef into his mouth. In an instant, his lips and tongue were wrapped in the delicious juice. The mellow aroma of beef and the fresh and light taste of blueberries mixed together and slowly penetrated into the tongue, as if the whole tongue was wrapped in this delicious taste, making people feel refreshed. After trying the blue sauce, Yang Ming picked up another piece of beef, dipped it in the red sauce, and swallowed it in one gulp. The thin body of the fat beef was wrapped in sticky ketchup. The unique sour and sweet taste of the ketchup greatly stimulated the freshness of the beef, making this time more enjoyable and satisfying, and making people feel happy that the trip was worthwhile. Just such a small amount of fat beef, naturally, could not satisfy Yang Ming's needs. Picked up another piece of fat beef, this time dipped in green sauce. The green mustard was smeared on the fat beef. The unique taste made people who liked it like it more, and those who didn't like it hated it more. Yang Ming just smelled the mustard fragrance, and his appetite suddenly opened up. He felt hungry and his saliva was flooded. He opened and closed his mouth, swallowed the fat beef covered with mustard into his mouth, and the various fragrances that were originally filled in the tongue were instantly squeezed out. He was immediately attracted by the unique mustard fragrance. He took a breath of cold air, and a thrilling delicacy went straight to his soul, and he was just about to sing a song loudly. Great! So delicious! The unique taste of mustard, plus the fat beef that is not greasy no matter how much you eat, the combination of the two makes people feel as if they are there and experience the most essential taste of beef. What's more satisfying is that the taste of this mustard is not as pungent as the usual mustard, everything tastes so natural, it's really delicious. Saying this with emotion, Yang Ming couldn't help but turn his eyes and focus on the last pile of sauce. This is a pile of green sauce, light, it looks like you have no idea what it is. Yang Ming picked up the chopsticks slowly, picked up a piece of fat beef, and dipped it in the green sauce. It looked as weird as it could be, like an unknown liquid made by Frankenstein. Just one look made him feel bad, so Yang Ming saved it for the last taste. Ah! Opening his mouth again, Yang Ming took advantage of the heat and ate the fat beef in one bite. Hey! 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 As the fat beef stayed in the pot for a long time, it became even hotter. The juice splashed on the tip of his tongue, scalding Yang Ming so much that he stuck out his tongue and exhaled repeatedly. He even had to fan his mouth with his hands to lower the temperature in his mouth so as not to burn his tongue. But even so, Yang Ming was reluctant to spit out the meat in his mouth and let the hot juice flow out, because the sauce mixed with the talansoa grass, eaten with the fat beef, was too delicious. Even if a drop of sauce flowed out, it would be a blasphemy and waste of the belief in food. In a trance, Yang Ming saw an endless grassland under the blue sky and white clouds. The shepherd boy faced the rising sun, rode a wild horse and wandered leisurely on the boundless grassland, holding a flute and playing the nameless and smooth little song, which was heard far away. Under the melodious and beautiful music, cattle and sheep formed mountains and seas, and followed the shepherd boy, accompanied by the rhythm of the nameless tune, humming in their mouths, making inexplicable cattle and sheep calls, as if singing the plateau with their companions. The artistic conception is beautiful, flowing slowly in the heart, unconsciously making people indulge in it, and it is difficult to extricate themselves. The sauce made from the talansoa grass has a unique earthy fragrance, but it doesn't have that kind of disgusting earthy taste. It's just refreshing and delicious. It's a perfect match with beef. It's unparalleled and amazing. Snap! With a crisp sound, Yang Ming lowered his head in astonishment, but was surprised to see that the clothes he was wearing burst open. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but show a strange expression. He almost forgot that the food in the world of food wars, soul food could make clothes burst after eating. This is a bit embarrassing. Chapter 776 Eating Ants. Snap! With a crisp sound, Yang Ming lowered his head in astonishment, but was surprised to see that the clothes he was wearing burst open. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but show a strange expression. He almost forgot that the food in the world of food wars, soul food could make clothes burst after eating. This is a bit embarrassing. The next dish is very interesting. It is called Nagano fresh ants climbing Hokkaido prawns. Sometimes the ants are not dead yet before being served, and they will playfully crawl onto the table. Hokkaido prawns lie lazily and thoroughly on the plate, letting the small ants on their backs live freely and happily. Is it a lively beauty or a dark dish? You can only know after trying it. Why are the Nagano ants fresh? The reason is very simple. These are freshly caught ants. This dish is committed to bringing different souls and Japanese style to customers. The shrimps are well presented. Two plump shrimps lie on the silver plate like beautiful women. The shrimp shells have been shaved off, leaving only the white and tender shrimp meat in front of Yang Ming. Even the shrimp tails are neatly arranged, with ants scattered on them, and some are still wriggling and dying. The hot steam rises from the dish. Looking at all this as if it is a vivid beauty, it makes people drool. Well, Yang Ming prefers dark cuisine, so for ordinary people, ants are more challenging to the visual nerves, but he didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, he felt eager to try. Yang Ming looked at the shrimp meat in front of him, and his heart felt like being scratched by a cat. The lingering fragrance was like a small hook, hooking people to eat. Thinking of this, Yang Ming steadily picked up a pair of chopsticks and carefully picked up a shrimp. His hands were very steady, as if he was picking up a piece of tofu, afraid that if he exerted a little force, the shrimp meat and the ants on them would be cut off. The shrimp on the chopsticks was white in the front part, and the closer to the tail shell, the brighter the red, like a vivid red like a flame. I'm not welcome. Ah! Yang Ming pinched off the shrimp head, opened his bloody mouth, and ate it in one bite. He stuffed it into his mouth, bit it down, and chewed it gently with his teeth. So delicious! Yang Ming felt that the shrimp meat was extremely tender and smooth. The best thing was that it was extremely delicious and had a light fragrance. It had a light taste of lemon. While removing the fishy smell of the sea, it also brought a unique enjoyment to the taste buds on the tip of the tongue. After chewing it carefully, the shrimp meat blended with various flavors. These blended flavors not only did not take away the sweetness of the shrimp meat itself, but also highlighted the deliciousness that other ingredients could not achieve. The only thing missing was the fishy smell. It's so delicious. This shrimp meat has no seasoning added, and the original and pure taste of the shrimp meat is completely preserved. It's really amazing. Yang Ming took a bite of the shrimp and felt infinitely satisfied. When he bit the ants lightly with his teeth, an even more peculiar feeling suddenly came to Yang Ming's mind. This is formic acid. Oh my god! Even though Yang Ming had prepared before eating, when he really ate it, he felt that his pores were open and his taste buds were fully opened. I feel like I can even taste the forest flavor. After eating this dish, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Today, when he came to Yunya restaurant, no matter where Yang Ming went, he could almost see the word luxury. Every detail was telling Yang Ming the story of luxury tirelessly, and every corner tried to make Yang Ming feel how luxurious the food it was selling was. Therefore, the restaurant is luxurious, the tableware is luxurious, the decoration is luxurious, the beams are luxurious, the floor is luxurious, and even the maid outfits worn by the beautiful waitresses can be luxurious. Even the fatty beef that Yang Ming just ate is always showing that the ingredients of the Totsuki restaurant are very luxurious. Originally, Yang Ming was not surprised by such things. As the saying goes, luxury is common. In the world of Shokyuchi no Soma, no matter where it is, most people inevitably equate nobility with taste, and then equate taste with luxury. The chefs in the world of Shokyuchi no Soma have long equated luxury and taste without knowing when, but in Yang Ming's view, this is a bit dazzling, and it is also a bit more pretentious. Yang Ming's life is not too luxurious now, but he always feels that his words and deeds are far from nobility. In Yang Ming's impression, nobility and luxury are two completely different categories. Let's look at the correspondence between European and American aristocrats in the 19th century. Regarding the taste of aristocrats, they said, XXX's home is simple and unpretentious, which is a rare good taste. He is the kind of old-fashioned aristocrat who has worn a coat for 20 years. They will praise a person's simplicity and cherishing of things, being low-key and not ostentatious, but they will never regard visible luxury as taste, especially not as aristocratic taste. Take a pair of handmade top-grade leather shoes for example. It is very expensive, but it can be worn for 10 or 20 years. The knowledge here is not only its own quality, but also your attitude towards wearing it. First of all, you will cherish it, so your walking posture is correct, and you can't kick anything you see on the street. Secondly, you are willing to spend some time and effort to take care of it. When you take it off at home, you don't forget to dust it. On weekends, you will leisurely apply oil and color to it, just as a rest activity to adjust your body and mind. Even if he has servants, he would rather do it himself. So this pair of shoes can be worn for a long time. After 10 years, it looks a little old, but not rotten. It can be seen that it has been well taken care of and its owner cherishes it. This is called nobility. Not necessarily like expensive material things, but definitely not spend money carelessly and change sides. His taste does not lie in what he buys, but in his lifestyle and even his personality. The material he owns cannot describe him, but the way he owns the material can tell what kind of person he is. Of course, a person cannot be a slave to material things, but his personality and temperament may occasionally be exuded through material things. Simply put, this is education. Education is such an ancient word, and it is so unfamiliar today. This word is originally the perfect match for taste. However, because education is difficult and luxury is easy, people in the world of food wars, Shokuchi no Soma will give taste to luxury, and let the empty and endless splendor cover up the lack of education. Over time, it even affects many people, making people think that traditional European and American aristocrats all aim for luxury. Well, I know that the above will definitely make many people who like food wars, soul food not happy. This is just a personal complaint. Chapter 777 French Snail. After Yang Ming complained in his heart, he looked at the real feast this time, French snail. French snail is also known as shell slug, sky snail, water buffalo, round snail worm, sky snail lion, snail. The French knew the deliciousness of snails hundreds of years ago. They began to eat snails and make various dishes with snails as raw materials. Since there were many wild snails living in Burgundy, snails were just a common dish on the tables of French farmers at that time. However, with the increase in people's appetite and the widespread use of pesticides in agriculture, almost all wild snails were killed, and snails became increasingly scarce, and the price naturally rose with the market. It is precisely because of its long history and scarce raw materials that snails have become more and more precious in France. It eventually became a delicacy that only the rich can enjoy on grand occasions, and was upgraded to become the national dish of France. The reason why French snails are so precious is that their breeding environment is very harsh, requiring clean water, low energy metal pollution, and the temperature is basically the same as the adaptation limit of loose snails. After the French snail grows up, the average weight can reach 400 grams. The shell is spherical, 28 mm high and 60 mm wide. The shell is thick and solid, opaque, with 5 whorls, and the spiral part grows slowly and is low conical. The body whorl is swollen, the shell mouth does not tilt downward, the shell surface is dark yellow-brown or yellow-brown, shiny, and has many black-brown bands. The shell top is blunt, and the navel of the adult is covered by the axial lip. The shell mouth is oval, the mouth edge is sharp, the lips are folded outward, and the inner substance is light yellow or light brown. Judging from the existing number of French snails and the breeding environment, it cannot become a nightmare for chefs. You heard it right, cooking French snails is the nightmare of every low and middle level chef. It is very difficult to cook French snails well. When choosing snails for cooking, there is one very important thing to pay attention to, that is, to choose snails with harder shell edges. In the last 6 months to 1 year of snail farming, it cannot be allowed to eat vegetables, and only let it eat flour. The French call it Ramadan of snails. If the edge of the snail shell is still easy to break, it means that the Ramadan process is not done well. The meat of snails that do not eat flour will taste bitter. On the contrary, the meat of snails that have eaten flour becomes very delicious. Snails are hermaphroditic mollusks with thick and soft meat and rich nutrition. The pure natural breeding of French snails makes it easier to digest and absorb, helping the human body to increase vitality. While French snails have become a nightmare for low and middle level chefs, they have also become a nightmare for middle and lower level customers. As the national dish of France, tasting French snails requires specific etiquette and kitchenware. Many Chinese tourists rush to French restaurants, thinking that money makes them rich, but they don't know these things at all. They can only become nouveau riche in the eyes of foreigners, and they don't know how much face they lose. French snails need to be equipped with pliers and double-toothed forks. When eating, use the pliers in your right hand to clamp the snail shell, and use the fork in your left hand to pick out the snail meat and eat it. It is best to eat snails while they are hot, so that the snail meat will be easier to take out of the shell, otherwise it may take some effort. Of course, as long as you are proficient in using pliers and forks, even shelled animals such as snails can be eaten elegantly. The exaggerated scene of snails flying out performed by Julia Roberts in the movie Pretty Woman has almost never appeared in French restaurants. When eating snails, it is best to pair them with fine wines produced in the snail's place of origin. Burgundy snails should be paired with Burgundy wine or sparkling wine such as champagne. The key is to choose wine with a very light and mild taste, such as Chardonnay wine that has not been aged in oak barrels, or Burgundy's most famous Pinot Noir wine, which can stimulate the aroma of snail meat. On the contrary, those strong wines will destroy the original freshness of the snail. Yang Ming sat upright, and the beautiful waitress beside him smiled and opened a bottle of 50-year-old Burgundy wine. The light red wine was filled in a high-heeled glass. Yang Ming held it in his hand and gently rippled, reflecting the gorgeous color like a ruby under the light. Yang Ming first came up and smelled the aroma of the wine. The 50-year aging made this glass of Burgundy wine carry a hint of years of precipitation, as if it could pull people into the long history, and the fragrant breath came to the face, making people intoxicated. Yang Ming took a small sip, and it tasted sour and sweet. It did not have the astringency of ordinary wines that were aged for too long. Instead, it was very natural and delicious, which whetted people's appetite. Looking at the snail on the silver plate in front of him, underneath were washed green olive leaves. French snails, which were several circles larger than ordinary snails, were lying quietly on top, with chopped red peppers sprinkled on them, bringing a pleasant flavor. Yang Ming had long known that in order to make a perfect French snail, its outer layer was brown, and the inner layer was soft and tender snail meat, which tasted fragrant and refreshing. When you eat it in your mouth, it is fresh, delicious, and tasty, which will bring a triple heaven feeling. Generally speaking, when cooking French snails, you need to put the snail in a basin with water for a day and a night, let the snail spit out all the residue in its body, wash it clean, and then put it in boiling water and scald it again with hot water. According to etiquette, Yang Ming used pliers in his right hand to clamp the snail shell, and picked out the snail meat with a fork in his left hand and put it in front of his nose. Smelling the faint fragrance of the snail meat in front of him, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. This snail doesn't emit any peculiar smell, not even the slightest fishy smell of itself. It is obvious that when it was placed in the basin, it was soaked in a pure spring water without any pollution or peculiar smell. What an incredible cooking skill! The control of every detail of this has reached the extreme. I really want to know which chef in the world of Food Wars, Seoul made this. It's a pity that Totsuki restaurant is even more stingy than me. A serving of French snails costs only there are only 3 snails. Chapter 778 Tasting Snails. What a pity. Why is you and your restaurant even more stingy than me? A serving of French snails only has 3 snails. Has anyone eaten snails? French snails are a unique Western dish. The number of people who like this taste is increasing. Snails are not noble enough to be served in a hall. There are still not many people who like them. They are not as attractive as oysters, which have the temptation to fascinate everyone. Of course, it is not only edible, but also has high nutritional value. The protein content of French snails is higher than that of beef, lamb, and pork, but the fat is much lower than them. It also contains various minerals and vitamins. It is the first choice for food therapy for people with weak constitution, malnutrition, and chronic illness. The enzymes contained can eliminate stagnation, while glutamic acid and aspartic acid can enhance the vitality of human brain cells. Scientists believe that eating more snails can have a nutritional and beauty effect on skin and hair. The production method of French snails is: to cook snails, you usually need to take the snail meat out of the snail shell, cook it in boiling water, remove the internal organs, wash the snail meat, and put it back into the complete snail shell. At the same time, add minced garlic, celery, and butter to the shell, apply a layer of butter on the snail meat, and then mash the snail meat with onions, garlic, etc., mix with butter and seasonings, and then bake it in a high-temperature oven for a few minutes. Generally speaking, restaurants that cook French snails have trays specifically for roasting snails. There are at least 6 round holes on the tray, and a snail is placed in each round hole. Put the modified snail into a round iron plate with 6 round holes at the bottom and bake it on the fire. When the butter is melted, you can take out the snail and eat it. When the tray full of snails is taken out of the oven, the fragrant snail feast makes people salivate. If paired with baguette or garlic bread, the taste is quite delicious. This is also where Yang Ming felt extremely sad. He clearly cooked at least 6 snails at a time, but only 3 were served. What the hell? The slightly golden roasted snails, set against the green olive leaves, looked very refreshing, emitting wisps of pleasant green smoke that spread all around. The French use a very special tool to eat snails, a special pair of pliers. When Yang Ming eats snails, he holds the snail with one hand and picks the snail meat out of the shell with the other hand, dips it in the sauce and eats it in one bite. This is the taste, this unique taste that only snails have, it's so delicious. Yang Ming opened and closed his mouth, and with the sound of crunching, he even bit off one side of the crispy snail shell. Only then did he realize that the snail shell was originally very thin. After being baked to a slightly golden color, it became very crispy and tasted very good. The snail meat inside was white and tender, soft and delicious, and it tasted sticky. Mixed with the taste of the sauce, it swept the entire tongue, as if bringing a different party to the taste buds on the tip of the tongue. Yang Ming lowered his head and took a closer look. The white and black stripes on the snail shell were stained with a golden tinge. With the slight freshness inside the shell, it tasted particularly delicious, just like eating fried potato chips. There was a constant crunching sound, but it didn't knock your teeth at all. It was very good. Crunch! Crunch! These pleasant sounds kept coming out of his mouth. Yang Ming couldn't help but pick up another snail and bite it. This time he opened his mouth wider and felt it more clearly. During the chewing process, even the juice inside the snail seeped out. He didn't feel his mouth was dry at all. Instead, the more he ate, the more appetizing he became. The more he ate, the more he wanted to eat. After eating the second snail, Yang Ming didn't stop and ate the last snail and the olive leaf underneath, revealing the thin white porcelain underneath, which was neat and round. It depicted a stream flowing on it, which looked like ripples under the light, making people feel peaceful. A wisp of hot air floated up, and the fragrance of the snail followed. In front of the delicious food, Yang Ming opened his mouth and ate a snail, which was swept away like a fragment of wind and cloud. What's more, there were only 3 snails, which were not enough for Yang Ming to fill his teeth. French snails are simply a luxurious dish that is very difficult to make. From the birth of snails, breeding and processing to the cooking process, every process is a witness to luxury. The French snails made by Yuanyu restaurant can be said to be a culmination of all the essences of French snail dishes from past dynasties. Each snail absorbs the flavors of butter, onions, garlic, and other condiments. Yang Ming deeply understands this point while chewing slowly. The juice in the snail is mixed with the taste of onions, garlic, and butter. As the teeth rub gently, the mixed fragrance inside is secreted, giving Yang Ming an extremely rare taste. Moreover, this dish is not greasy at all. Even if the snails are eaten up, there is no trace of oil stains on the silver plate, because the only oil is absorbed by the snail itself, and no oil flows out. The snail shell wraps the tender white snail meat, locking the aroma inside and preventing it from leaking out during the baking process, while also ensuring the nutritional value of the snails did not dissipate, but remained inside, which made such a delicious dish. The chef of Yuanyu restaurant is really amazing. He has mastered the essence of French snails and even surpassed his master with his own unique style. Yang Ming sighed with emotion. This kind of national cuisine level dish is not something that ordinary senior chefs can make. It seems that this should be the master chef of Yuanyu restaurant who personally came out. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but glance at the menu. Just eating these 3 snails cost him a full 10 million. Yang Ming's eyes twitched fiercely. If he was not a rich man now and had no shortage of money, he would not be able to afford such luxurious dishes. Not to mention anything else, just to enter this VIP room, Yang Ming had to pay a VIP recharge fee of 100,000 yuan first. This is really not something that ordinary people can afford. It can be said that every minute and every second spent in Yuanyu restaurant is like spending money like water, as if money is no longer valuable. Of course, this is also Yang Ming's fault. He chose relatively expensive and luxurious dishes. In Yuanyu restaurant, there are also dishes for ordinary people, but they are relatively few. In short, if you can taste the most authentic French snails in Yuanyu restaurant, you will definitely feel that the trip is worthwhile. The great satisfaction of taste will make people feel more fulfilled and have endless memories. Chapter 779 Luxurious French Meal. When a man falls in love with a woman, the first move he makes must be to take her to a restaurant for a delicious meal. If there are only 2 things in the world that can arouse our 5 sensory reactions, then one is love and the other is food. France, a country that is mysterious because of its romance, in addition to love, art, and beautiful scenery, the most important thing must be the intriguing French cuisine. In medieval France, enjoying food was mostly considered by people to be synonymous with wealth and indulgence. Banquets symbolize prestige and power, and everything is related to politics. However, the French, who love to enjoy life, will eventually popularize food. In fact, authentic French cuisine is not as delicate, small, and artistic as we imagine. In the south of France, people near the Mediterranean use olive oil, garlic, and fruits and vegetables as ingredients in their cooking. Due to the hot climate, in order to preserve food conveniently, their taste is salty, and therefore they have developed salting technology. In the north, due to the cold climate and developed cheese industry, people like to use butter, onions, and dairy products as ingredients to make the food exude a rich and fragrant taste. Cooking is the oldest art, which was a beautiful saying circulated among French nobles at the time. While Yang Ming was enjoying the food, many villagers and ninjas in Konoha village also came to this Tatsuki restaurant to taste the different taste from Yang Ming's shop. Asuma and Yui Kurane walked hand in hand and slowly walked into this Tatsuki restaurant. Men in formal suits, dignified and sexy women, everything here is told in an elegant and slow-paced life. Yuanyu restaurant strictly abides by the dining time and provides customers with an advance reservation system. If the customer happens to be dressed too casually, he may even face the risk of being turned away. Strolling between the tables of Yuanyu restaurant, the stone road washed away by the historical glitter, the crowds of people coming and going, and the laughter. Asma and Ziriong, led by the waiter, came to the VIP room next door where Yang Ming was. When they opened the menu, they were attracted by a series of French dishes, and Ziriong ordered it without hesitation. Seeing this, Asma glanced at the string of zeros at the back, and immediately took a breath of cold air in his heart, secretly saying that his life was miserable. The French food in this restaurant is so expensive, it seems that I will have to tighten my belt in the future. However, when Asma looked at Ziriong's happy look, he felt that it was all worth it. Dinner is always the most important meal of the 3 meals in French cuisine: appetizers, apéritifs, appetizers, first main course, second main course, plate, coffee, chocolate, after dinner wine. Every step is full of ritual and human touch. A few slices of slightly salty baguette, a crispy and delicious croissant and chocolate croissant, with warm coffee or milk, simple but satisfying. French cuisine always treats food as love. Every dinner together, every toast under candlelight, every laughter after dinner, all show the unique life feelings of the French. Asma and Xirihong are in this environment, and they also follow the local customs. In the slightly swaying candlelight, they raise the high-heeled glasses in their hands and clink them together. Cheers! Cheers! The 4 eyes meet, full of affection. Drink it in one gulp, and then focus on the food served by the waiter. French cuisine is small but exquisite, from tableware to food, all of which reflect the French's inherent artistic atmosphere and gentlemanly demeanor. French onion soup originated in Lyon. This unique place, the characteristic dish, was initially not accepted because of the spiciness of onions and the smell in the mouth after eating. However, who can really resist the sweetness of fried onions and the delicateness of veal? The cheese locks all the fragrance in the warm bowl, and every spoonful makes people full of happiness. The snails, known as the gold of meat, are best made from Burgundy snails. Snails on the vineyard are the main ingredients, served with butter, garlic paste, and parsley as a starter. When they are just out of the oven, you can hear the sizzling sound of oil popping from the snail shell. Marseille's Mediterranean fish soup was originally a simple dish for fishermen to use on a daily basis. The fishermen fried the fish that was the most difficult to sell in a day with a little olive oil, added a little pepper and saffron to enhance the flavor and color, and finally added a piece of dried orange peel to add fragrance, and the sunshine golden soup was hot out of the oven. Originated from the Brittany province of France, crepes have both sweet and salty flavors. Sweet crepes are mainly made of popular cream, chocolate, etc., while salty crepes are mostly made of goat milk and mung beans. In France, February 2nd is the annual Crepe Day, and people hold crepes in their hands and participate in a grand parade on the street. Singing and dancing seem to celebrate and thank their ancestors for inventing this delicious and magical food. Delicious and lovely Madeleine is a traditional French dessert. This oblong cream cake is named after its inventor, Ms. Madeleine. It is said that Madeleine designed and made this dessert to cope with the sudden resignation of the chef of the king's banquet, which led to a sweet banquet for the royal family. In Nice, southern France, in addition to the water monster, there is another dish that is so famous. Nice salad, with rich and diverse ingredients, you can feel full and satisfied just by eating grass. Unlike other salads as appetizers, it is provided to guests as a main meal. Exquisite and passionate French cuisine exudes charm and fragrance from historical sedimentation, draws passion and nutrition from the sun and sea water. Food and art are combined in an epic way here. Enjoying this series of food, Asuma and Yui Kurane are completely speechless, all immersed in the ocean of food. There is silence in the air, and occasionally there is the sound of knives and forks colliding. Not only that, the small cup of coffee before the end of the dinner has 4 secrets, the moment when the lips gently approach the coffee cup to sip, the burning feeling is like hell, the dark color is like the devil, the fragrance is like an angel, and the sweetness is like love. This special cup of coffee makes everyone who has drunk it feel endless for its sweet aroma and long to relive the old dream. Food is the highest level of enjoyment in the world, regardless of age or identity. It gives the ultimate enjoyment of beauty and spirit, and manipulates tolerance and elegance. At this moment, Asuma is tasting this heavenly food, but he is always thinking about the string of blinding zeros in his heart. It is really painful and happy. I don't want to say too much, so I bury my head in eating. Chapter 780 Desserts from various countries. Food is the highest level of enjoyment in the world, regardless of age or status. It gives the ultimate enjoyment of beauty and spirit, and manipulates tolerance and elegance. At this moment, Asuma was tasting this heavenly food, but she was always thinking about the string of blinding zeros in her heart. It was really painful and happy. I don't want to say too much, so I quickly buried my head in the hard work. Speaking of French desserts, the number one is of course girls' breasts, macarons. Macarons actually did not originate from France, but from Italy. At first, some vegetarian nuns used egg whites and almonds to make macaroons instead of meat. Later, because Catholics could not bear the suppression of revolutionaries during the French Revolution, they made a living by selling this kind of almond cakes, and it gradually spread to France. After French chefs competed to improve it, adding various fruits and jams, the high-value macarons were born. Women are born to love desserts, and Xi Rihong is no exception. She gracefully stretched out 5 white jade ivory sculpture-like fingers, gently twisted them, put them in her mouth, chewed them slowly like a lady, felt the life taste and style that only noble ladies have, and felt a heartfelt joy with her whole body and mind. This macaron is so delicious. Xi Rihong praised in her heart, turned her eyes and looked at the next dessert. The French meaning of finger puffs from France is lightning. Just because it is too small and delicious, people can't help but destroy it immediately at the speed of lightning. The elegant French made them into long strips of fingers, so that people don't have to worry about getting cream all over their mouths when tasting. Xi Rihong's eyes lit up, her cherry mouth opened slightly, and she bit off a small piece of the puff in a cycle. The sweet taste flowed like a river, and people were moved to tears. Every country has its own pancake fruit, and for France, it is the sweet and beautiful crepe. Crepes originated in Brittany, France. In the past, in order to avoid dying in the famine, people there took out the flour stored in the cellar and baked it into thin pancakes. Today, at noon in Brittany, you will see people crowding into the alleys just to enjoy a crepe covered with fresh fruit and cream during lunch break. Accompanied by with a click, Yui Hong took a bite and felt that it was extremely crispy, with juice and cream sprinkled all over the tip of her tongue. Feeling the sticky taste wrapped around the tip of her tongue, she rolled her tongue slightly and swallowed them into her stomach. The satisfaction was really indescribable. After eating a series of French meals, because the French meals were too exquisite and the portions were too small, Yui Hong stretched out her tongue and licked the cream under the corner of her mouth, feeling that she was still not satisfied. She turned her eyes and looked at the desserts from other countries on the menu with a piercing gaze, as if she could emit light. Seeing this, Asuma knew what she was thinking. In order to avoid kneeling on the washboard when she returned home, Asuma could only endure the pain and ordered these desserts from the waiter. After a while, the waiter pushed a small cart in. The sweet and fragrant aroma that could melt people's hearts, just a slight smell, could make people's hearts empty. Yui Kurene's eyes lit up, and she was so anxious that she no longer cared about her ladylike demeanor, so she picked up the dessert and ate it. The cream mousse and cocoa powder that melted in her mouth seemed to contain a sentence, "Take me away," in every bite. It seems a bit sad to say this. This cheesecake from Italy has the happiness of being soaked in Italian espresso and Marsala white wine. The slightly bitter cocoa powder neutralizes the sweetness of the cream. This is a dessert that belongs to love. As the saying goes, eating in the mouth is sweet in the heart, and this is also a great delicacy to show affection. Look, Asuma and Yui Kurene, the old couple, are not just holding desserts in their hands, with a face full of affection, feeding each other? How embarrassed is this for the single dog waiter standing by? As an Italian dessert after a meal, Italian cream pudding is to mix fresh cream, milk, and white sugar, heat it, and then add gelatin to solidify it before serving. The literal meaning of this Italian word is cooked cream. When girls taste desserts, they feel pain and happiness just like boys when they pay the bill. On the one hand, the tip of the tongue is captured by desserts, and they want to eat all the desserts in the world into their stomachs. On the other hand, they are worried that eating too much will make them fat and affect their body shape. But facing such a delicious cream pudding, it looks like jelly, and it trembles slightly when the spoon touches it. It looks so cute. Xirihong can't care so much. She scoops one mouthful after another and feels full of happiness. Every girl who loves to make desserts probably tries the first dessert with a soft texture of chiffon cake. Chiffon cake was born in California in 1927. It was invented by an insurance broker named Harry Baker. It was not until 1948 that Baker sold the cake shop and the recipe was made public. Compared with Dove chocolate, this is the feeling of silk. After taking a bite, Xirihong felt like a little girl selling matches, who finally sold all the matches. The full sense of happiness flowed in her heart, which was particularly good and unforgettable. It was hard to forget this delicious taste. Remember those cupcakes in the TV series Sex and the City that were so beautiful that they made people cry? Each colorful cupcake was as beautiful as a girl's daydream. Compared with French desserts, this petite and cute cupcake makes people feel more relaxed and happy. For the people of the lighthouse, there should be a cupcake every day of the 365 days. It can be civilian or luxurious. The Black Forest cake from Germany is one of Xirihong's favorites. The light cream is paired with chocolate chips, and the cherries are very plump. It is really satisfying to take a bite. Don't think dirty. It is said that a long time ago, in the Black Forest region of Germany, every time the cherry harvest season came, women would make jam with the extra cherries. At the same time, they would generously stuff a lot of cherries into the cake layer when making cakes, or carefully decorate the cakes one by one. A bite of cake, a bite of cherry, neither too greasy nor monotonous. The next dessert, the peculiarly shaped annual ring cake, looks like a stump. After Xirihong cuts it with a knife and fork, the layers of patterns look like annual rings, and each circle is written with life. In addition, the annual ring cake also has its own beautiful meaning. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must persist, and there will be hope. Just like San Mao's poem If There Is an Afterlife, I Want to Be a Tree. Every dessert is a painting, incredibly beautiful. Chapter 781 Sky Arena, Taste Coffee. It is not enough for a person to have only this life, he should also have a poetic world. Food is probably the most important role in life. It can fill your stomach when you are hungry and add icing on the cake when you are relaxed and comfortable. However, in China, too many people lack offer food. In order to relieve hunger, food is cooked casually in a pot, and soy sauce and message are added. It is really a waste of food. However, it is not known that there are 4 seasons in food. Meeting the best things in the best season is a beautiful encounter. One of the 7 warlords of the sea from the world of One Piece, Hawkeye my hawk came to the Tatsuki restaurant, leaning against a French window facing the sun and spring flowers, waiting quietly. It is a kind of happiness to live alone in one place. Not being called home by the people around, don't be bothered by trivial matters, and don't be trapped by people who have different ideas and don't work together. A person enjoys a quiet world, as if the sky and the earth are connected, and all the prosperity is empty and colorful. Hawkeye my hawk likes to live alone. Others may seem lonely, but he enjoys it. But this does not mean that he doesn't love life. A person's life does not need to consider whether the people around him are warm or hungry. In the warm afternoon sun, swinging on the balcony chair, a cup of coffee, a French chanson, and a lot of time are wasted willfully. So, there are many benefits of living alone in one place. In other words, if a person has a world in his heart, he will see a broad view everywhere. In the eyes of others, Hawkeye my hawk is the world's #1 swordsman in the world of One Piece, but for him, his road is still very long, and he is just an ordinary swordsman who is struggling on the road. Hawkeye my hawk holds a promotional newspaper in his hand. This newspaper is for Yang Ming's shop to promote the world's first martial arts tournament. It welcomes strong people from all over the world to sign up. Sky Arena? Interesting. Because there are too many people participating in the selection of the world's first martial arts tournament, even many people from the One Piece world have signed up, so Yang Ming specially built this Sky Arena. Yes, the Sky Arena is the one in Hunter x Hunter. It has 251 floors and is 991 meters high. The tower is full of fighting arenas. The entire Sky Arena is divided into 10 floors until the 200th floor. Only the winner can advance to the next floor. First to 99th floor. All contestants must test their strength on the first floor, so the first floor is one competition ring after another. The judges will decide which floor each contestant should be sent to based on the performance of the competition within 3 minutes. Of course, the better the strength, the higher the floor to be sent. Floors 100 to 199. After passing the 100th floor, you can have a private room, and the treatment will be much better than the 99th floor. Floors 200 to the top floor. Warriors who advance to the 200th floor will be assigned to luxury rooms. However, those who come to the 200th floor are all powerful and it will become more and more difficult to advance to the next floor. This level adopts the application battle system. Each person has a 10-day battle preparation period. You can choose to participate in the competition on any day during this period. Each battle will get a recalculated 10-day battle preparation period. But if you do not participate in the battle within the prescribed 10 days, you will lose the qualification. In this floor, you only need to win 10 games to pass, but if you have lost 4 games before winning 10 games, you will lose the qualification. If you can win this floor, you can challenge the floor owner to monopolize the floor and become the new floor owner. Each floor from 220 to 250 is owned by a floor owner. The floor owner of the top floor 251 will be the champion of the world's first martial arts competition. Interesting. Looking at the popular candidates listed on the propaganda newspaper, even Hawkeye my hawk felt eager to try. Then, he picked up a cup of filled coffee. Everyone has their own understanding of food. Some people see it as something to fill their stomachs, while others see it as an art of life. A cup of mellow coffee, from coffee planting to fruit picking, from roasting and grinding to refining and brewing, each step is a unique art of coffee. Opening the map, the entire tropical region has become a romantic arc belonging to coffee planting, and each plump and juicy red berry writes happiness, wealth, and the world's passionate love for coffee. Tracing back the story of a cup of rich coffee, you can see the primitive Ethiopia and the mystery of the Middle East and Arabia. There is the noble luxury of the European royal family, and also the enthusiasm of the New World. Ethiopia, as a coffee-producing area, Africa produces a variety of high-quality coffee beans. The mysterious African continent has a special magic for coffee. Ethiopia, which has a variety of coffee flavors, has become a pilgrimage site for many coffee experts. Here, the coffee beans have the lightness of citrus lemons due to the special altitude and soil. If the primary processing is carried out by sun drying, the mellowness is further improved. Faced with the dazzling array of coffee beans on the shelf, which one should be claimed? In fact, in addition to the origin, the roasting method also plays a decisive role in the taste of coffee. Different roasting degrees show every aspect of the coffee beans. It is not only a simple sensory evaluation of the concentration of coffee, but also the aroma, taste, and your feeling. Italian roasting is probably a roasting method that everyone is familiar with. The chef of any restaurant is naturally no exception. He chooses a cup of espresso to let guests enjoy the greasy and barbecued taste brought by the roasted coffee. In fact, Italian roasting will burn the coffee very black, and the taste is not very good. However, the lighthouse country has turned roasting deeper and deeper into a trend, making it interesting, fashionable, and elegant. The branding in Italian has now become the romantic macchiato in the coffee world. Spreading a layer of delicate and soft milk foam on the rich and fragrant macchiato not only maintains the original temperature of the macchiato, so that it will not dissipate heat too quickly, but also allows the overly strong espresso to be slightly neutralized. Before tasting the coffee, Hawkeye my hawk rinsed his mouth with water so that he could better taste the real coffee taste. Tasting single origin coffee is generally divided into 4 steps. 1 is smelling. Hawkeye my hawk naturally understands this principle and feels the aroma brought by the coffee variety by smelling. 2 is sucking hard. Hawkeye my hawk skips the tongue coating and feels the taste of the coffee. If the saliva secreted more on both sides of the mouth, it means that the acidity is higher and the degree of roasting is lower. 3 is tasting. Now you can really taste the taste. The unique rich fragrance of coffee will bring people into that wonderful world. Hawkeye my hawk was happy in his heart. He took a sip and felt a fragrance mixed with the fragrance of Ethiopian coffee beans. With a swallow, it blended into the stomach like a long dragon roaring. Chapter 782 Opening of the competition. The sun sets and the night falls. The night is like ink. Even the Totsuki restaurant has ended its business hours for the day. The heroine from the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, Arina Nikari, flipped through the account books of the past few days, looking at the strings of numbers, and a cold, charming, and moving smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hee, if this continues, I wonder how the Yang Ming store across the street can compete with us. Thinking of this, Irina Nakiri stretched lazily, showing her perfect body that makes people's blood boil. She yawned slightly. It's so boring, is there nothing to entertain in this Naruto world? Hearing this, her secretary, Shinto Hisako, was moved and said, Miss, I heard that the world's #1 martial arts competition has been held in the Food City, and many people have gone to watch it. Why don't we go and have a look? It sounds very interesting. Oh? Is it the competition held by Boss Yang Ming across the street? Yes. I heard that there are people from other worlds participating in the competition. Miss, let's go and have a look. Well, there's nothing to do here anyway, I'm almost bored to death. With that, the two of them came to the Food City and walked towards the sky arena that seemed to tower into the clouds. The night was full of countless stars, embedded in the night, like countless night stars, scattering colorful starlight. In this silent night, the newly built sky arena was brightly lit and blooming with brilliant brilliance. When Nakiri Arena and her servant entered the sky arena, they felt a wave of heat and noise. Even though it was late, there were still many spectators here. After the sky arena was built, Yang Ming sent off Riga and Kisame here to maintain order. Kisame saw that it was Nakiri Arena, the chef of Tatsuki restaurant, and his face was not good. He said coldly, 500 yuan per ticket. Nakiri Arena naturally knew how many customers the Tatsuki restaurant, which she had promoted and opened, had taken away from Yang Ming's shop in the past few days. She was also expecting Kisame's cold attitude. After paying the secretary, she chose the 99th floor and went to the audience seat. Secretary Nito Hisako looked left and right, like a curious baby, and felt that everything was strange. There were quite a few spectators on the 99th floor. She could tell there were hundreds of people at a glance, and was immediately speechless. Just now I was wondering why it was so cheap. It seems that this is a strategy of small profits but quick turnover. Irina Nakiri pouted, look at you, you are such a loser. Hurry up and be quiet and watch the game. At this moment, the contestants of this competition appeared on a huge screen in the center of this floor, and the host's voice sounded at the same time. Please welcome us, Koji from Yang Ming's shop, and Mr. 5 from the One Piece world. Although most people were shocked by the people from another world at the beginning, they gave a warm applause at this time. Mr. 5, wearing a leather suit and with his hands in his belt, walked to the center of the field in a frivolous manner. Seeing that the opponent was a fat man named Koji, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said in a tone that deserved to be beaten. Oh, the opponent this time is a dead fat pig, so there is no suspense, I will definitely win. Koji hated being called a flying pig the most in his life. If he was a cat whose tail was stepped on, he would be furious. Who do you say is a dead fat pig? Mr. 5 looked indifferent and stretched out his finger to pick his nose. The fat pig was talking to me just now. Koji snorted, and two white dragon-like smoke came out of his nostrils. His eyes seemed to be burning with blazing flames. He said in a low voice. Very good. You succeeded in irritating me. Although he said so, Koji was very well behaved and waited for the host to start. The host saw the smell of gunpowder filling the stadium, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he said loudly. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a new round of guessing. Please place your bets on your favorite players. As soon as the voice fell, Nakiri Arena looked at her on one side of the chair. There are two buttons, the red one represents Shikamaru, the green one represents Mr. 5, and in the middle is a machine to input the number of chips, which needs to be recharged and swiped before it can be used. Such gambling can not only increase the fun of the game, but also allow the audience to make some money. At the same time, the winner will also get 10% of the money. The Sky Arena has gained popularity, the players have money to get, and the audience is more excited. It can be said to be a win-win situation. Obviously, doing this will push the atmosphere in the venue to a new peak. On the big screen, the bets between Shikamaru and Mr. 5 are also out, which is 2:2.5. Obviously, everyone is more optimistic about Shikamaru from Yang Ming store, and they don't despise him because he is fat. Seeing this, Mr. 5's face is a little ugly. Time flows slowly like water, and with the referees start falling, a gleam of light flashes behind Mr. 5's sunglasses, and he takes out the hand that picks his nose, then interlocks the middle finger and thumb, and then flicks. Go to hell. Booger bomb. This move was beyond everyone's expectation. Damn. There is such a move? Arina Nagari's pretty face was full of astonishment, and then she heard a loud explosion, which resounded throughout the 99th floor. The smoke filled the air and was so choking that she almost suspected that this floor would collapse. "You Afro! I'll crush you to death! Human bomb tank!" Hearing this powerful voice, Arina Nagari originally thought that Koji died in the explosion, but suddenly saw a huge spherical black shadow suddenly jumped out from the depths of the smoke, and fell from the sky with the momentum of a mountain, trying to crush Mr. 5 under his feet. "What the hell is this?" Seeing this, Arina Nagari almost screamed in surprise. She originally thought that the so-called martial arts tournament was similar to a wrestling match, but when she saw a person rolled up like a ball, spinning wildly in the air, like a car tire, landing with a strong rotation force, and smashing a half-meter deep pit on the ring, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat, clenched her hands tightly, and didn't even know that her palms were full of sweat. Facing such a rough attack by Koji, Mr. 5 relied on his agility to slip and fall to the side. Looking at Koji who fell into the pit, he stepped on his feet and opened his arms, as if he wanted to hug Koji. "Look at my arms explode!" Boom! When Mr. 5 hugged Koji, his whole body seemed to have become a human-shaped explosive, with brilliant sparks suddenly appearing, a circle of layers of sky swaying, and a strong wind covering the entire ring, making people wonder whether the people inside were alive or dead. Chapter 783 Suzuki vs Hawkeye My Hawk. The City of Gourmet Food, Sky Arena. In this Sky Arena with 251 floors, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't care about the games below the 100th floor. Ordinary people would watch the games above the 200th floor, and the people who stood out from the countless players. At this time, Yang Ming was sitting in a room specially prepared for him, looking at the game that was about to start in the distance, with a smile on his face. He was not affected by the competition from the Tatsuki restaurant at all, and he was obviously ready. From the world of One Piece, Hawkeye My Hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the world's greatest swordsman, and Suzuki who vowed revenge, this is really a wonderful lineup. As his personal bodyguard, Zabuza frowned and asked in confusion. "Boss, is that Hawkeye My Hawk that strong?" "You'll know after watching it," Yang Ming said calmly. At this moment, the arena was full of murderous intent. Hawkeye My Hawk, who looked like a nobleman, and Suzuki, who was dressed in a tight outfit and had his body reassembled, stared at each other. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Suzuki pulled out the unique rapier from his waist and stared at Hawkeye My Hawk with murderous intent. "As long as I can step onto the 251st floor, Itaka will tell me the truth of everything. Before that, no matter who stands in my way, I will defeat them one by one." "Very good eyes," Hawkeye My Hawk said lightly, taking out a cross-shaped pocket knife from the necklace around his neck. "Then I'll play with you." Seeing this, Suzuki gritted his teeth, "Stop looking down on people." When the referee said start, a blue electric current emerged from Sasuke's body. With the stimulation of the lightning escape on his body, the whole person rushed away at an astonishing speed. In the eyes of others, it seemed that countless fleeting lights and shadows passed by, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Hawkeye My Hawk, with a touch of blue light in his hand. The weapon in his hand seemed to tear the night curtain, drawing a sharp arc, and wanted to cut the opponent in half. Participating in the world's first martial arts competition, everyone will not show mercy, and they are all prepared for death. But facing Sasuke's all-out attack, Hawkeye My Hawk simply blocked it lightly, using his knife that was completely out of proportion to Suzuki to block Sasuke's attack. Bang! There was a crisp sound, and a strong wind blew, blowing Sasuke's black hair. Feng Wu only felt a strong force coming, the tiger's mouth cracked instantly, even the Kusanagi sword forged from special materials in his hand felt like it couldn't be held. So strong! Sasuke's heart was shocked, and he didn't dare to take it lightly. He opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eyes, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand turned back. In the sharp whistling sound of the wind, the crackling sound of electricity continued. Looking over, the sword shadows overlapped, and Hawkeye My Hawk was covered in an instant. Once hit by this weapon covered with lightning escape, you will be paralyzed by electric shock in an instant. Although it is very slight, under continuous attacks, this numbness can be continuously superimposed until people are paralyzed. This is Sasuke's ninjutsu combined with his own chakra characteristics and his own physical skills. At his age, being able to do this is already worthy of the name of a genius. Unfortunately, he is facing the world's #1 swordsman in the world of One Piece, Hawkeye My Hawk, who has been famous for many years. The next moment, Hawkeye my hawk moved his hand, like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, the short thin knife swung left and right, but there was a terrible sword energy splashing, in a dazzling operation, the air rang with the sound of golden swords intersecting, and I don't know how many dazzling sparks collided. With a loud bang, Sasuke only felt a huge force coming one after another, a trace of panic appeared in his eyes, and his steps retreated repeatedly, and he didn't stop until he retreated to the edge of the ring, but the hand holding the knife was shaking and uncontrollable, and I don't know how many cracks there were in the tiger's mouth, and blood drops dripped down like money. What a fast speed! What a strong force! Sasuke bandaged the wound and looked at Hawkeye my hawk in doubt. Today, Sasuke has entered the ranks of elite Jonin. The series of attacks just now are the extremes he has used after his ninjutsu has been perfected. Even if an ordinary half-shadow level strongman comes, he may not be able to get away with it. But what surprised Sasuke was that the opponent, Hawkeye my hawk, never used his full strength from beginning to end, and only used a toy-like knife to block all his attacks. Hawkeye my hawk played a boring sword flower and said lightly, "You are not my opponent, so you should give up this morning. I don't want to waste time. If it were Uchiha Itachi, I would be able to use my full strength." Hearing this, Sasuke was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he exploded immediately. "You are not allowed to mention that person's name in front of me." After saying that, Sasuke gave up using ninjutsu to take advantage of the situation, and clenched his hand, and a ball of lightning appeared in his palm. Chirp! Chirp! At this moment, the scene echoed with endless bird calls, and even Hawkeye my hawk's demeanor changed again and again when Sasuke used Chidori. Sasuke stared at Hawkeye my hawk, and his 3 Magatama Sharingan shone with a blood-like light. "Go to hell and repent." Lightning release. Chidori. The sky-blue lightning ball seemed to cut through the air, with a dazzling light coming from far to near. Once hit, it might not be that simple. Interesting. Seeing this, Hawkeye my hawk's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was used to seeing delicacies from the mountains and the sea, and suddenly saw the farmer's stir-fried meat. Then, Hawkeye my hawk drew out the big black knife behind him, which was one of the 12 works of the Knight Supreme Great Sword, with a chaotic blade and heavy flower dingzi, known as the world's strongest black knife. No one saw clearly when he drew the sword, and no one saw clearly when he swung the sword. Even Sasuke, who had a 3 Magatama Sharingan, only felt a heavy black shadow, and his body was like being struck by lightning. A sharp pain came, like an arrow from a string, and the whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ahem! Sasuke struggled to stand up from the ground. There was a terrible knife scar on his chest, which spread from his left shoulder to his waist. It was bloody and looked very scary. Seeing Sasuke's unwillingness to admit defeat and wanting to continue fighting, Hawkeye my hawk glanced at Uchiha Itachi standing next to Yang Ming on the platform and said lightly, "Do you want to continue? Next time, I won't show mercy." Chapter 784 Sasuke's Demonic Learning Talent. Ahem! Sasuke struggled to stand up from the ground. There was a terrible knife scar on his chest, which spread from his left shoulder to his waist. It was bloody and looked very scary. Seeing Sasuke's unwillingness to admit defeat and wanting to continue fighting, Hawkeye my hawk glanced at Uchiha Itachi standing next to Yang Ming on the platform and said lightly, "Do you want to continue? Next time, I won't show mercy." Sasuke noticed Hawkeye my hawk's little move at the first time, and followed his line of sight, only to see Uchiha Itachi staring at Hawkeye my hawk with murderous eyes, as if he dared to use heavy hands. "I will make you look good." But for Sasuke, not only did he not appreciate it, but he felt he was not happy at all. He just felt that Itachi looked down on him for no reason and that he needed his protection to survive. Continue? Of course I have to continue. Resisting his dissatisfaction, Sasuke stared at Hawkeye my hawk with a fiery look in his eyes. The cursed runes on his neck split and spread like tadpoles, covering his whole body and entering the second form directly. Behind Sasuke, a pair of palm-like wings were born, and his skin became dark, just like a demon transformation. The scar on his chest was also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After transforming into the second form, Sasuke's chakra immediately made a qualitative leap, from a lake to a deep ocean. The next moment, there seemed to be a bright ice-blue electric light in his hands, and a Chidori appeared in each of his hands, and then his hands were put together. Chidori flow. 10,000 lightnings. At this moment, Sasuke was like the king of thunder. In his hands, the unruly thunder turned into a docile pet. With a thought, arcs of electricity leaped in the air, like snakes galloping in the air, swallowing and spitting out eye-catching lightning, rushing towards Hawkeye my hawk. Squeak! Squeak! Countless crisp sounds rang out, and tens of thousands of arcs of electricity enveloped the entire ring, covering Hawkeye my hawk without dead ends, and wanted to kill him in an instant. Each arc of electricity had the ability to penetrate the steel plate in an instant. Figures gathered and attacked Hawkeye my hawk at the fastest speed. Facing all this, Hawkeye my hawk held the knife in one hand. The black knife, known as the strongest in the world, condensed an unparalleled edge. The smooth blade reflected the fearless face of Hawkeye my hawk. Raising the sword, swinging the sword, just like countless times in the past, Hawkeye my hawk slashed down with his sword. It looked so ordinary, but at this moment, it gave people a tingling feeling on their scalp, as if this sword could split a world and cut down the sky. Just one sword. A sharp tearing sound burst out, and the siege attack composed of countless arcs collapsed in an instant. It was just like a shoddy project, and it couldn't stop Hawkeye my hawk's steps at all. The snake-like arcs dissipated and turned into bright and glittering particles, floating in the air like fireflies. Such a beautiful and moving picture is really hard to believe. It was a ninjutsu that could take people's lives before. Hawkeye my hawk took a step forward, walking calmly in the starlight, as if walking in the back garden, seemingly slow but actually fast, shortening by an unknown number of meters in an instant, and the next moment he came to Sasuke. The blade flashed, and the shrill blade wind whistled. The warning in his heart kept reminding Sasuke that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Sasuke gritted his teeth, and the three Magatama Sharingan copied Hawkeye my hawk's swordsmanship. He suddenly pulled out the Kusanagi sword in his hand, and a touch of extremely cold blue electric light flowed freely on it. This sword came from Hawkeye my hawk's swordsmanship that resisted him before. In the moment of unity of mind and spirit, in Hawkeye my hawk's eyes, at this moment, Sasuke seemed to have become another him. But compared to Hawkeye my hawk's magnificent swordsmanship, Sasuke's sword was faintly accompanied by the sound of hundreds of demons wailing. The evil sword collided with the big black sword in mid-air, and it was like a knife cutting on cowhide, making a harsh sound. Brilliant sparks suddenly appeared, and both of them felt a huge force entering each other's bodies, and they couldn't help but step back. Hawkeye my hawk took a half step back, and Sasuke took 3 steps back in a row. It can be seen that the difference in strength, even if he has used the curse seal, his strength is extremely high, and he has reached the level of a penumbra. Facing Hawkeye my hawk, he still feels that he is powerless. Interesting. Interesting. Hawkeye my hawk saw for the first time that there was a genius like Sasuke, who learned his swordsmanship in just a moment of fighting, and used it freely. It was as if he had seen some rare treasure, and Hawkeye my hawk's interest in Sasuke suddenly increased greatly. It seems that I can't win this game so quickly. I want to see how far you can learn my swordsmanship. Such a nonchalant statement, to Sasuke's ears, was extremely harsh, as if it was mocking his incompetence and there was no way to beat him. Sasuke's face suddenly turned dark. But before Sasuke could make any move, he saw Hawkeye my hawk's sword pressed down. In an instant, the man and the sword became one. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. He was invincible wherever he thought of. The amazing sword light suddenly appeared, condensing all that Hawkeye my hawk had learned in his life, discarding all the bloated and useless sword techniques, leaving only the unparalleled sword light that crushed everything. Sasuke's 3 Magatama rotated quickly, and like Hawkeye my hawk, he raised the sword and swung the sword. In just a moment, he felt the power of this sword, his mind was hidden, and in a trance, he could no longer hear any irrelevant sounds in his ears. The breathing of all things has sound, the sound of the wind, the sound of the air, the sound of the sword, from invisible to visible, and Sasuke sensed them one by one. That's it. Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes wide, emitting brilliant light, and pressed down the Kusanagi sword in his hand. A green-faced and fanged demon seemed to appear on the sword, and all the evil intentions of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes were ready to burst out, turning into a dark sword light like a thread, as if to split the sun with one sword and return the world to darkness. Rumble! Rumble! Thunder rumbled, and in the midst of Sasuke's whole body filled with lightning, this sword gathered his powerful blow and chopped heavily with Hawkeye my hawk's big black sword. In an instant, the sword and the sword resonated, golden sounds burst out, and strong whines shot out. The remaining sword wind and sword wind fell on the obsidian paved ground, cracking half a meter deep cracks. Chapter 785 Thunder Release. Kirin. Rumble. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and in the midst of Sasuke's electric light, this sword gathered his powerful blow and chopped heavily with Hawkeye Mihawk's big black sword. In an instant, the swords resonated, golden sounds rang out, and strong winds blew. The remaining sword winds fell on the obsidian ground, cracking half a meter deep cracks. Yang Ming, who was sitting high in the seat, looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help saying, "Itaki, you really have a good brother. Sasuke has a good talent." Uchiha Itachi's calm face showed a rare smile, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if everything just now was an illusion. "Sasuke is still far behind, and needs more training," Itachi said modestly. Yang Ming looked at Uchiha Itachi pretending to be humble, and his mind turned, so he planned to tease him and sighed deliberately. "Alas, since even you say so, it seems that Sasuke is still a long way from becoming an employee of my shop." Uchiha Itachi. I should not have been so modest if I had known. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi wanted to slap himself and told him off for talking too much. You know, once Sasuke joins Yang Ming's shop, he can not only stay with Sasuke every day, but also the shop has a good atmosphere, which can make up for the psychological trauma Sasuke suffered when he was a child. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and decided to speak for Sasuke. "Boss, actually." Uchiha Itachi considered his tone and said, "Although Sasuke's strength is still a long way off, I believe that with his talent, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Zabuza." Hey! Zabuza was upset when he heard this. "Itachi, you can just praise your brother, but why do you have to step on me? What do you mean it's only a matter of time to surpass me? Am I that bad?" "Well..." Uchiha Itachi thought deeply, then nodded and said seriously, "With Sasuke's talent, it won't take half a year for him to surpass you." "Zabuza! Itachi, you are really going too far. How can I be surpassed by that little Sasuke? Why? How about this, after half a year, you and Sasuke will fight. Well, watch how I beat Sasuke." Seeing the two quarreling, Yang Ming felt a headache and waved his hand. "Okay, you two stop arguing and watch the game. This is a competition for the owner of the 201st floor." Seeing Yang Ming coming out, the two equally unruly strong men, although they were angry, forced themselves to suppress it. At this time, a loud roar like a thunderous explosion sounded on the ring. At this moment, in the audience, countless audiences had their eyes constantly turning, and their hearts were filled with turbulent waves. I saw that the obsidian floor where Sasuke and Hawkeye Mihawk fought was blasted into a half-meter deep pit. It is conceivable that if it were replaced on the ordinary land outside, just the moment the two fought, I don't know how many houses could be destroyed. Just thinking about it, many audiences felt their hair stand on end, and they felt that it was extremely terrifying and horrifying. At this time, seeing that he was too far away from Hawkeye Mihawk, Sasuke flapped his wings behind him, as if carrying the moon on his back, and was in the sky. His extremely unruly red eyes flickered slightly, and he glanced at Uchiha Itachi who was standing on the high platform, chatting and laughing with Yang Ming. "How can I lose here? I am determined to defeat that hateful man." It was like a sky-blue fishing net in the void, exploding layer by layer according to his will, like a fire tree and silver flowers appearing in the air, which was really beautiful. All those who looked up at the sky couldn't help but squint their eyes for fear of blinding their Krypton gold dog eyes. Thunder escape. Kirin. Ang. I saw a loud bang in the sky, and in the flashing of lightning, a giant beast Kirin that seemed to appear in the ancient legend, facing a pair of horrified eyes, stepped out with his head held high. Its body was so huge, and purple lightning covered its entire body. Layers of 9-day blue clouds hung down from afar, covering the entire arena in an instant, turning it into a thunder-refined world. Hell, stay away from the living. The sky suddenly became dark. In an instant, all the lights on this floor were covered. But before the overly frightened audience in the audience seats could escape, they saw the giant beast Kirin that frightened everyone, falling with purple world-destroying thunder. Seeing this scene, even Hawkeye Mihawk, with a pair of contemptuous golden eagle eyes, rarely showed a trace of solemnity. "What a surprising kid, in this case, I'm going to get serious." Hawkeye Mihawk put one hand on the big black knife, his eagle eyes were piercing, staring at the oncoming giant beast Kirin. At this moment, the only thing left in his eyes was the enemy, and all the noisy sounds in his ears disappeared. One sword flow. split the waves. At this moment, a calm sound that resounded in everyone's ears suddenly appeared. Hawkeye my hawk moved slightly, and countless dark green blade auras visible to the naked eye gathered on his blade, as if here, one cut would even split the sea in half. Moved. Hawkeye my hawk moved. Touching the hearts of countless people, Hawkeye my hawk chopped down the long accumulated blade in an instant, and in an instant, from nothing to something, from small to large, forming a series of majestic gales that tore the world apart and shattered everything, forming an extremely powerful offensive, and blasted towards the giant beast Kylan. The layers of whirlwinds that burst out from the blade were just a slight leak. The entire 201-story building was like a Category 12 hurricane at this moment, causing countless spectators to look sideways and scream. It felt that the entire building was about to collapse and would overturn in the next moment. But in fact, as a system-built sky arena, its durability far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even under such a terrifying attack, it still did not waver at all. However, this moment is obviously not the time to pay attention to these details, because in this moment of less than half a finger, the hurricane and the Kylan have already touched and collided heavily. Bang! The wind and thunder, countless colors are blurred, and under the reflection of various lights, it seems like layers of broken glass, beautiful, but hiding a terrible sharpness. Once accidentally touched, it will instantly kill an ordinary person. The roar of the Kylan beast, the whistling sound of the hurricane, and the excited screams of countless audiences, merged together, difficult to distinguish from each other, under the flickering and blurred lights, reflecting Sasuke's face that was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Chapter 786 Attacky, I'm waiting for you to challenge me up there. Bang! Wind and thunder mixed, countless colors blurred, under the reflection of various lights, it was like layers of broken glass, beautiful, but hiding a terrible sharpness. Once touched inadvertently, it would instantly kill an ordinary person. The roar of the Kirin beast, the whistling of the hurricane, and the excited screams of countless spectators merged together, indistinguishable from each other, reflecting Sasuke's face that was sometimes bright and sometimes dark under the flickering and blurred lights. In the exchange of moves between the two sides, the wind was blowing, the hurricane and the Kirin beast were entangled with each other, spiraling in the opposite direction, and rushed directly to a higher level in the hissing sound of wind and thunder, and directly hit the ceiling of the 201st floor in the horrified eyes of countless spectators. Boom! The whole building seemed to tremble, but what surprised and delighted everyone was that the seemingly fragile ceiling was intact. Thank God! This ceiling is so strong. Hey! This is so exciting, I was so scared, I almost had a heart attack. No, I have to go to the bathroom, I almost peed. It's worth coming here today, it's such a wonderful game. Oh, fortunately, I didn't bring my girlfriend here today, otherwise it would be terrible if she saw me making a fool of myself. Countless audiences shouted in their hearts that they were lucky, they felt their hearts and souls trembling, and they almost lost their souls. Many people even left their seats in a hurry and rushed to the bathroom to solve the important matter of life, otherwise they really couldn't hold it back. Interesting. Hawkeye my hawk's mouth curled up, and his golden eagle eyes were full of arrogance. He doesn't look like a devil fruit user, but he has the power to control thunder. This world is really interesting. But... While speaking calmly, Hawkeye my hawk suddenly drew his sword again, combining the revelation of Sasuke's use of lightning escape just now, and in an instant, the wind howled and thunder roared. For a moment, blue wind and purple thunder, in the vast sky, purple and blue colors, wind and thunder, this extremely unruly power in nature, actually surrendered under Hawkeye my hawk's sword, and transformed into wind and thunder hurricane pillars that penetrated the sky and the earth. At this moment, in the shocked eyes of many viewers, Hawkeye my hawk was no longer an ordinary person, but a god who could control the wind and thunder, a generation of sword god. The terrifying wind and thunder pillars connected the sky and the earth. If it weren't for the limited height of this floor, I'm afraid the height alone could easily reach hundreds of meters, turning into a natural disaster on earth, spreading towards Sasuke. The magical thing is that in the face of such a terrible natural disaster, the building did not collapse, and colorful light films rose from the audience seats, protecting innocent spectators from unnecessary harm. In the face of such a magnificent and terrifying natural disaster, the infinite power from heaven and earth, even if Sasuke used all the power of the 3 rivers and 5 seas, he could only do half the good. However, facing such a predicament, Sasuke still did not give up, the curse seal on his body became even hotter, and he exhausted all the power in his body to do the mantis arm to stop the chariot. But in the face of Hawkeye Mihawk's merciless full-strength attack, Sasuke's actions were all useless, as if in the next moment, he was like a ball of cotton rag, and was torn into countless pieces by the breeze. Alas! A silent sigh sounded in the void, and then a tall figure fell from the sky, with majestic chakra surging on his body, ferocious bones and flesh, covered with clanging iron armor, like a giant god soldier from ancient mythology, and a giant hand stretched out from the void, like the five-finger mountain of Tathagata Buddha, lying between Sasuke and the wind and thunder hurricane column. It's Uchiha Itachi. After seeing the figure of Uchiha Itachi's seemingly invincible Susanoo, Hawkeye Mihawk's golden eagle eyes suddenly shrank, feeling a sense of threat that pierced his soul, like countless needles piercing his nerves. But then, a blazing fire burned in his eyes, and he felt a surge of fighting spirit in his heart, eager to compete with this strong man and see who was better. A huge roar like thunder rang out on the ground, and the smoke and dust that rose to the sky were noisy. There were continuous crackling sounds. Even Susanoo, whose defense was strong, took several steps back under this blow. His body was full of holes like a broken sieve, and I don't know how many holes were opened. If it were a human, each bowl-sized wound on Susanoo would be a serious injury that would be difficult to heal, but if it fell on Susanoo, as long as Uchiha Itachi was willing to consume a lot of chakra to repair it, it would be able to recover in an instant. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi, who protected him like a calf behind him, and his heart was slightly warm, but his face was very ugly. He turned his head away and said shyly, "Who wants you to help me? I can block it myself." Uchiha Itachi turned around, looked at Sasuke with anger on his face, and suddenly stretched out a finger. Seeing this, Sasuke said with an unhappy face, "What are you doing?" Uchiha Itachi said nothing, interlocked his middle finger and thumb, and suddenly flicked it, hitting Sasuke's forehead hard, leaving a big red bump on his forehead. "My stupid brother!" In Sasuke's ugly face with gnashing teeth, Uchiha Itachi looked down at Sasuke with his height advantage, and said as a matter of course, "With your current appearance, you just came out to embarrass our Uchiha clan, go back." After that, under the control of Uchiha Itachi's mind, Susanoo raised his hand, and a gust of wind rose silently, catching Sasuke off guard and fiercely flying him out, and the whole person fell into the distance like a kite with a broken string. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi turned around and happened to meet the eyes of Hawkeye Mihawk full of fighting spirit. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. My stupid brother has caused you a lot of trouble." Hawkeye Mihawk put one hand on the hilt of the knife and took a step forward. A fierce aura surged from his body, like a dragon lingering here. Every moment, he exuded a terrible aura that could make ordinary people faint instantly. "Uchiha Itachi, I've heard of you. You once fought with Red Hair Shanks, and you won by one move, and defeated him. Now, I formally challenge you in the name of Zalokiel Mihawk." "Oh." Uchiha Itachi raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled and said, "You have just become the owner of the 201st floor, and I have reached the 230th floor. Since you want to challenge me, then you can fight all the way up. I'll wait for you on the 230th floor." Chapter 787 Yang Ming accepts the challenge. Sky Arena. After watching the exciting matches, Arina Nakiri felt that all her three views were overturned. Being able to control fire, thunder, water, ice, and all kinds of magical abilities really opened the eyes of this young lady in the world of food wars. If I also have this ability, maybe I can create more and richer dishes that I couldn't make before. She couldn't help but imagine, indulging in the fantasy of cooking with ninjutsu, and didn't know that time was passing. It was not until her secretary Nagito Hisako saw that it was late that she reminded her and woke her up from her endless fantasy. Arina Nakiri didn't realize it at all, she just felt extremely excited, took the elevator back to the first floor, and planned to go back to the luxurious private room in the skyscraper to rest. I don't know if it was fate, just as she walked out not long ago, she actually ran into Yang Ming, the man she secretly hated in her heart. Weird rules, but never met the owner of Yang Ming's shop. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The employees behind Yang Ming stared at Arina Nakiri with unfriendly eyes, and their appearance was no different from that of gangsters, causing the secretary beside Arina Nakiri to hide behind her in fear, like a little rabbit seeing the big bad wolf, nervously grabbing the corner of Arina Nakiri's clothes and trembling. "Miss, what should we do?" Naoto Hisako said in a whisper, and only Arina Nakiri could hear it clearly. "The Tatsuki restaurant we opened has taken away so much business from Yang Ming's shop. Are they here to retaliate against us now? Look at these employees of Yang Ming's shop, each of them is burly and fierce. They must be here to retaliate against us, right? Naoto Hisako became more and more afraid as he spoke. Before this, Naoto Hisako was a secretary who was not afraid of anything except the eldest lady. However, after watching those wonderful games, she suddenly realized that in this world, it is not technology that is respected, but strength that is respected. A group like their Tatsuki restaurant, which is full of ordinary people, still wants to challenge Yang Ming's shop. Once Yang Ming's shop uses violence to solve the problem, they have no ability to fight back at all. However, as the eldest lady of the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, although Arina Nagiri knew all this in her heart, she was not as timid as the secretary. Instead, she held up her full weapon, her face was full of spirits, without any stage fright, nor did she show a trace of timidity, but looked at Yang Ming with a proud and arrogant look. Just by looking at each other's eyes, Yang Ming already knew that the other party was an extremely arrogant and confident chef. Arina Nagiri raised her chin slightly, like a proud white swan, and said confidently, "Boss Yang Ming, it's a great honor to meet you here. This is our first meeting. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the major shareholders of Tatsuki Restaurant, Arina Nagiri. Please take care of me in the future." Yang Ming was very polite and never smiled at anyone. He also said politely, "I am also honored to meet you." After being polite, Arina Nagiri did not show any fear, but went straight to the point. Her phoenix eyes looked at her with a proud look and said loudly, "I don't know how Boss Yang Ming has been doing recently. Do you feel much more free?" Arina Nagiri said this very directly, and she almost said that I just stole your business, so come and bite me if you don't agree. As soon as this was said, the employees behind Yang Ming changed color. Zabuza put one hand on the beheading sword, took a step forward, his wolf-like eyes turned, and he looked at Arina Nagiri like a beast that was choosing its prey, exuding a ferocious aura, hoping to suppress the other party and make this ignorant woman embarrassed in public. Feeling the bloody aura coming towards her, Secretary Naoto Hisako felt like she was at the peak of the Alps, feeling cold all over her body, shivering with cold, her face was pale, and her teeth were chattering. "It's over. It's over. Miss, you should admit your defeat quickly. Otherwise, you will die, you will die." Secretary Naoto Hisako was trembling with fear, staring at the back of Miss Arina Nagiri with resentment, hoping that she could make a decision. However, facing Zabuza's threat, Nagiri Arina's face froze, she felt that her blood was not flowing smoothly and her breathing was extremely difficult. But her natural pride made her grit her teeth and hold on to Zabuza's terrible murderous wave. Like a proud white swan, she raised her chin high, her phoenix eyes were still arrogant and proud, without any sign of falling into the wind. Snap! 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 You are worthy of being the famous Nagiri Arina of Tatsuki Academy in the world of food wars. It's really better to see it than to hear about it. Today really opened my eyes. Your name is really well deserved. At this time, Yang Ming showed an appreciation expression on his face, clapped his hands, and then raised his hands. "Okay, Zabuza, no need to continue, let our distinguished guests look down on us." "Yes, sir." Zabuza nodded in response. He was a wolf ready to attack just now, but now he restrained his murderous intent, as if hiding his fangs and claws, and became extremely docile. This scene made Arina Nagiri amazed and exclaimed, "You are worthy of being Boss Yang Ming. The means of controlling employees are really amazing. You are flattering." Yang Ming said modestly. "But..." Arina Nagiri turned her phoenix eyes, with a hint of scrutiny, a hint of curiosity, and a hint of aggressive momentum, staring straight at Yang Ming. "So, Boss Yang Ming, what do you want to say about my question just now?" Seeing this, the secretary Naoto Hisako felt that her heart was in her throat, and she kept saying fuck in her heart. "My eldest lady, my aunt, can you please stop talking about this? I am just an ordinary person, I can't stand the shock just now." Let's not talk about the new secretary. Fishizi was so shocked that Yang Ming just smiled calmly in the face of Arina Nagiri's deliberate harassment. "What's the difficulty? It's just a small matter." "Oh." Arina Nagiri sneered and looked at Yang Ming's expression, trying to find out his pretentiousness from his indifferent appearance. Unfortunately, she failed. No matter how she looked at it, Yang Ming's self-confidence was not fake at all. Could it be that he really has the means to stop the Tatsuki restaurant? Thinking of this, she showed an interested smile at the corner of her mouth. If that's the case, then I'll wait and see. After saying this, she turned around and left with the secretary, who was scared to death and only had a little soul left. Chapter 788 Breakfast Service. Early summer has arrived, the weather is starting to warm up, and it's getting very hot, and the sound of cicadas outside the window is getting clearer and clearer. Early in the morning, before daybreak, neatly dressed cleaners took to the streets with their tools, holding buckets of water and pouring cold water on the ground, cooling down the smoking hot ground and bringing a touch of coolness to the entire Konoha village. When the first beam of sunlight on the horizon shone through the ground, the group of cleaners who worked silently returned home, and it was the turn of the villagers of Konoha village to take to the streets. 1, 2, 3. The streets began to flourish and gradually became very lively. When they were looking for food on the street, they were surprised to find that Yang Ming's shop, which was always closed in the morning, was miraculously open for business at this time. This immediately attracted many villagers to come over, and they talked about it one by one. Oh my god, am I dazzled? Boss Yang Ming is so diligent that he started working in the morning. Let me see, oh, there is a formula posted at the door of the shop. Hey, tell me something, if you don't block the way. Okay, it says that from today on, every morning at 7 o'clock, Yang Ming's shop will sell breakfast, and the business hours are 2 hours. Oh my god, Boss Yang Ming has really changed, this is really big news. No more talking, hurry up and line up, I really want to try the breakfast made by Boss Yang Ming. Facing the challenge of Yuanyu restaurant, Yang Ming made a corresponding strategy the next day. That is, open breakfast operation. Previously, Yang Ming's shop, like Yuanyu restaurant, only served lunch and dinner, but now Yang Ming has opened breakfast to achieve the purpose of grabbing customers. And today, the first dish Yang Ming is going to make is cold jelly. Cold jelly is a famous snack in China. It originated in the Qing dynasty. In the early 20th century, chefs in the past focused on developing their unique seasoning formula while maintaining the original traditional flavor of yellow jelly, further highlighting the numbing, spicy, fragrant, and crispy characteristics of Sichuan cuisine, making it more spicy and delicious, and since then it has become a well-known cold jelly. The main ingredient of cold jelly is peas, which are refined by hand processing. It is rich in nutrition, pure in taste, soft and crispy in texture, and does not add any chemical substances. It is also called sad jelly for 3 reasons. First, the workmanship is fine, which can be said to be hard. Second, the seasoning formula focuses on numbing, spicy, and fragrant, which often makes the eater runny in appetite. Third, due to manual processing, the output is not large, and those who come to Zhuli from other places to buy it often return empty-handed, which is sad. Of course, the author usually eats it for breakfast, because it does not need to wait for a long time and it tastes very good. Early summer is coming. In Yang Ming's memory, when he was in China, the children only knew that summer meant eating ice cream and watermelon, especially after swimming, shaking their wet hair and eating a bowl of soft jelly. It was so refreshing. Now the delicious ice cream is no longer in Yang Ming's eyes, but what Yang Ming misses most is tasting the bowls of smooth and cold jelly under the scorching sun. The sour and spicy jelly is very appetizing in summer. In the Fujian, Taiwan, and Guangdong regions of China, eating jelly is a very traditional way to escape the summer heat. A seemingly simple bowl of jelly will also form a diverse culture due to different places. Like tofu, jelly is divided into north and south. The jelly in the north refers to vermicelli made from rice, peas, and other potato starch, added with chili oil, vinegar, and chopped green onions, and mixed evenly to eat. Jelly is a Han food. There are generally 2 ways to eat jelly, one is to mix it cold, and the other is to fry it. It is popular all over the country. Dongjing Menguala said that Zisuo Liangfen was already available in Bianliang during the Northern Song dynasty. On the previous night, Yang Ming soaked the mung bean powder and stirred it into a paste. He boiled the water until it was about to boil, added alum and poured in the prepared mung bean paste, and let it cool. It is white and transparent, and has a crystal-like appearance. If it is eaten with soy sauce, vinegar, and mustard, it is refreshing and smooth, and is a summer flavor food. The white jelly made in this way has a smooth taste, and the jelly has a more mellow taste. In southern China, jelly refers to a green or black gelatinous solid made from jelly grass and rice, which can be used to quench thirst in summer. At this time, Yang Ming made a northern-style jelly. Yang Ming first put the wok on the fire, heated the oil to 50%, fried the chopped fermented black beans until crispy, then added the chopped bean curd and fried until fragrant, then added soy sauce, message, pepper and 5-spice powder and fried briefly, then mixed with water bean powder to make a sauce. After a while, Yang Ming cut the jelly into 2 cm squares, put it into a colander, blanch it in boiling water, and put it into bowls. Pour the fermented black beans, red chili oil, vinegar and garlic juice on top, sprinkle with chopped green onions, bean sprouts, and pepper powder. It is worth mentioning that Yang Ming did not use a knife to cut the jelly when mixing it cold, but used a special round iron shovel with round holes on it, like a shallow spoon, and circled it on the jelly, and the vermicelli came out of the round holes. On average, a bowl of jelly has more than 13 kinds of seasonings. Eating jelly is about the taste, that is, eating its variety and the seasoning inside. After making the jelly, Yang Ming tried it first. Picking up the chopsticks, he picked up the thin and crystal jelly, which was stained with various seasonings, and had turned it a little red. The aroma of a little chili that came to his nose instantly stimulated the appetite in the human body once it entered the nasal cavity. Even though Yang Ming had just woken up and was still a little greasy, he woke up in a moment, and his mouth was drooling all of a sudden. Slurp! Slurp! The sound of swallowing ravenously sounded. A small bowl of jelly may seem simple, but the moment he ate it, it made Yang Ming's body tremble. This is a taste that makes people linger, because it is really spicy. When eating, Yang Ming kept crying and sweating. Smoking, sweating, crying, and running nose. If ordinary people are not prepared, they may faint after eating, and they can't stand such spiciness and have to drink a mouthful of water after eating a mouthful. But for those who like spicy food, they are not afraid, and they drool at the thought of it. Of course, for cold jelly as breakfast, some people like it, and naturally some people hate it. Some people will sneer at it, thinking that it has no spicy taste, which is too disrespectful to life. Yang Ming just tasted the light years lightly, appreciated the calmness like water, and condensed the crystal of life. Just like some things need time to accumulate slowly. When you pick up the 2 beautiful portions like a picture, open your eyes and observe carefully, and then eat it in one bite, you can see the crystal trembling, the spiciness in your mouth, and the tip of your tongue crushes the coolness running around in your mouth. Before you can taste the taste, the delicacy has penetrated into your stomach, your heart is moistened, and even your mind is melted. Only the long-lasting and transparent touch makes you can't wait to take another bite. This is the charm of jelly as breakfast. Chapter 789 Delicious Jelly. When you pick up the picturesque jelly, open your eyes and observe carefully, then eat it in one bite, you can feel the crystal trembling, the spiciness goes into your mouth, and the tip of your tongue crushes the coolness running all over your mouth. Before you can taste the flavor, the delicacy has penetrated into your stomach, your heart is moistened, and even your thoughts are melted. Only the long-lasting and transparent touch makes you eager to take another bite. This is the charm of jelly as breakfast. This morning, Tsunade got up from home, as usual, stretched her waist, rubbed her sleepy eyes, fumbled for the clothes she took off on the bed, and covered her ageless figure that even the sky would envy with the rustling sound of changing clothes. It's so annoying. I have to go to work again today. I really don't want to go to work. I really want to go gamble. Tsunade sorted out her clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at the gradually deepening eye bags under her eyelids in the mirror, she shook her head and sighed. Alas, what's so good about being a Hokage? I really don't understand why Naruto and those idiots like this job so much. Tsunade washed up while tidying up her messy hair that looked like a chicken coop after a night. Gurgle. Gurgle. After a while, her stomach began to make muffled sounds. Tsunade drooped her eyelids, looked listless, and sighed. I'm so hungry but I don't want to cook. Tsunade finished washing up listlessly and complained, it would be nice if Shizun was here, but it's a pity that she's on a business trip. Tsunade finished tidying up in a very decadent manner, and dragged her tired body to go to the Hokage building to work. When passing by Yang Ming's shop, she suddenly found that Yang Ming's shop had already started business. Hey! Tsunade asked a question, and walked forward. When she looked closely, it turned out that Yang Ming's shop started breakfast service today. It just so happens that I haven't had breakfast yet, let's go and try it first. I haven't eaten Yang Ming's breakfast yet, and I don't know if it's delicious. With a hint of curiosity, Tsunade walked into the shop and found a seat to sit down. The careful girl soon discovered that in a new menu, a series of breakfasts were introduced. Oh, it looks very interesting. Tsunade perked up a little, flipped through the menu, and read it page by page attentively. Tsunade pondered. After a while, he waved and said, "Bye, give me a bowl of jelly to try." "Okay." Bai walked over, nodded, wrote it down, and returned to the kitchen. Yang Ming used the best peas for the jelly, which were meticulously cooked, ground, and made into strips. He chose the best chilies, ground them into powder, and fried them with the best vegetable oil. After a while, Bai came out with a bowl of jelly and placed it on Tsunade's desk. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were wide open, twinkling, staring at the bowl of jelly. The jelly strips were light red and slightly transparent, and at first glance they looked like the moist Huangtian jade, and the almost transparent snow-white jelly looked like Hishan mutton fat jade. This bowl of jelly was crystal clear, trembling and plump, surging on the white porcelain bowl. Just a glance, Tsunade's slight nausea in the morning because of just getting up immediately disappeared. "I hope you won't let me down. It can be seen that there are a variety of condiments on the jelly." Tsunade smiled slightly, picked up the chopsticks, and stirred these condiments into the jelly, allowing the tasteless and transparent jelly to absorb these delicious flavors. Slurp! Slurp! With constant stirring, the color of the jelly turned redder and deepened, making people salivate. "I really can't help it." Tsunade took a sip of water and smacked her lips, then picked up the jelly and ate it with a slurp. As soon as she took a bite, Tsunade could immediately taste the aroma of peas, the fragrance of chili, and the smooth jelly, which was very enjoyable to eat. The jelly was smooth and the sauce was fresh and fragrant. Just one bite immediately stimulated the taste buds on the tip of the tongue, making people unable to stop, and the more they ate, the more they wanted to eat. It's the taste. So good. Tsunade's eyes lit up, she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, letting go of the chili oil at the corners of her mouth and sucking it into her mouth one by one. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tsunade didn't pay attention when she first ate it, but after eating more jelly, her lips became more and more red, and her breath became more and more intense, which seemed to be very spicy. But strangely, Tsunade was originally very decadent when she got up in the morning, and she didn't want to work very much, but she retreated in front of this small bowl of jelly, and suddenly regained her enthusiasm. As the contemporary Hokage, Tsunade tasted this jelly in Yang Ming's shop, and suddenly became a beautiful scenery. Tsunade opened her lips like a ripe peach, like a red-billed jade. This is a bird with a sharp red beak and emerald green feathers. It seems to have become a beautiful scenery like a poem and painting, and it is permanently frozen at this moment. As the jelly went into her stomach, Tsunade felt the coolness entering her internal organs, and the sourness throughout her body was difficult to describe in words. It can be seen that, in addition to her, there were bottles and jars of condiments on other small square tables. A bamboo sieve was covered with clean cloth and filled with a whole piece of fragrant jelly. The waiters in the small shop holding the jelly, civilians or ninjas of all levels, all washed clean and plain-faced, greeted Tsunade enthusiastically. This kind of scene has been seen everywhere since they entered the shop. Tsunade saw all this and was happy to share the joy with the people and responded enthusiastically. But for Tsunade, all this could not disturb her from tasting the delicacy in front of her. The unique natural fragrance of the jelly floated freely in the air of this small shop, and just smelling it was enough to make people drool. The jelly is delicious and suitable for all ages. The process of making jelly seems simple, but it is very complicated. First, soak the selected peas for a day in advance. If it is broad beans, crush them into granules first to facilitate soaking. Grind the soaked peas, then filter the bean dregs with gauze, add the remaining starch to an appropriate amount of water and simmer in a pot over low heat, stir with a spoon while cooking, and scoop it into a basin or bowl after it is cooked, and wait for it to cool and solidify before eating. Making jelly is very particular, including grinding, filtering, the ratio of water to starch, heat, etc., all of which determine the quality of jelly. Every step cannot be sloppy. Take the heat for example. One more point will make the jelly too old, the color will be much darker, and the taste will not be so delicious, like chewing wax. One less point will make it too tender, the jelly will not be chewy, and the taste will be much worse. In fact, being a person is like making jelly. Every step must be taken down to earth. If jelly is done badly, it can be made again, but if a person makes a mistake in this life, it will be too late to regret it. Chapter 790 Fried Dough Sticks. Speaking of breakfast, I am afraid that many people will think of fried dough sticks. Think about it, Get up early in the morning to go to school, line up in front of the breakfast stall at the school gate, pack soy milk and fried dough sticks and leave, then eat one fried dough stick in each hand and gobble it up, swallow the soy milk, and then rush to class. Even if many years have passed and you are far away from school life, as long as you pass by such a breakfast stall, you will think of the glorious years again. Fried dough sticks definitely play an important role in breakfast. Fried dough sticks with crispy outside and soft inside, paired with soy milk, tofu brain, porridge, and a small plate of pickles, are the standard breakfast for many people. After eating, wipe the oil stains from the corners of your mouth with a tissue, and greet a busy day of work and study. It feels savory down to earth. The longest standing story about the origin of fried dough sticks is that after the traitor Qin Hui framed the loyal Yu Fei in the southern Song dynasty, the people of the southern Song hated him so much that they kneaded dough into the shape of Qin Hui and his wife and fried them in a hot oil pan to relieve their hatred. Someone tasted it and thought it was delicious, so there were stalls specializing in frying this kind of food, and this food was called fried cypress. It is said that some places still use this name. The origin of fried dough sticks is also recorded in the Qing dynasty by Lei Chao. Fried cypress, the length of a person, pound the dough to make it thin, twist two pieces together, and fry it like a rope. At first, it looks like a human, with 2 hands on the upper body and 2 feet on the lower body. The people of Song dynasty hated Qin Hui for ruining the country, so they killed him in the shape of a human. Miscellaneous records many names for fried dough sticks. Fried dough sticks are like cold food. All provinces in the north and south eat this snack. Some call it fruit, some call it oil embryo. In Henan province, it is called sesame candy and oil bun, which is the fried ghost in the capital. The names of fried dough sticks, such as sesame candy, oil embryo, oil bun, are still used in many places until now. And now, Yang Ming is preparing to fry fried dough sticks. The materials for fried dough sticks are very simple, only flour, baking powder, baking soda, salt, eggs, oil, and water are needed. Here are some things to say. Baking powder and baking soda are the key to the fluffy fried dough sticks. This is very important. Salt can increase the toughness of the dough sticks, and adding some oil can make the noodles smoother and crispier when fried. During the kneading process, Yang Ming seemed to be an old master with decades of experience. He did not slack off during the whole process, and completed the whole process in one go, as if he had practiced it countless times. The whole action was pleasing to the eye, and it was as rigorous and standard as a textbook. It is worth noting that the oil should not be added first. Wait until the other ingredients are kneaded into a ball, and then add the oil and knead it evenly. This process will be a bit disgusting, because the whole ball of dough is like a pile of shit. Whether it is the appearance or the feel, it can make people sick all day long. However, for Yang Ming, these are just trivial matters. Just stick to it for a while. Cover the kneaded dough with a piece of gauze or plastic wrap and let it rise for 2 hours. It can take longer. Yang Ming got up early in the morning just for this. He had already made it and put it in the refrigerator, just waiting for now. The dough that has risen is very small, about the size of a bowl. It is not like making buns or bread. After the dough rises, it becomes very big, even as big as a wash basin. In comparison, the dough for fried dough sticks is really small after proofing. This involves the question of how to make the dough fluffy. In order to avoid a hard texture and difficulty in chewing, many pastries, such as bread, buns, biscuits, cakes, etc., must be fluffed first. For buns and bread, the biological fluffing method is used, that is, live yeast. These yeasts produce carbon dioxide when they breathe during the process of proofing the dough, and these carbon dioxide make the dough fluffy. Therefore, the dough of buns and bread will become larger after proofing. Cakes are physically fluffy, which is to quickly stir the egg whites to make them fluffy bubbles, and then mix them with flour to make the batter fluffy. Biscuits and fried dough sticks are all fluffed by chemical methods, that is, sodium bicarbonate and ammonium bicarbonate react at high temperature to produce carbon dioxide, making the dough fluffy. Therefore, the dough of fried dough sticks will not expand now, but it will expand after it is put into the pot. Yang Ming brushes a layer of oil on the panel and the dough, then rolls the dough into long strips, slightly flattens it into long strips, cuts it into small rectangular blocks with a knife, rolls the dough into dough sheets, then cuts it into strips, and stacks them up 2 by 2. Then press it with chopsticks. Stack every 2 rectangular blocks together, press down hard in the middle of the rectangular dough with chopsticks, and the pressed dough presents a beautiful 4-petal flower shape. At the same time, Yang Ming pours vegetable oil into the pot, heats it to low heat to maintain the temperature, gently pulls the two ends of the pressed dough and slowly stretches it, puts it into the oil pan, and keeps turning it over with chopsticks until the fried dough sticks expand and take shape, then take it out and drain the oil. As soon as the fried dough sticks are put into the pot, they immediately make crackling sounds, splashing a lot of oil, and even some of it will splash on the body. If it splashes into the eyes, it will be even more tragic, so it is very necessary to pay attention to skills. In this process, Yang Ming always holds the two ends of the fried dough sticks with both hands, pinches them tightly, and gently puts them into the pot. This is a big secret. It is worth noting that in the process of stretching the dough sticks, you must not use too much force at both ends, otherwise it will affect the expansion of the dough sticks. The dough sticks will soon float to the surface, and you need to stir them constantly with chopsticks, otherwise they will not be fried evenly. It will be fine until it is completely fluffy and the surface is golden. Those who have eaten dough sticks know that a dough stick is made of two pieces of dough combined together. The outside is golden and crispy, and the place where the two pieces of dough are combined is white in color and has a soft and tender taste. There are large holes inside the dough sticks, and they taste crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. So why do you fry two pieces of dough together for the dough sticks? Like cakes and bread, dough sticks are porous foods formed by gas forming bubbles and expanding. The expansion agents of cakes and bread are yeast and protein, respectively, which expand slowly at a suitable temperature. Different from the dough sticks, the hot oil with very high temperature will quickly set the dough sticks before they have time to expand, while the shape of two pieces of dough together, the soft and unformed contact surface in the middle can continue to expand outward and become larger. By constantly turning over, you can make the dough sticks full and delicious. Simply put, the reason why two sticks are fried together is that if one stick is fried alone, the dough sticks will not expand. A dough that has been proofed, just a ball, can be fried into at least 10 dough sticks at a time. Don't underestimate this small dough stick, and don't underestimate those small vendors selling dough sticks. In fact, the people who sell dough sticks are rich. They can make at least 20,000 yuan a month, which is much more than any programmer or network writer. They are real hidden rich people, which makes the author want to quit frying dough sticks. Chapter 791 Hinata arrives. Among all kinds of breakfasts, the most worthy of the name national breakfast is definitely the dough sticks. Set up a big pot, and golden and crispy dough sticks float up one after another in the boiling oil. Take a bite while it's hot, and match it with mellow soy milk, which is absolutely a big satisfaction. The morning in Konoha village is the beginning of the day for every household. As time goes by, more and more villagers notice that Yang Ming's shop has opened breakfast service. Hinata, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Shino Aberame got up early this morning and prepared to train to improve their strength. They happened to pass by Yang Ming's shop and smelled the fried aroma wafting from it. They all stopped and looked at each other. It smells so good. Kaiba Inyazuka took a deep breath, touched Akamaru in his arms, and said, "Don't you think so, Akamaru?" "Ah! Ah!" Akamaru barked for a while, and outsiders couldn't understand it at all, but from the human expression on its face, it can be seen that it also agreed very much. Shino Aberame pushed the sunglasses on her nose with her middle finger, trying hard to hold back her saliva, and said, "Then let's go in and try it." "This, that." Hinata looked embarrassed and whispered, "Will we be late? What if teacher Ui Kurane blames us?" Kaiba Inyazuka waved his hand indifferently and said optimistically, "Don't worry, I won't be late." As he said that, accompanied by Akamaru's excited howl, Kaiba Inyazuka took the lead and walked into Yang Ming's shop. Seeing this, Hinata and Shino Aberame had no choice but to shake their heads helplessly and followed him in. "Shiro, give each of us a fried dough stick and soy milk." Kaiba Inyazuka looked at the menu and called Shiro, but unexpectedly, Akamaru looked unhappy after hearing it and bit his wrist. Hey! Akamaru, what are you doing? Open your mouth." "Woo, woo." Akamaru reluctantly opened his mouth, his tail wagging from side to side as if to please him, his eyes fixed on the menu. Inyazuka Kaiba looked embarrassed. "Akamaru, you don't want one too, do you?" "Woo. Woo." A burst of inexplicable barking. But for some reason, Inyazuka Kaiba understood, so he had to say, "Okay, bye, give me another one." Bai didn't show any strangeness, just nodded and said, "Okay, please wait." Yang Ming had already fried the dough sticks, and Bai took them out. "Sorry for the wait, here are the dough sticks and soy milk you ordered." As Bai's voice fell, the three people and the dog turned their eyes. It can be seen that the fried dough sticks cooked by Yang Ming are indeed extremely large, and they can even give people a shocking feeling when presented on the table. One fried dough stick is cut into 4 sections, which is enough for 4 people to share. If you try it with an attitude of trying it out, this fried dough stick is more than enough for 8 people. Yang Ming is very particular about the fried dough sticks. First, the fried dough sticks are large and crispy, but between the elasticity of the gluten and the crispy skin, the relatively elastic gluten taste is still chosen. Therefore, the skin of the fried dough sticks chooses a more extreme pursuit of crispy feeling, integrating the pursuit of exquisiteness, and making the originally ordinary and civilian dishes artistic. The next moment, when Hinata and the other 2 took a bite, they really felt that the fried dough sticks had an extremely crispy taste. The skin of the newly baked fried dough sticks immediately broke open after being pressed by the lips and teeth. The crisp feeling can be said to be the ultimate in fried dough sticks. Delicious. Hinata opened her mouth cutely, with an unbelievable look on her face. "Oh my god, it's much better than the breakfast my mom made." Inyazuka Kaiba said in surprise, and Akamaru cried out in approval. Abarame Shino didn't say anything, but ate faster. As a big foodie, Miss Hinata had eaten countless delicacies, and couldn't help but show a shocked look, commenting, "This fried dough stick is delicious." Inside the fried dough stick, the inner part is hollow and intertwined, giving the second wave of extremely tense elastic taste. The oil and flour aroma inside are intertwined, very layered. It's unbelievable that someone can make a breakfast so attentive and so delicious. Good fried dough sticks are always hot, with the meridians tangled at the tips of the 2 ends, and a bit of tough chewiness. The middle part is crispy, and there is a sound of tearing paper when you eat it. A piece of cold fried dough stick is like a dead snake all over, which makes people lose their energy. What makes Hinata most proud is that after eating just 1 fried dough stick, she found that the best part of the fried dough stick is the 2 pointed ends, probably because of the crispness when the pointed ends are not yet tough, which is just right for eating. Of course, Hinata the eldest lady did not forget that there is also soy milk. It is said that soy milk is related to Luan. The king of Huainan was good at alchemy and accidentally made soy milk. Many ancient Chinese people had similar gains. It is said that the alchemists made gunpowder from alchemy, and it is one of the 4 great inventions. In fact, how many civilians can gunpowder benefit? Soy milk, on the other hand, has saved countless lives for thousands of years. Of course, soy milk cannot be one of the 4 great inventions. Although soy milk nourishes people and gunpowder kills people, it is not as famous as killing countless people. It is also said that soy milk comes from Beigong Mountain, which is the place of Fai Shui 500 years later, where the wind is howling and the grass and trees are all soldiers. So it is said that Chinese food is invincible. If you ask about street food and drink in another country, you can trace it back to the love of youth before the Common Era. The color of soy milk is amazing. After all, it is light yellow and white, as if lying there quietly like a lady from a noble family, exuding a faint fragrance. Soy milk is light and neutral. Without sugar, it has a little bean fragrance. With sugar, it tastes like gold. Soy milk is not so thick, and it is closer to a beverage. In early summer, when you get up early and feel hot and thirsty, a bowl of it is warm and refreshing, which is very comfortable. When drinking soy milk, you use a bowl, and everyone holds it with both hands to sip it. The rhythm is very slow, and they take a sip to take a breath and chat. What is more worth mentioning is that with the soy milk specially made by Yang Ming that Bai just took out, Hinata poured a little soy milk. The oily fishy smell of the fried dough sticks soaked in soy milk is completely washed away, and it is half soft and half crispy when chewed, and the heat is just right. Of course, if it is soaked for a long time, it will be soft and without any style. The holes of the fried dough sticks quickly absorb a large amount of delicious soy milk, and the originally crispy skin and elastic inner core soften immediately. The oily fishy smell of the fried dough sticks soaked in soy milk is completely washed away, and it is half soft and half crispy when chewed, and the heat is just right. Of course, if it is soaked for a long time, it will be soft and without any style. When Hinata put it into her mouth, the next moment, the soy milk juice instantly overflowed in her mouth, which was extremely delicious. It can be said that only when the noodles are large enough and expanded to the maximum limit, can the crispy feeling of the skin be shown and the diners experience such a feeling. Therefore, the size of the fried dough sticks is not the result of unreasonable pursuit. Fried dough sticks and soy milk are a match made in heaven, and are probably the most known dietary combination in human history. Whether in terms of number of people or history, they are enough to kill the British heirloom fish and chips. Chapter 792 The Reaction of Yuanyu Restaurant. The breakfast service opened by Yang Ming store really caught Yuanyu Restaurant off guard. What made Yuanyu Restaurant even more unacceptable was that the price of lunch and dinner in Yang Ming store was very high, but the price of breakfast was very affordable. It attracted a large number of villagers in one morning, and they lined up in front of Yang Ming store one by one. Nakiri Arena was called by her secretary and got up from bed early in the morning. She was full of resentment. At this time, she looked at the busy traffic in front of Yang Ming's shop and was immediately angry. She clenched her fists and said with gritted teeth, "Yang Ming shop." At first, Nakiri Arena was angry because other restaurants followed the rule of Yang Ming's shop that one person can only order one serving, which made her unable to enjoy the food to her heart's content. So she contacted a group of chefs from the world of Shokyuji no Soma and opened this Tatsuki restaurant. Originally, Nakiri Arena thought that with so many senior chefs and master chefs in Shokyuji no Soma, and the various exquisite and luxurious dishes they cooked, she would sooner or later be able to overwhelm Yang Ming's shop and vent her anger. But she never expected that Yang Ming's shop's counterattack would be so fast and so fierce. Secretary Naoto Hisako looked at Arena Nakiri's bad face and said worriedly, "Miss, why don't we just forget it? We don't really need to fight with Yang Ming's shop like this. It would have been better if she didn't say this." Once she said it, it was like pouring oil on the fire. Arena Nakiri was immediately furious and said word by word, "No. No way. Think about how proud Arena Nakiri is. She is the heroine of the world of food wars, Shokyuji no Soma. A proud queen, the granddaughter of the commander-in-chief of Tatsuki Academy, and the 10th seat of the Tatsuki 10 Elites Council. At a young age, she is already a talented girl who graduated from the junior high school department of Tatsuki Academy. She has an extraordinary tongue of taste, which can visualize the taste in her mind. When she was young, she worked as a supervisor in a famous restaurant. One comment has the influence of deciding the future of a restaurant. She has absolute confidence in her own strength and judgment, and will never allow others to disobey. With so many qualifications that can blind others' eyes, how can she easily admit defeat? I just can't swallow this breath." Nakiri Arena said indignantly, "Why does this restaurant stipulate that one person can only order one dish? Shouldn't the food made by our chefs allow every customer to eat as much as they want to satisfy their appetite? I don't agree with this rule of Yang Ming's shop." As Nakiri Arena finished speaking, a male voice came from behind them. "Well said." Nakiri Arena's words really hit the nail on the head. Nakiri Arena and the secretary turned around and saw a strange man who Yang Ming had never seen before. This man, of course it is Yukihira Soma. He is the protagonist of the world of Shokyuji no Soma, with hair that looks like burning flames, a very obvious cut scar on his left eyebrow, and a smile as bright as the sun. As the protagonist of the world of Shokyuji no Soma, Yukihira Soma has a dazzling resume. He has been practicing cooking since he was 3 years old, and has been working in the kitchen for 12 years. His basic skills are very solid. Because he has been in his own restaurant for many years, his vision is limited, but he has a strong ability to adapt to changes. He can use the experience of helping in the restaurant in his hometown and his rich imagination to cook. He is good at making creative dishes with limited ingredients, and he continues to grow by gaining experience from other people's cooking and his own failures. In short, this guy is the Naruto of the chef world, who can burst out and kill the enemy at any time. Arena Nakiri raised her chin proudly, looking like a proud white swan, revealing her fair and smooth neck, and said coldly, "Why are you here? Didn't you go to other countries to travel and look for new ingredients?" Cough cough cough. Soma Yukihira looked embarrassed and coughed repeatedly. "What's wrong?" Nakiri Arena raised her eyebrows and said with a hint of joking, "Our great chef Yukihira also has difficult times. What difficulties have you encountered? Tell me, maybe I can help you." Yukihira Soma's face was bitter. "I say, have you eaten gunpowder today? Your words are full of thorns, which really makes people uncomfortable." Seeing that Nakiri Arena gave him an extremely sharp look, Yukihira Soma immediately raised his hands in surrender and smiled bitterly. Okay, I said it." Yukihira Soma spread his hands and said helplessly, "I heard that there is a unique delicacy in the land of lightning that does not exist in our world. I originally planned to go there alone." Nakiri Arena showed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Go on. Soma Yukihira's face became more and more bitter. You don't know, this world is too dangerous. Not long after I left the border of the Land of Fire, I was robbed by a group of bandits. If I hadn't given them all the money I had, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. Oh. Arina Nakiri raised her eyebrows. So, you came back just like that? How is it possible? Am I someone who gives up so easily? Soma Yukihira said excitedly, after being robbed, I thought that with my cooking skills, even if I walked through the wilderness, I could still get to the Land of Lightning. And then? Arina Nakiri became more and more curious. Don't say it. Soma Yukihira looked unhappy and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. In a forest, I actually met a huge monkey. You know, this monkey is as big as a small mountain, and it has several tails behind it. With a wave of its hand, it can instantly crush a forest. I was really scared. What's more, I just showed off my cooking skills in front of it, and this dead monkey took me away and asked me to be its royal chef and cook for it every day in the future. Do you know how terrible this thing's appetite is? A monkey can eat 100 people's portions in one meal. It almost exhausted me to death. Arina Nakiri's eyes were full of curiosity. She looked up and down at Soma Yukihira, and looked at him coldly. I was wondering why you haven't contacted me for a while. It turns out you were captured and used as a laborer. Then tell me honestly, how did you escape from that giant monkey? Soma Yukihira sighed, I made a special dish for it. I guess it's still in the forest looking for female monkeys to do shameful things. The four-tailed beast roared, Yamaiti. Chapter 793 Omelette Rice. Arina Nakiri held her forehead and sighed, looking at Soma Yukihira with a strange look. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I really misjudged you before. Yukihira Soma looked embarrassed, his eyes flickered, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, Aren't you worried about Yang Ming's counterattack? They make breakfast, so we do it too, isn't it? Nakiri Arina rolled her eyes, the question is, who will do it? How to set the price? You have to know that our Tatsuki restaurant is new, and it is such a big restaurant, with so many employees, and it costs a lot every day. If the breakfast is too expensive, I'm afraid no one will come. If it's too cheap, we will lose money. Yukihira Soma raised a thumbs up and a bright smile bloomed on his face. Don't forget, I'm here. I'm best at making home cooking, so I'll be responsible for this kind of breakfast. Oh. Nakiri Arina raised her eyebrows, what are you going to make? Of course it's omelette rice. Yukihira Soma said with a serious face. Ah? So ordinary. Nakiri Arina looked unconvinced. Seeing this, Yukihira Soma rolled up his sleeves, his eyes burning with fire. Since you don't believe me, let me make it myself and show you. After that, Soma Yukihira turned and went into the kitchen. It's quite interesting. Arina Nakiri raised her orchid finger, a gleam in her eyes, and followed into the kitchen. Speaking of omelette rice, you must go to the North Star in Osaka. It is said that it is the birthplace of omelette rice. In addition to eating the original omelette rice that is puffy on the outside and soft on the inside, you can also get a glimpse of the style of early Japanese Western food restaurants. In the world of food wars, Shokuchiki no Soma, omelette rice is divided into two different ways. One is half-cooked omelette rice. The thick omelette shakes with the aftershocks. After gently cutting it with a knife, the egg liquid hidden in it covers the fried rice like a golden waterfall. Eating half-cooked omelette rice is usually paired with a sauce cooked with beef and red wine, or a special curry sauce. Put it in your mouth with a big mouthful. The gravy is rich and delicious, the scrambled egg has a butter fragrance, and it is paired with soft and glutinous rice. You have to lick the plate clean at the end. The other way is to fry the fried rice first, then fry an egg skin in the pan, turn the fried rice upside down, wrap it with another layer of egg skin, pour orange-red ketchup on it, or make it into the shape of a bear or Pikachu. It is usually sold in maid restaurants and is a very delicious dish. Two different ways, the omelette rice is equally delicious. Now, Soma Yukihira uses the second way to cook omelette rice. Fried rice with egg and omelette skin are both technical jobs, which require both quick eyes and hands and proper control of the heat. Soma Yukihira uses tribute eggs, which are just right for making omelette rice. The tribute eggs are small in size, much smaller than ordinary eggs, and slightly larger than pigeon eggs. They are a kind of newly laid eggs. Newly laid eggs, known as smart eggs, are the first nest of eggs laid by hens within 30 to 60 days before laying eggs. Newly laid eggs are smaller than ordinary eggs, but have high nutritional value. A small egg gathers all the essence. In order to test whether the firstborn eggs are fresh, Soma Yukihira also opened an egg and found that the yolk was firm and elastic, and it was not easy to break even if pierced with a fork. The yolk was light yellow, unlike other country eggs. Soma Yukihira chopped the onion and diced the ham, then heated the pan over low heat, put in a small piece of butter and heated it until it melted, then poured in the chopped onion and stir-fried it over medium heat until the sweetness of the onion came out. First melt the butter and fry the onion, so that the taste is more authentic and the aroma of the omelette rice can be deeply rooted in people's hearts. After stir-frying for a while, Soma Yukihira poured in the diced ham, stir-fried it evenly, then poured in the ketchup and continued to stir-fry, and also poured in the rice, stir-frying it until it was evenly mixed with the chopped onion and diced ham. In this process, Soma Yukihira kept using a spatula to loosen the lumps of rice until the rice grains were distinct. Omelette rice is Soma Yukihira's specialty. He waved the spatula in the light of the sword in the shadow of the fire, letting the rice, ham, and eggs dance in the pot. For a moment, the whole place was filled with fragrance, tempting the onlookers Nikari Arena to have a bite. Then, Soma Yukihira poured in salt, pepper, and light soy sauce, stir-fried evenly and served the fried rice for later use. Next, it was the highlight of the egg fried rice. Whether the egg fried rice can be done well, this is the critical moment. Soma Yukihira beat the eggs, poured a little salt and stirred evenly, heated the pan over low heat, evenly coated the pan with butter, poured the egg liquid into the pan, and stirred it quickly with chopsticks when it was slightly sticky. When making the egg skin, Soma Yukihira was very cautious. He melted the butter over low heat, then poured in the egg liquid, letting the egg liquid flow evenly on the bottom of the pan. He scattered the egg liquid very quickly, and stopped immediately when it was about to solidify, so as to prevent the color of the egg skin from burning. When the bottom of the egg is slightly cooked and there is still some unsolidified egg liquid on the surface, Soma Yukihira immediately pours fried rice in the middle, turns up the egg skin on one side to cover the fried rice, and finally carefully lifts the egg skin on one side with chopsticks, slowly slides to the other side, and finally turns it upside down on the plate. During the whole process of frying the egg skin, Soma Yukihira always uses a low heat, so that the egg is not easy to cook quickly. Soma Yukihira makes omelette rice to the extreme, just like a wonderful performance. Soma Yukihira squeezes ketchup on the surface of the omelette rice and makes the omelette rice into a bear shape. A cute and delicious omelette rice is done. After finishing with the second method, Soma Yukihira made the first kind of egg fried rice, which I will not repeat here. He fried the eggs into a three-dimensional spindle-shaped half-cooked omelette, tremblingly covered the fried rice, and then cut it from beginning to end with a sharp long knife. The sticky and slippery eggs inside flowed down and naturally covered the rice, and finally poured the hot and fragrant curry sauce on it. Yukihira Soma wiped the sweat from his forehead, handed 2 different plates of omelette rice to Arina Nikari, and showed a brilliant smile on his face. Please enjoy. She first took a look at the half-cooked omelette rice. The flavorful curry sauce was poured on the surface of the half-cooked egg, and the tender and smooth half-cooked egg was covered on the soy sauce chicken fried rice. The delicious layers were stacked, and Arina Nikari felt that her eyes were bright. When she used a spoon to pry open the egg skin, the moment it was steaming, she dug out the golden and tempting egg skin, and the egg fragrance was appetizing. It felt very healing. I just felt that omelette rice can always depict ordinary life so warmly. I'm welcome. Arina Nikari scooped up a large spoonful of fried rice, mixed it with scrambled eggs and curry, stuffed her cheeks with a slightly raised mouth, and couldn't stop eating. Seeing others' stomachs growling non-stop. At this moment, Arina Nikari felt that she was just eating an omelette rice, but she was as satisfied as if she had eaten a full banquet. Even she, who was always sharp-tongued, couldn't help but be surprised and commented. This egg is extremely elastic and tender, and there is a little uncoagulated egg liquid in the inner layer. After mixing with fried rice, it has an incredible multi-layered taste when you bite it. First, the smoothness of the egg is eaten first, and then the rich uncoagulated egg liquid wraps the fried rice, making the fried rice fragrant and slightly smooth. It's so delicious that people can't stop. Chapter 794 I'm hungry again, so I quickly opened the instant noodles. The next day. The sky was clear and the air was gentle. Early in the morning, accompanied by the faint sound of roosters, Konoha village returned to its usual bustle after a night of silence. People washed up and walked out of their homes, either to work or to school. But many people would pass by Yang Ming's shop, intending to have a bowl of soy milk, a portion of fried dough sticks, or a bowl of jelly to satisfy their cravings. Anyway, it was much cheaper than the price at lunch, and most villagers could afford it. However, when they came to the vicinity of Yang Ming's shop, they were surprised to find that there were already many people queuing at the Tatsuki restaurant opposite it. This is strange. On this day, Hinata, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Shino Aberame, the three of them, planned to come to Yang Ming's shop for breakfast. After seeing the scene at the Tatsuki restaurant, they couldn't help but feel curious and went forward to see what was going on. Kaiba Inyazuka patted the shoulder of a villager who was waiting in line. The man was startled and turned around suddenly, only to see Kaiba Inyazuka smiling. "Uncle, what happened to Tatsuki restaurant that made you line up so early?" The uncle was very surprised. "Don't you know? Tatsuki restaurant also launched breakfast service. I heard that the omelette rice here is delicious. Moreover, let me tell you, Tatsuki restaurant opened as early as 6:30 and did not close until 9:30. Oh. Hinata and the other two looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. Yang Ming's shop just opened for breakfast service, and Tatsuki restaurant followed suit the next day. Yang Ming's shop's breakfast is from 7 to 9, and Tatsuki restaurant is from 6:30 to 9:30, 1 hour longer than Yang Ming's shop. Damn it! This Tatsuki restaurant is going to make trouble. Isn't it obvious that it wants to slap the face of boss Yang Ming? What is the origin of this Tatsuki restaurant? Who gave them such courage?" Hinata and the other two were shocked and suspicious. Today, Yang Ming store is no longer just a restaurant, but also the face of the entire Konoha village. They really can't imagine what Yang Ming store will do in the future. Inyazuka Kaiba grinned, showing his small canine teeth on both sides, and said, "This Tatsuki restaurant is really daring and dares to do it. Hinata, Shino, you two tell me, how will Yang Ming store deal with Tatsuki restaurant?" Aberame Shino pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose with her middle finger, with a deep expression, and said in a pretentious manner, "It's hard to say." Hinata touched her shriveled belly, with an embarrassed look on her face. "This, that." Hinata's eyes flashed. "Actually, I think that no matter who wins or loses, as long as the food is delicious, it's fine." Inyazuka Kaiba's mouth twitched fiercely. "You're right, why bother about them so much, we'll go to the restaurant that cooks delicious food." As they talked, they were gradually waiting in line for the three of them. It was the first time for Hinata and the other two to come to Tatsuki restaurant, and they felt that everything was new. From the outside, this Tatsuki restaurant was decorated like a classical castle, high-end and classy, and mysterious. They looked around and saw that the restaurant was decorated in a youthful and fashionable style without losing its elegance. They could see cups and ornaments with classical themes everywhere, and even the plates and chopsticks were based on European and American styles, which made them feel the elegant and tasteful artistic conception of the nobility everywhere. A handsome man dressed like a black butler came up to them. He was a waiter who was tall and had a beautiful face. He was elegant and calm in his gestures, just like a gentleman, which made people feel good. It was hard to imagine that this man was a villager of Konoha village. After being trained by Tatsuki restaurant, he became like this, which simply changed his original life path. The waiter dressed as a black butler leaned forward slightly, put one hand on his chest, nodded and said, "3 guests, please follow me." "Okay." Hinata and the other two nodded, and followed the waiter to a table that had been prepared. Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't wait any longer and said, "Give me 1 omelette rice." "No, give me 2. Aberame. Shino pushed the sunglasses on her nose with her middle finger and said calmly, "Just give me 1 portion." "Yeah, okay." The waiter nodded repeatedly like a black butler and wrote it all down. Then, he suddenly found that Hinata didn't speak. He didn't show any impatience, but said gently, "Sir, how many portions do you want?" "This." Hinata blushed, a little embarrassed, lowered her head, "I want 10 portions. "What?" The waiter looked confused and bewildered. "Did I hear it wrong? Are you sure you want 10 portions instead of 1? Can you finish it?" Hinata's face turned redder, but thinking that 10 portions would only fill her stomach slightly, she still said firmly, "Give me 10 portions, I promise I can finish it." "Waiter." He took a deep look at Hinata, and never thought that this petite and cute girl in front of him had a bigger appetite than him. He took a deep breath, wrote it down, and went to the kitchen to get the omelette rice. After a while, the waiter came out with a small cart and presented the omelette rice to Hinata and the other two. Hinata's first impression of the omelette rice was that the plate was quite large, in the shape of a small basin. Although the rice was in the center, it only took up half of it. This tomato-flavored omelette rice sold at the Totsuki restaurant. The thin egg skin still had a little egg paste inside, wrapped with rice grains of different flavors. The portion was large, and it was a good place to eat. Hinata picked up the spoon, opened the egg skin wrapped outside, and scooped up the fried rice inside. Looking at the rice in the spoon, it was like gold under the waves, emitting a charming brilliance. Why think so much, just eat it first. Swallow it in one gulp. Like a wheel rolling forward, under Hinata's chewing, the rice grains were instantly crushed. This is... Hinata suddenly opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief. On the side, Inyazuka Kaiba asked nervously with a concerned look on his face, Hinata, is it too unpalatable? No. Hinata shook her head and closed her eyes slightly, as if she was savoring the taste just now. When the omelette rice entered her mouth, the fragrance contained in it exploded in an instant, as if a grenade was stuffed into her mouth, and the entire tongue was suddenly occupied by the fragrance. That was the fragrance of a freshly laid egg. After the egg skin was mixed with fried rice and dipped in ketchup, the fragrance of fried rice also came with it in the sour and sweet taste, bringing a layered feeling, like the ebb and flow of the tide, very surprising. Chapter 795 Exploding Clothes and Wet. When the omelette rice entered her mouth, the fragrance contained in it exploded in an instant, as if a grenade was stuffed into her mouth, and the entire tongue was suddenly occupied by the fragrance. That was the fragrance of a freshly laid egg. After the egg skin is mixed with fried rice and dipped in ketchup, the aroma of fried rice comes with the sour and sweet taste, bringing a layered feeling, like the ebb and flow of the tide, very surprising. Hinata was extremely shocked. What's the matter with this taste? Why did she want to eat so much after eating it? The saliva secretion in her mouth was completely controlled by the brain, and the body's instinct was awakened. Eat? Yes. Now controlling Hinata is really an animal instinct. I really want to eat all the omelette rice in front of me. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Hinata's title of Big Eater is not exaggerated. She picked up the plate and the spoon and stuffed the omelette rice into her mouth. The spoon and the plate collided, making a continuous sound, which was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Just watching her eat makes people feel very appetizing. Even those with anorexia may regain their appetite. Under the wind and clouds, a plate of omelette rice fell. Hinata wiped her mouth and said with satisfaction, "It's so delicious. I haven't eaten so satisfied for a long time." Seeing Hinata's face showing such a happy expression, Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't wait to grab the spoon, pick up the plate, and scoop a mouthful first. Well, super delicious. This feeling is as if you are on a painting boat in the misty west lake of Yangzhou. After taking another bite of omelette rice, the misty rain gradually dissipated, and a little sunshine appeared in the sky, shining on the surface of the west lake, forming a beautiful picture with the willow trees on the embankment of the lake. The sea is vast and the sky is high, and the birds fly freely. This feeling. It's spring. When Inyazuka Kaiba reacted, a plate of omelette rice had been eaten, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't had enough fun yet. However, the next moment, Inyazuka Kaiba felt that he was soaked by the spring rain, and was thoroughly washed from the inside out. Holding the empty plate, Inyazuka Kaiba bit his lips, not wanting to admit it, but had to admit that he was captivated by this omelette rice. "Ah, Kaiba, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Hinata's voice came from the air, awakening Inyazuka Kaiba from his immersion in food. Inyazuka Kaiba looked up suddenly, but saw that Hinata's face was flushed, pointing at him, her eyes flickered, like stars twinkling, and she looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Inyazuka Kaiba did not doubt him, and said curiously, "Hinata, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" Hinata opened her cherry mouth slightly, with an embarrassed and shy expression, and said, "Yay, your trouser zipper popped." It is worth mentioning that the table they were sitting on was made of transparent glass, so Hinata could see it. Puff. Hearing this, Inyazuka Kaiba was like thunder rolling in the sky, and a thunderbolt hit him from the inside out. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Full of doubt and surprise, Inyazuka Kaiba suddenly lowered his head and found that Hinata had given him a lot of face by saying that his zipper popped, because this was not a pop, but the whole pants popped and tore. What's more, this also exposed that Inyazuka Kaiba was wearing a pair of red leggings, and it was under Hinata's nose, which was extremely shameful. Puff. Kaiba Inuzuka has always had a crush on Hinata. The moment he saw this scene, he gasped and felt a dizziness in his head. His whole head went blank with a bang and he couldn't think straight. Can anyone tell me what happened? Kaiba Inuzuka's face turned red as a monkey's butt. He was filled with shame and almost fainted in the toilet. Sorry. I'll go to the toilet first. Kaiba Inuzuka apologized to Hinata and Aberame Shino, picked up his torn pants with both hands, and ran to the toilet with a limp, ready to take them off to check what happened. But when Kaiba Inuzuka came to the toilet, he was completely confused and messy in the wind. I saw a long queue in front of the toilet door, so dark that I couldn't see the end. Damn it! If that were the case, it would be fine. Inuzuka Kaiba also found that the people here had the same fate as him. Either their clothes burst or their pants burst. They were all running around in a panic. It turns out that I'm not the only one. After Inuzuka Kaiba left, Aberame Shino shook her head, used a spoon to poke a small hole on the edge of the omelette rice, poured the ketchup outside into it, and then scooped it up and put it into her mouth. The omelette rice with ketchup entered her mouth, and the rich and delicious tomato flavor washed over the taste buds on the tip of Aberame Shino's tongue. Every cell in her body was cheering and jumping for joy. So that's it. Using ketchup is really a stroke of genius. Mixing it with fried rice is equivalent to 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. It tastes even better when paired together. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Bang! 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 A series of light bangs. Shino Aberame frowned and thought to herself. What is this sound? Then, Shino Aberame suddenly saw that Hinata looked at him with the same eyes as she looked at Kaiba Inuzuka before. Could it be that? Shino Aberame suddenly lowered her head and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she was so shocked. Sure enough, Shino Aberame did not escape the fate of having her clothes exploded. Shino Aberame, who always seemed calm and indifferent, had a red face, and even the wide sunglasses could not block it. Hot smoke rose from her head. Shino Aberame held up her pants with one hand and said to Hinata hurriedly. Hinata, sorry, I have to go to the toilet first. After saying this, Shino Aberame limped towards the toilet. Kaiba Inuzuka was queuing in front of the toilet, looking around boredly. When he saw Shino Aberame coming, his expression was very strange. You also burst your clothes. Shino Aberame wanted to bury her head in the ground, but now it was difficult to get off the stage, so she had to nod and stammered. After Shino Aberame left, Hinata ordered 10 omelette rices and had only eaten one just now, so she couldn't help but pick up plates of omelette rice and eat them. Hinata scooped up Soma's omelette rice and put it into her cherry mouth. Well, this is really a heavenly enjoyment. At this moment, Miss Hinata fully demonstrated the nature of a big eater. In a blink of an eye, she emptied all 9 plates of omelette rice. But this is bad. The next moment. Although I don't know what she has experienced, but the beautiful legs under the uniform skirt are clamped tightly, and her hands have been supporting her body on the table to keep her body balanced, so I know that Soma has taken a lot of drugs this time. Ugh, she's wet. Chapter 796 No. Yet. This is a heavenly enjoyment. At this moment, Miss Hinata fully demonstrated her nature as a glutton. In a blink of an eye, she emptied all 9 plates of omelette rice. But this is bad news. The next moment. Although I don't know what she went through, but the beautiful legs under the uniform skirt were clamped together, and she kept her hands on the table to keep her body balanced. I know that Soma's medicine this time it was very heavy. She was wet. In an instant, Hinata realized what had happened, and her face was so red that it was hard to describe it with adjectives. How could it be? How could it be? With a sound that was not sure whether it was pain or pleasure, Hinata stood up tremblingly, pursing her lower lip tightly, biting her teeth tightly, trying not to make a sound. No. If this goes on, I can't stand it. I have to go to the bathroom now. Hinata's eyes were blurred, as if covered with a layer of autumn water, and her rippling autumn eyes were full of charm, coupled with her peach-like peach blossoms. Her red lips were bloody, and she looked like exuding a very tempting charm, making people want to bite her. Hinata pursed her lips tightly, moved step by step, and walked forward along the corner to the bathroom, holding on to the wall. From her seat to the toilet, it was only about 100 meters, which was usually a very short distance, but at this moment, it seemed as if there was no end. Every time she took a step, Hinata trembled, and she almost couldn't help herself and made a fool of herself in public. However, faced with such difficulties, Miss Hinata did not give up, did not slack off, did not complain, but gritted her teeth and tried to cheer herself up in her heart. I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. The vision in front of her was blurred, Hinata squinted her eyes, panting, and she didn't know whether it was a century or a blink of an eye. Hinata finally dragged her exhausted body to the door of the toilet. But when she came here, Hinata thought she could finally relax, but unexpectedly, there was a long queue in front of the toilet door. In front of Hinata, there were at least 8 girls queuing. I fainted. Seeing this, Hinata almost fainted from anger. Now, every minute and every second is extremely precious to Hinata. She can't delay any longer. If she delays any longer, Hinata feels that she will burst out like a flood. At this time, Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino saw that Hinata's face was not very good, and couldn't help asking. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Hinata, don't force yourself too much. In the puzzled eyes of Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino, Hinata looked stiff and embarrassed, and forced a smile, saying in a mosquito-like voice that was not easy to hear. I'm fine. Every time Hinata said a word, she felt a little relaxed, and her body was even more uncomfortable, and she almost couldn't control it. Especially in front of Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino, 2 acquaintances, Hinata's sense of shame reached a new height. If it were other girls, they might be finished on the spot in a few minutes. Hinata's willpower was also amazing. In such a situation, she was still able to keep her heart and control herself with her willpower beyond ordinary people, so she didn't make a fool of herself in public. But facing Hinata's words, Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino could not imagine what the other party was going through now. They just thought Hinata needed care. Especially Inyazuka Kaiba, who had been secretly in love with Hinata. Now, seeing her tightly pursing her lips, cold sweat on her forehead, one hand holding the wall, her body was still trembling and shaky, looking extremely weak and could be blown away by a gust of wind, he was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Inyazuka Kaiba took a step forward, not caring about what others thought of him, and lifted Hinata up with both hands, saying gently and caringly. Hinata. Unexpectedly, before Inyazuka Kaiba could finish the rest of the words, when their bodies touched, Hinata seemed to be hit by an electric current, her soft and petite body trembled slightly, and she could not help but take a step back and break free from Inyazuka Kaiba's hands. Hinata looked up and saw Inyazuka Kaiba's mouth open, his eyes filled with confusion, sadness and all kinds of unspeakable emotions. As complicated as a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall, it was difficult to distinguish 1 or 2 of them. Hinata couldn't bear it in her heart, and her lips trembled and opened slightly. Don't touch me. At the moment of touch just now, Hinata almost couldn't help it, so she said so. But to Inyazuka Kaiba, this was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. His mind went blank in an instant. He was confused and at a loss. He didn't know what to say or do. He stood there dumbfounded, as if he was stupid. Could it be that Hinata doesn't like it? Inyazuka Kaiba felt mixed emotions, as if countless sauce jars were smashed, and the various tastes were indescribable. Seeing this scene, Hinata felt bad, so she could only lower her head silently and queue up quietly. After an unknown amount of time, it was finally Hinata's turn to go in. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and took big and small steps out. She wished her parents would give her 2 more legs so that she could fly into the toilet to solve the major issues in her life. Until Hinata's figure disappeared from his sight, Inyazuka Kaiba still didn't react. He seemed to have lost his soul. Standing absent-mindedly, his eyes were like a pool of dead water, without any ripples or colors. Ah! Seeing this, Abarame Shino sighed slightly. As a teammate of the 2, how could he not know that Inyazuka Kaiba had a crush on Hinata? He just didn't want to reveal it. Just looking at Inyazuka Kaiba's appearance, Abarame Shino, in addition to sighing that this was the trouble of youth, had to pat Inyazuka Kaiba's shoulder heavily to pull him out of the mood of lovelorn. Okay, Hinata has gone to the bathroom, what are you still looking at, Kaiba? Let's go. It's time for us to go to the bathroom and check our pants. As if it was a dream, and as if it was a lifetime ago, Inyazuka Kaiba sighed deeply, shook his dizzy head violently, and swept the scene of Hinata rejecting him just now out of his mind. His face returned to its usual appearance, and there was no expression of sadness. But if you look closely, you will find that in this short moment, Inyazuka Kaiba has grown up and matured a lot. Perhaps, every boy must experience a thorough heartache before he can grow up. Perhaps this is the price of youth growth? As long as you don't regret it, it may be worth it. Chapter 797, A Bowl of Spicy Soup. Yang Ming's shop. Boss. Boss. Something bad has happened. Bai strode into the kitchen and shouted loudly. Yang Ming suddenly raised his head, stopped what he was doing, and asked, "What happened that made you so surprised?" "Hucky. Hucky." Bai panted, took a short break, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said hurriedly. "Boss, this is a big problem. The Yuanyu restaurant across the street saw us making breakfast, and they followed suit and made breakfast today." "Oh. That's it?" Yang Ming said calmly, as if he didn't take it seriously. Seeing this, Bai was immediately anxious. "Boss, why don't you look anxious at all?" "Bai, don't worry, as long as I make delicious food, the guests know how to choose." Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled calmly. Then, Yang Ming lowered his head and started to prepare a new breakfast. This dish, called hula tang, once had the opportunity to be selected as one of the Manchu Han banquet, but it failed in the end. Fortunately, the recipe given to Yang Ming by the system includes the method of making this dish. Hula tang originated in the Song dynasty. There are many schools in the Central Plains, including Zuwaziao Town, Lubei Wudu, Huayang Zujia, and Kaifeng vegetarian hula tang. Some people like spicy, some like salty, some like thick, some like light, and some like chopped green onions. Fortunately, no matter what your preference is, you can find your favorite bowl in the Central Plains. In the world of hula tang, there are 3 fixed elements: gluten, meat, soup, and side dishes. Gluten is the soul, soup is the foundation, and side dishes have different combinations according to different schools. When people from different regions meet, hometown food is often a good topic. People from Sichuan are at home wherever they go. Fish-flavored pork shreds and twice-cooked pork are enough to talk about for half an hour. As long as beef and mutton are mentioned, friends in the Northwest will tell you that cattle and sheep that do not grow on the grassland are not worthy of cumin. Lanzhou people are very aggrieved, always spare no effort to tell everyone that there is no ramen in Lanzhou, that is called Lanzhou beef noodles, Lanzhou beef noodles, Lanzhou beef noodles. Friends nodded and acted as if they suddenly understood, and then they all thought in their hearts, who cares about this? Cantonese people don't want to talk about this topic, but they usually can't avoid it. Do you eat civets? Do you eat pangolins? Do you eat rat meat? When they are pressed, Cantonese people will tell you how to eat Minnan people. As a Central Plains person, in the communication, I faced another kind of embarrassment and loneliness. What's delicious in your place? Hey! The spicy soup and stewed noodles in my place are delicious. What? I haven't heard of it. Let's talk about the boss of Evergrande. Oh! Every place has special snacks. Some snacks are used to promote the scene and fool tourists. Locals don't like to eat them. Some of them may not seem very presentable, but for the locals, they are as important as a wife, children, and a warm bed. Hula tang definitely belongs to the latter. Hula tang is the essence of Central Plains cuisine. Whoever wins the Central Plains wins the world, and for the people of the Central Plains, hula tang is the world. A morning without hula tang is not enough to talk about life. As one of the breakfasts, it is definitely a perfect choice. The first characteristic of hula tang is spicy. We are all used to the fact that spicy comes from peppers. In fact, peppers only came to China in the late Ming dynasty. People in the past preferred the spicy taste of pepper. Of course, as peppers became more and more popular, pepper became outdated. The people of the Central Plains were nostalgic and used a lot of pepper to make hula tang. So hula tang is rare, and it can bring out the spicy characteristics of pepper. Color, a delicacy that perfectly interprets the flavor. The second feature is that it is rich in spices. Many delicacies will add some spices, such as star anise and cinnamon, and 4 or 5 kinds are enough. However, hula tang often has 20 to 30 kinds of spices. After clever proportioning, it can have a unique fragrance. Some people may ask, pepper and so many spices, will it be too irritating? Yes, you will get used to it. Then it is very thick. In the process of making hula tang, Yang Ming uses a lot of wheat starch water to thicken the soup, making it particularly thick. In this way, the spicy taste and fragrance are more closely concentrated in the soup, making the soup rich and mellow. Due to Yang Ming's in-place skills, hu la tang will not have the problem of being sticky and greasy. Finally, there is a lot of ingredients. Although it is called soup, there are actually a lot of things in it, at least 4 or 5 kinds, and the commonly used ones are beef, mutton, gluten, fungus, vermicelli, daylily, kelp, peanuts, etc. Drinking a bowl of hu la tang, you will feel refreshed mentally and have something in your stomach. Hu la tang pays attention to using large bones to make the base soup, highlighting the peppery aroma, with a slight spicy aftertaste. Meat hu la tang will also add some meat pieces the size of a fingernail. If you accidentally eat a piece, you will immediately feel that this hu la tang is worth the money. These 4 characteristics form the spicy personality of Central Plains hu la tang. But because it is too unique, many people will be a little uncomfortable when they eat it for the first time. But slowly tasting, you can feel the rich aroma, mellow taste, and spicy passion. Then you will fall in love with hu la tang and can't stop. When the hu la tang is boiled, Yang Ming thickens it with a lot of wheat starch water until it is particularly thick. Finally, drizzle a few drops of sesame oil. The fragrance is so fragrant and rich that every cell in the body seems to moan when you inhale it. Bai stood aside and watched Yang Ming cooking. Smelling this fragrant aroma, the whole person's soul is floating. Bai turned his eyes and saw that the brown-red thick soup in the big pot was slowly pushed out by the hot steam at the bottom of the pot, and bubbles of various sizes were released after bursting. When it was cold, it quickly turned white and floated away. The spicy soup with various side dishes floated out from the inside. The waves of white mist looked warm and made people's appetite increase immediately. Bai said greedily, "Boss, can I have a bowl?" Seeing Bai's greedy look, Yang Ming was happy and scooped a full bowl for him. Bai had been hungry for a long time, so he picked up the spoon and blew air, and then swallowed it in one gulp. This is... Bai's eyes were wide open, and he felt that the taste was smooth and refreshing, and the taste was hearty. Moreover, Yang Ming put a handful of shrimp skin in it, and the freshness was so delicious that his tongue was about to fall off. Delicious! Bai couldn't help it, and immediately buried his head and drank the soup. After a bowl of soup, I felt a little sweat on my head, and my whole body was warm, with the taste of pepper. After eating, I wiped my mouth and felt that the daytime had really come. It was great. I ate the spicy soup, and the spicy taste immediately refreshed my mind and warmed my body. After eating, I felt very refreshed and had a burning feeling in my heart. Chapter 798 Tian Tian falls in love with Xiao Li. Konoha Village. Xiao Li had another morning of training early this morning. Coincidentally, he met Tian Tian on the way back to the village, so he walked with her along a small road for about 200 meters and came out to the street. There is only one main street in the village, and the exit is at the westernmost end of the street. Along the way, the aroma of various breakfasts from the breakfast stalls on both sides of the street has drifted into the nose across the road. I'm so hungry. I came out to exercise early this morning and haven't had breakfast yet. I'm so hungry. Xiao Li touched his stomach and sighed. At the same time, his stomach kept growling, as if to echo what he said. Seeing this scene, Tian Tian laughed in her heart, but she felt that what Xiao Li said was very real. When girls reach puberty, they always hope to find a good boy, and Tian Tian is no exception. Recently, Tian Tian saw that even Sakura found Suzuki, the destined son, but it set off a hurricane in their girl circle, so that many girls were unwilling to be outdone and compared with each other to find a better boyfriend. At first, Tian Tian wanted to find Ningkai, but unfortunately Ningkai was washing dishes in Yang Ming's shop and was basically busy all day long, so she had to give up. But now, by chance, Tian Tian met Xiao Li who had just returned from exercise, and her heart suddenly became lively. In fact, Xiao Li is not bad. Although he looks a little ordinary and has ordinary talents, he has worked so hard to train himself and even cultivated the 8 gates. Even the current Kazekage Garam may not be his opponent. Think about it this way, Xiao Li is really good. It is said that serious boys are the most handsome. In the sunshine of the morning sun, the morning light fell on Xiao Li, as if he was covered with a layer of golden gauze, making him look tall and majestic. His broad shoulders are like a reliable harbor, which can soothe the restless heart of the girl. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. As she watched, Tian Tian was stunned, her little heart began to beat uncontrollably. Until, she heard Xiao Li's voice in her ear. Tian Tian, what are you daydreaming about? Oh, oh, oh. Tian Tian came back to her senses from her immersive fantasy, her beautiful eyes rolled around, and she suggested, Xiao Li, why don't we go to Yang Ming's shop for breakfast? Well, Yang Ming's shop has a good environment and atmosphere, they can have breakfast and communicate with each other. It's perfect. Tian Tian thought so proudly in her heart. Ah! Unexpectedly, Xiao Li looked a little embarrassed, hesitating, and said, but Yang Ming's shop is very expensive? I've been there before, and it costs a lot of money once. I don't have any tasks now, and I don't have much money, so I can't afford it. Xiao Li, you idiot! I took the initiative to ask you out. Tian Tian rolled his eyes in his heart, and was speechless about Xiao Li, a straightforward boy. How could a boy talk like this to a girl who invited him? No wonder Xiao Li is still a single dog. Tian Tian sighed in his heart, shook his head, and tried to persuade, actually, breakfast in Yang Ming store is not expensive now, it's quite cheap. Is that so? For a moment, Xiao Li was a little moved, and unconsciously moved his feet and walked towards Yang Ming store with Tian Tian. Might Guy did not train with Xiao Li today, but came to line up early in the morning. Seeing the two of them coming, he smiled and greeted them from a distance, Xiao Li, Tian Tian, have you had breakfast? Come and have a bowl of spicy soup. Oh my god! Why is teacher Might Guy here? Isn't he here to be a light bulb? Tian Tian only had one word in his heart, not knowing whether he should say it or not, but he had to put on a smile on his face, teacher, we are actually here to drink hula tang, and we also want fried dough sticks. Might Guy did not doubt him, nodded, patted his chest and said, let the teacher treat you. As he said that, he took the lead and entered Yang Ming's shop and said to Bai. Give us 3 servings of hula tang and fried dough sticks. Okay, please wait. Bai said with a smile. The spiciness of hula tang comes from pepper, and most people who don't eat spicy food can accept it. Yang Ming scooped a full spoonful of it into the bowl with a wooden spoon, and then took a small half spoonful and sprinkled 1 or 2 drops of sesame oil. After 3 actions, a bowl of hula tang can be handed over to the customer. After a while, Bai brought out breakfast. 10 yuan for fried dough sticks, 30 yuan for hula, and the table was full. When everything was served, Xiao Li looked at the spicy soup and sighed, I didn't expect that breakfast at Yang Ming store is so cheap now. Seeing that he was oblivious to the outside world and only focused on practicing physical skills, Tian Tian, who was secretly watching Xiao Li, couldn't stop laughing. When did you say that happened? In response, Xiao Li just smiled foolishly and didn't know how to answer. Yang Ming store was not big to begin with, and their voices were a bit louder. Just as Hua Huo finished serving breakfast to another person, she turned her head and smiled slyly, saying, Brother Xiao Li blushed, are you and Sister Tian Tian a boyfriend and girlfriend? Tian Tian glared at the funny guy in front of him, knowing that this guy was the devil of Yang Ming store, and he would only make things worse, so he simply ignored her and carefully scooped a mouthful of spicy soup and started drinking it. When drinking spicy soup, the first mouthful is very important, and you must eat it while it is hot. Use a small spoon to scrape half a spoonful from the surface of the soup, carefully suck it into your mouth, swallow it slowly, feel the hot soup go straight down your throat to your stomach, and then the hot and strong fragrance spreads in your mouth. You can see that the pepper in the hula tang is a red powder with a small tip. When Tian Tian drinks it, he breathes in his mouth and sweats all over his forehead, but he drinks a big bowl of it cleanly. When he wipes his mouth with a tissue, he feels spicy all over. After the first sip of soup, Tian Tian eats a bite of fried dough sticks to slow down the spiciness, while stirring the hula tang to dissipate the heat. A bowl of hula tang goes down with the dough sticks, and you can sweat all over your forehead just by drinking it for a while. To say that hula tang is ugly enough, it is a brown and viscous liquid. It is said that the director of A Bite of China originally wanted to shoot it, but he couldn't shoot the hula tang as clear and transparent as ordinary soup, so he gave up. But the ingredients inside are real: beef, gluten, daylily, fungus, vermicelli are basically standard. Just after eating a few bites, Tian Tian looked up and saw that fireworks guy started to wink at him again. Tian Tian was scooping a spoonful of spicy soup to cool it down, and seeing her look, he couldn't help staring at her and asked, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it, see what you look like. Chapter 799 What is a big relative? Just after eating a few bites, Tian Tian looked up and saw that fireworks guy started to wink at him again. Tian Tian was scooping a spoonful of spicy soup to cool it down, and seeing her look, he couldn't help staring at her and asked, "What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it, see what you look like." Seeing Tian Tian being so fierce, Hanabi immediately shrank her neck, stuck out her pink tongue, and made a face, it's nothing, Aunt Tian Tian, you continue." Aunt? Hearing that Hanabi actually called her aunt, Tian Tian was immediately furious. She was still a virgin, was she that old? However, seeing that Might Guy and Xiao Li were present, Tian Tian couldn't get angry, but just held back his anger and said, "Hanabi, you are so naughty, does your father know?" Originally, Tian Tian thought that as long as he brought up the sign of Haiga Hayashi, Hanabi would admit his weakness. But who knew, Hanabi said proudly, "Of course my father knows. Isn't your Haiga family very strict? Does your father allow you to be so naughty?" Tian Tian asked in surprise. "Lolyalu." Hanabi stuck out her tongue, "I am the little princess of our family, and my father loves me so much." Tian Tian. What you said makes sense, I was speechless. As expected, what kind of parents you have, what kind of children you will have. It makes sense. Hinata is not talented and is not favored by Haiga Hayashi. On the contrary, Hanabi is gifted and works so hard, so she is naturally regarded as the apple of her eye and the future successor to the clan leader. No wonder Hanabi is so naughty. In front of Haiga Hayashi, Hanabi is of course a low-key person, not daring to show her devilish side, but since coming to Yang Ming's shop, Hanabi has completely revealed her nature and exposed everything. After being bored every day, he no longer cares about her and shifts his attention to Xiao Li. "Xiao Li, did you participate in the recently held #1 martial arts competition?" "Hey!" Xiao Li looked up blankly, with a fried dough stick in his mouth. "#1 martial arts competition in the world, what is that? I surrender to you." Tian Tian held his forehead with one hand and sighed, "You don't know about this, do you? The whole village knows about it." Slurp. Slurp. Xiao Li took a deep sip and drank the fried dough sticks and spicy soup together, making a sound of HA. Then, Xiao Li touched his nose awkwardly. "I really didn't know about this. I really lost to you." Tian Tian was speechless. Xiao Li smiled awkwardly, "Tian Tian, what's the point of that competition? Is it more interesting than practicing physical skills? You are so stupid. This world's #1 martial arts competition allows you to fight with the strongest people in the world, and even people from other worlds can participate. Even if you can't get the top 3, as long as you can fight more than 200 floors in the Sky Arena and become the owner of the building there, you can get a luxury room and enjoy the food cooked by boss Yang Ming for free." "What?" Xiao Li was shocked. "You said, you can eat the food cooked by boss Yang Ming for free? That's really great. I must participate in such a competition." Ahem. Seeing Xiao Li so passionate, Might Guy coughed, "Xiao Li, as young and invincible, how can we fight for free food?" Xiao Li was instantly moved, tears in his eyes, clenched his fists, and said excitedly, "Hey! Teacher Akai, you are so right." A pair of master and apprentice, crying in the eyes of everyone, shedding tears. "I'm talking to you guys." Tianation's mouth twitched fiercely, and he sighed, "Can you please not embarrass yourself in public? I really don't want others to know that I know you." However, Xiao Li and his apprentice ignored Tianation's voice. Alas! Tian Tian sighed, "Sure enough, I shouldn't have found Xiao Li, this idiot. When it comes to dating, it's still better to find a prince charming like Suzuki." After a burst of heartfelt words, Xiao Li swept away the breakfast in a gust of wind, and his pupils seemed to be burning with raging fire. "Teacher Akai, Tian Tian, please come and witness how I spend my youth." After saying that, Xiao Li raised a thumb, grinned, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. Tian Tian felt that his Krypton gold dog eyes were blinded in an instant, and he sighed and turned his face away, not daring to look at him at all. "It's really embarrassing. Xiao Li, you will be a single dog for life." Tian Tian took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself down in her heart. After taking a deep breath, she forced a smile on her face. "Teacher Akai, Xiao Li, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I am really sorry that I can't accompany you to the Sky Arena." "Hey!" Xiao Li blinked blankly, "Tian Tian, but you didn't say that just now." Just now was just now, and now is now. I just wanted to find you to be my boyfriend, but I didn't expect you to be a martial arts fanatic with no interest at all. You are so stupid. These words only flashed in Tianation's mind. He flashed by without saying anything. Tianation's mouth twitched fiercely, and he stood up hurriedly, saying in an apologetic tone. I'm so sorry, I think I have to leave now to do something. After that, Tian waved his hand to stop Xiao Li from opening his mouth to speak, and turned around gracefully, as if escaping from the plague god, and walked towards Yang Ming's shop with big strides. Tian walked very hurriedly, fearing that if he was one step late, he would be embarrassed. Watching Tianation's slender figure walking farther and farther away, Xiao Li suddenly felt lost in his heart, as if something very important had left him forever, and he felt sad and heavy. Xiao Li looked at Might Guy with a puzzled look and asked. Teacher Akai, what happened to Tian? Why is he in such a hurry? Might Guy touched his smooth chin with one hand, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, and then he put his palm on his hand, made an expression of an experienced person, and said with sudden enlightenment, Tian, this should be the big relative that the girls come several times a month, so we have to go back and deal with it in a hurry. What? Xiao Li looked confused and bewildered, tilted his head and looked at Might Guy, and asked puzzledly, Teacher Akai, what big relative is so powerful that it can make every girl feel like facing a big enemy? As he spoke, Xiao Li's eyes seemed to emit light. Teacher Akai, can I find this big relative? I want to fight him. Might Guy put one hand on Xiao Li's shoulder and said earnestly, this requires me to tell you. Then. The two super single dogs whispered. Chapter 800. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of moral principles? Shocked, someone broke through the 229th floor of the Sky Arena, and it turned out to be because. The whole world knows it, but you don't know. About the Sky Arena's prize-winning guessing game, the strongest lineup you don't know. Cage-level powerhouses, the 7 warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors will sigh after seeing it. In the ninja world, there are terrifying powerhouses who are countless times more powerful than those cage-level powerhouses on the surface, the tip of the iceberg hidden in the dark side of the ninja world top 10 rankings. Come and argue if you don't agree. How can ordinary people gain a foothold in the fiercely competitive Sky Arena, and how can they quickly improve themselves? 10 measures compiled by 10 cage-level powerhouses, 90% of the world's people don't know. You deserve it. Countless ordinary people will be silent when they see it, and countless powerhouses will shed excited tears. Real shot, how does a fat man, Koji, conquer the Sky Arena? Why do those top masters not show up for a long time in the Sky Arena? Why do the top warriors in the One Piece world appear so frequently? Why are the beauties and warriors repeatedly made into their original stories and spread out? Why do tens of thousands of viewers scream in the middle of the night and curse the name of one person? Who is the one who made the bet that Sky Arena has never won? The door of the Empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is knocked every night. Is it a human or a ghost? Behind all this, is it the distortion of moral integrity? Or the loss of morality? Please pay attention to TV 0 at 8 o'clock tonight, and get close to the inner world of the warriors in Sky Arena. Enter the inner world of the participants of the world's first martial arts competition that you don't even know. Puff. Puff. After the small shop closed for a day, Yang Ming returned home and sat on the sofa to rest. He watched the TV station, where the big star Fuji Fuyuki was broadcasting live with ups and downs, and almost spurted blood. In Yang Ming's heart, there were only 10,000 creatures named Nima running. Who taught this to the big star Fuji Fuyuki? At this time, on TV, the big star Fuji Fuyuki continued to talk. We won't take a holiday unless the ninja world explodes. We won't rest unless the ninja world restarts. We are here waiting for you in the wind, rain, and festivals. There are no 4 seasons, only 2 seasons. You see, it is the peak season, and you change the channel to the off-season. Dear audience, I just want to tell you that summer is here. The heat is not just today. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow will all be hot. I originally wanted to go to Yang Ming's shop to eat a cup of ice cream, but it was so hot that it almost melted as soon as I came out. Puff. Is this still the big star Fuji Fuyuki I know? Yang Ming's mouth twitched fiercely, feeling very funny. At this time, the camera on the TV turned to the ring. Xiao Li and Yang Ming's apprentice Sanji were looking at each other. With the referee's start, the game began. Xiao Li did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength as soon as he attacked. His fists were full of wind and his momentum was overwhelming. He skillfully used the Konoha whirlwind, as light and ethereal as a butterfly flying through flowers. His fists and legs kept flying, and he attacked tightly and shockingly. With Xiao Li's current strength as a special ninja, being able to do this as a taijutsu ninja is already a rare and precious achievement. However, Xiao Li is now facing it with Sanji, the third in command of the protagonists in the One Piece world. He was also talented and had already reached the master level in leg skills. Sanji was no less impressive. He kicked with both legs and kicked out like a storm. His countless leg shadows were like shadowless legs. He could only hear the wind but not see the legs. His defense was impenetrable and he actually blocked all of Xiao Li's attacks. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The continuous collision sounded. Sanji took a breath and stepped back. Then he stood on one foot and kicked with one foot, shouting, "Pork bone meat!" Snap! Sanji leaped up and flew like a whirlwind. One leg landed on Xiao Li's waist, making a crisp sound. At the same time, the voice of the big star Fuji came. Dear audience, after watching this game, I finally realized that you should not stand behind or in front of the gentlemen and the crazy practitioners, but stand on their side. In this way, at least before their legs spin and kick you in the face, you at least know who they are, which will help you to make effective dodges, and then when you wake up, you can block them at the door and get beaten like a dog. Puff. Yang Ming was originally watching the game happily and taking a good rest after work. Hearing the words of the big star Fuji, he almost choked to death. My god, what has Fuji learned recently? Is this the self-cultivation of every anchor? They have all become joke-tellers. At this time, on the ring, Xiao Li was kicked out, but he exerted force from his danshin and twisted his waist. He actually turned over in the air and landed on the ground dangerously, only half a step away from the edge of the ring. Xiao Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at Sanji with a sharp look. You are very strong. As expected, Mr. Kai is right. No one is weak in the Sky Arena. Sanji patted the dust off his shoes, lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, looked up at a 45-degree angle, put on a lonely expression of a master, and said, Young man, you are still far away, surrender quickly. No. There seemed to be a flame burning in Xiao Li's pupils, the game has just begun. After that, Xiao Li removed the lead weight from his waist and legs, and fell to the ground with a bang. Suddenly, Xiao Li's expression changed. 8 gates. Open. The terrifying momentum suddenly rose, and the smoke burst out, even the clothes burst. In a moment, Xiao Li's skin turned red like blood, and the whole person gave people a different feeling. If he was a wild cat before, now he is a tiger. A tiger that chooses its prey. At the same time, the voice of the big star Fuji followed closely. Jiraiya-sama's novels are not deceiving. Usually, when fighting at a critical moment, the protagonist's clothes will burst, and there will be at least 2 meters of force field around him. If you can bench press more than 120 kilograms, you can consider entering the force field to swing together. If you can't reach it, please remember to wear a helmet when entering. When the protagonist's clothes start to burst, we can dodge a salted fish. It's best to watch this show near the exit. Of course, you may not be able to escape. My experience is that when they are full of gay love, in order to ensure a safe escape, as a salted fish, I can only shout 666 next to them. Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know what other people felt after listening to the live broadcast of the big star Fuji but he just felt so embarrassed.